Welcome in, everybody, to week 3 of the North American Strikers League Season 6. I'm back this week. You don't have to deal with whatever Borg did on the pre-show last week. And joined by 3 guests to break us down some of the action ahead of matches starting towards the top of the hour. First up here, I said it wrong too, and I even asked you literally 2 minutes ago, how you doing,
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be on the pre-show for the first time. First time kind of being in the nasl scene on stream, so it'll be a good time and looking forward to it.
Be a good time. Also joining us, are you here for the first time as well on a nasl desk? Maybe? Yeah, you.
I'm the sweetest to be.
Mr.
Yeah,
Fool.
Mr. Fool. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's
I don't
possible.
know. It's possible. You're like, I've done this enough. You're not playing today either, are you? You're just kind of like vibing.
I hope not.
You hope not. Okay.
I hope I don't get summoned.
Well,
that would be a little scary.
That might be scary. I mean, emergencies happen, right? But that's that. And we're also joined by Gumi, who doesn't have his camera working as per usual, and so is just joined by the looping GIF.
I'm gonna get a new camera. I got it. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Gumi. What time was good morning?
11:19.
Okay,
Pacific
all right.
time.
Hey, could be worse, actually. All right. Well, we got a handful of things to discuss. First of all, I wasn't here for week 2, so let's go through some of the results from what happened last week and what your all's reactions to those matches were. First of all, there are rumblings behind the scenes that EKC has not been doing so hot after their loss to Demons Raw last week at your hands, Gumi, and also at the hands of a brawler in the goal box permanently. Gumi, what was your reaction in that series? Do you actually think it's time for EKC to start sounding the alarm bells because they played poorly, or was it just 1 or 2 things that didn't go their way in the series the other week or last week?
Okay, they lost 1 series to us, guys. It's not that crazy. Come on.
And they lost the one versus Sundubu Strikers.
Wait,
while they were playing with Hardbox. They're 0-2.
Oh, okay. I thought they were 1-1. I mean, it is a little scary, but I think they'll bounce back. Like, honestly, I was in a conversation the other day saying that EKC looked like the best team in the league, and I didn't really disagree. So, I don't know. I think they'll bounce back.
So how can they be the best team in the league if they've lost 2 matches?
Because, like...
Wait a minute. How can they be the best team in the league when Soren is picking Zentaro goalie?
No, it's good on the patch. Like actually, like if you think about it.
Oh God.
The gaslighting continues.
Can anyone else give me like actual water instead of whatever Kool-Aid this guy's
Yeah,
drinking?
I can. EKC is can very well still be the best team in the league. They're just piss inters. They just keep throwing the game. Like, lock in and win your games. All good. All good. All good. All good. All good.
All good. Anything else to comment on? Hey, no,
No.
nothing.
I mean,
All right,
it's
all
been
good.
said already. Yeah.
It's been said already. They play their rival, I suppose, if any EKC has any rival. I think it's the Bozo Bunch, who actually is off to the complete opposite start. They're off 2-0, picking up wins over Wee's Little Bees and Bun Bun Bonanza. Maybe a slightly less strong of a start, but where do we think that this match is going to end up for us later today? How confident do you think the Bozo Bunch is feeling with the momentum they've picked up so far versus the pressure on EKC to start turning things around here, Zoro?
I think it's gonna end up. Do I give my prediction of like the match result here?
No, just like
Okay.
where the vibe's at.
I think EKC is looking but I also think Bozo Bunch is looking at the moment. Bozo Bunch has like an entirely new team basically, and so there's a lot of adaptation that has to happen there. And also, I think their team, I hate to say it, got a little worse. I think Obscure Breads is a very hard shoe to fill, and losing them kind of loses a lot of the heart and soul of the team. But hey, I mean, they have Dropletto, and let's be so for real, Dropletto's like one of the best forwards to ever do it, so can't be that bad.
Perhaps not that bad. Gumi, what do you think these two teams are thinking heading into their rivalry match?
Like honestly, like they've been playing against each other for so long, but Bozo is so different now. Because I feel like without the Muncher drop or the Gret drop forward to go, that was like the heart and soul of that team is a lot different now with the Merchant Street Core. And I mean Dropletto's still there, but it's still a very, very different team. So we'll see if EKC is able to adapt to the new Bozo Bunch playstyle or not. And I'm excited to see the result, honestly, because I don't know how it will go.
Definitely going to be an interesting one to watch out for later today. But next up, there's one other major headline from last week, and that's the Showtime upset. Bun Bun Bonanza takes the victory. What do we make of this? Bun Bun now 1-1, taking this win over Showtime. Is Bun Bun not going to ride the bottom of the standings all season, or should we be considering them the underbun still?
I think they really had a standout performance. Is really like a statement win, if you want to call it that, because I don't know what it was, but Showtime just looked out of sorts that game, and Bun really played to their strengths. They knew, I think game one was an Octavia Castellas. They knew okay, Joker probably wants to play it, so I think they first picked it, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I was really impressed by Bun. I think that they're definitely showing that the role swap was kind of like a reason why they finished so low last season. And in terms of how Show kind of bounced back from this, I'm curious to see what happens this week. But I can't imagine that this is the downfall of Showtime or anything. I think they're still one of the top teams to beat this season. But Bun definitely looks like they can definitely contend for playoffs this season. I'm excited to see what happens this week.
Gumi, what's your read on Bun Bun here?
That's another tough one. I mean, this season's gonna be crazy. I think all the teams are so close, and there was one team that everyone was like, yeah, everyone's close, but Showtime 12-0, right? But they just lost to the Bunnies last week, which is kind of crazy. I did not expect that at all, but I'm so down. I think this season's gonna be a bit of a movie. Probably the closest season we've ever had. I know everyone always says this, but this is the first time I genuinely believe that this season will be the closest. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with Bun Bun, and I hope they're able to put on a show this season.
Truly living up to its theme based off of our last season's victors. Zoro, any other comments here? Showtime maybe a little shakier. Do we think they still got it in them to be on top here?
I think Showtime still has the good player buff, but I think low-key, I just think the patch is what's messing with them. I think the patch severely hit melee goalies. That's kind of Barcode's thing. I think now, notably shot, that's kind of Shionzu's thing. And Joker's finding the footing in the new patch. It's just a new patch thing in my opinion. Also, Finny's super strong. Unlocked Finny. Team with Finny wins. Finny lore, all good.
Finny lore, perhaps. Pull out all the magic tricks for our cinematic performance here. Though looking ahead to today's matches, obviously I mentioned Bozo versus EKC already. Other major headline is the finale today. It's the next iteration of El Clasico between Hungry Like Nephew and Demons Raw. Gumi, obviously this match still has to feel like it's going to be one of the most fun chances you're going to get to play Omega Strikers at all, even if some of the rosters have changed around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited for our match. I've been playing some this week. I'm motivated. I can't wait to play against these noobs. So, yeah, played against them a few times already. I mean, these guys are light, is what it is.
Playing against these noobs, he says, where I've heard rumblings that some people might be making the argument that Vaughn's the best goalie in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean,
where did you hear the rumblings?
I don't know. Little Birdie told me. I wasn't here last week, so
okay. I mean, you look at that Vice performance last week against Sundubu, and you kind of make it known after that one. I think Vaughn played it incredible. By the way, not even like he was in like somewhere in the East Coast. Like he was traveling that day, like 3 hours of sleep or something, and still played out of his mind. So, really impressive performance. I think he is definitely like up there in terms of top goalies in the season or in the league right now. But yeah, in terms of this matchup, like I'm really excited to see. Like I think Gumi's playing midfield. Gumi, you want to clarify on that one?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
playing
what's
midfield.
okay? Yeah. So exactly what I thought it was going to be in week one.
Yeah, but we just had to wait a little bit to figure it out. But I mean, it's pretty funny.
Right.
Me and Caleb are showing off in a new role now. So
exactly. Yeah. I'm really excited to see that matchup. Like, I mean, Gumi and Caleb in midfield both have very similar picks as well. Like, we know them for their Rune and Juno in midfield. And so I'm really excited to see how that plays out in terms of like bans and whatnot. And then in terms of like, I know like Fresh was playing last week and he looked good. Like, I think Fresh is still a nasl level goalie. But now that Fudgy's probably back, I'd assume, and we know like how week one went. I mean, let's just say I'm a Hungry Like Nephew sub, so like I'm gonna be a little bit biased, but it's feeling good for Vaughn and the Dooboos, feeling hungry.
Mr. Fool, as someone who's actually supposed to be unbiased, stuck between these two, which way does this? Which team has more momentum, maybe heading into the day today?
If I had to bet my house, I'd bet it on Hungry. Quite frankly, I mean, Vaughn's the
your house, bro. You're going homeless.
I might be going homeless, but like, Vaughn's the father of Omega Strikers and also the father of the goalie role. Clearly, bro taught me, and continues to be a meta-defining threat through and through. I think he has a really good read on the meta, and I think if you're fighting him, you best watch out.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to that one. And of course, we'll give our actual predictions later today. But you have to imagine how that one's going to go. Last thing I want to talk about, though, before we get into predictions is every week it feels like there is a character to watch. For week one, it was Era. It was picked once. It was permabanned. Week two, now, after 2 weeks in the league, Estelle has a 70% pick ban rate and a 30% win rate in games so far. Gumi, you're now a midfielder. Is this Estelle pick bait?
Yeah, she's fraudulent. She's fucking fraudulent. Everybody knows that. I mean, like, just
everybody knows that, but clearly you all didn't 2 weeks ago.
No, we're never playing that. Like, actually, like, it's terrible. Like, our coaches, like, they ran the numbers. No, that shit sucks.
Your coaches. Okay, so what's better?
Drakkar midfield.
Bro.
If it's a good start, I'll play it.
I'm holding you to that.
I think my house is safe. My house is safe.
What?
What is going on anymore, man? We've been doing this for too long. Okay. I don't even know where to go from that. Is it sell bait? Fool? Hey, what do we think? Yay? Nay?
I mean, I think this character is still like a mid-tier pick. Like if you're putting it on a tier list, it's like a B tier, maybe an A tier. because yeah, like obviously the stats, like sure, numbers don't lie, but you look at the eye test, you look at Shianzu in week 1, like that guy played out of his mind on Estelle. So clearly this character isn't like completely worthless. But it definitely like I do think there are like better picks on the roll. So I'm still personally an SL fan, but I do acknowledge that there are better picks now.
Similarly,
Sure, yeah. Shianzu played well on it, but it also you forgot the part where his name is Shianzu. So
Oh, I get it.
the shingle.
what?
You don't know about the shingle lore? Never mind.
Oh, he
Don't
doesn't
worry.
No,
know about
I
it?
don't.
Doesn't know about the shingle
Don't worry.
lore.
About it. Don't worry about it. But I think Estelle is like acceptable. I think she's also still like good on maps like Inkies and Aten. Like she has a place in the meta. I just think there's other picks that are better, like Juno and Rune. But yeah, that's about it.
All right, well, we'll see how the meta continues to develop, but now let's get into our predictions here today. We'll start with the second match of the day between Showtime and PPL. PPL, of course, coming off of their win over Return to Form last week. God, keep messing it up. Do you think that momentum is
You're
going
right.
to... Wait, I was right. I just need to give up. I need to give up. I need to go
All
home.
good. Yeah, Showtime against PPL. I think Showtime last week obviously didn't look the best, but I think this is kind of the time where they turn it around. PPL also did win, but I wasn't as convinced by their win as I am with Showtime just overall, so I'm going to go with the boring answer and pick Showtime.
Mr. Fool, to you.
This is a really tough one because Showtime went 2-1 with RTF. PPL went 2-1 with RTF. I'm actually going to give it to PPL here. I'm going to give it 2-1 PPL. I think Bloom has more. I think Bloom has more picks than Barcode. And while Shianzu's strong, I think Average Alex likes Rune. So it's going to be an interesting bout, I'll tell you that much.
Go me to you. Who you got?
I think Showtime realized they're good after losing a month, so they're probably gonna win.
I also agree. It's probably hard to go against Showtime here. However, would not be surprised to see PPL send this one the distance. Match 3 is Bozo Bunch versus EKC. We alluded to this one a little bit earlier. Zoro, I'll go to you here first. Who you got?
I think it's going to be the battle for Zentaro, and I think it's going to go 2-1 EKC.
Battle for Zentaro so that Zentaro can play goalie, clearly. Gumi, to
Clearly.
you.
Yeah, honestly, like, after playing against EKC, scrimming them this week, I think they're going to take it. I don't think Bozamunch will be able to handle the EKC pressure from the little kiddies, so I think they got it.
All right. Last one here.
Yeah, I think I like how you avoided saying my name this time, but
Yeah, I'm just going to avoid it now.
But yeah, I
My
do
bad.
think, yeah, I'm on the same train. I think Bozo, they haven't had like a super big challenge yet. They haven't played, like, based off of last season, they haven't played a playoff team yet. And I think EKC is going to be their biggest test so far. Obviously EKC looking a bit weaker, but I do think this is kind of the week that EKC lock in. I think they're gonna win 2-1.
Just to be a contrarian, I'll throw the frog with sunglasses on the screen. Let's go Bozo Budge. They've got it in them, and if EKC is truly throwing, we'll probably see that this week. Next up, fourth match, Sundubu Strikers versus Return to Form. Gumi, who we got here first?
I'm feeling like a Sundubu striker on this fine morning. 3Z sleeping, he's getting his hibernation in. That's when he plays best. If he had woken up for the pre-show, it would have been over and they would have lost. So Sundubu every time here.
Hey, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be a Sundubu sweep. I think RTF are still kind of figuring out the chemistry between the new midfielder and Hungry Boy, and I think Sundubu just they have the chemistry down and with the LAN performances and stuff. So Sundubu sweep.
The Fool.
I think RTF benefits a lot from this patch, but I also think Sundubu's just a better team. So I'm going to go 2-0 Sundubu.
I'm going to make it a Sundubu sweep here on the desk. Return to Form, I will say, haven't really seen them versus teams that I expect to be closer, right? Obviously, like, they brought it pretty close versus PPL, so I do think they have something in them. And again, every match is going to be close because that's the way that the league is rolling now. Our final match of the day will be Hungry Like Nephew versus Demons Raw. You'll want to stick around to the very end for that one here. I'll go to you first. I assume you're going to pick the team who has you on their sub roster.
You already know, K-Bot. No bias at all. It's a Hungry Like Nephew sweep. I'm sorry. It's just,
Absolutely
too
not.
easy.
Gumi, to you.
I mean, these guys are so fraudulent. It's kind of disgusting. This is probably going to be our easiest match of the season because We's Little Bees is going 8-1, and EKC best team in the league right now. So this is going to be our easiest matchup. We're all prepared. We got it.
Right. Sure. Zoro, talk some
2-0.
sense to me.
2-0 Hungry Like Nephew. End of sentence.
I'm gonna take Hungry Like Nephew here. Show me the hugs in the chat. Feels a little weird to go against them, especially with how well Vaughn's been performing. But we'll see. Maybe Gumi will actually have a Kainu performance or something. Who knows? Our first match, the one that's coming up just after our break here, is Bun Bun versus We's Little Bees. Gumi, I'll go to you first to start us off. Who you got?
We's Little Bees, like I said, they're going 8-1 this season. I really think they're gonna win here. We's Little Bees, we gonna get 20 KOs. We's Little Bees, like they're stinging. They're coming.
They're stinging. All right. Zoro.
This one's a super tough one. I would not bet my house on it. I think I think there's going to be a little mental debuff going into things, but I think Bun will pull it out 2-1.
Hey.
I know that these teams played in Sheb, if I recall correctly, and it was a Bun win there. And even like that was when the role swap was happening, and Zach and Carmine were in their goalie and midfield roles respectively. And I think Bun Bun, after the Showtime performance, is like riding a high, and I think they're just kind of unstoppable at this point. So it might be a Bun Bun bonanza for week 3.
I'm predicting it's going to be a Bun Bun bonanza, which is why I'm putting We's Little Bees as my prediction to give them Schrodinger's underbun buff, and we'll see whether or not that actually comes to fruition. Folks, don't go anywhere. It's Bun Bun bonanza versus We's Little Bees on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to the North American Strikers League. This is week number 3 as we go into a very hotly debated match between Wee's Little Bees and Bun Bun Bonanza. Bun Bun coming back from last season, not lane swapping, from just role swapping around and showing that they're strong. They already took a game off the previous winners of Showtime, and now they're coming in versus new contenders, Wee's Little Bees. Envy's here with me today. What do you think about the matchup?
Yeah, I do think that this is going to be kind of a hot topic here, right? Like last week, Wee's Little Bees actually doing first week, Wee's Little Bees did kind of crazy, defeating Demons Raw in the first week of nasl, which is like a crazy upset. But like that just shows you like some of the synergy that this team has going for them and some of like the plays that they're going to be making here, though. Currently 1-1 right now, though, but yeah, I think that they are certainly underrated right now and kind of charged up. And I'm really interested to see on how they're going to perform against Bun Bun in their current and rightful, not lanes as well, but roles. The role swap was definitely slightly, it gets a little awkward. You have to build up synergy again and like see how people are like doing things and stuff. But it does give you another like perspective on how things work. So it could give them the edge in this match, even in this whole season that they've role swapped at least once.
Yeah, completely agree there. So starting off, we're going into game 1 on Aten City with everyone locking in pretty standard characters on this map. Estelle tends to be a pretty high priority pick here, and then we see Juno as a relatively strong pick. This is a pretty open map, so you want to have characters that have either long blinks or just dashes or teleports of that nature. So pretty standard stuff all around here, as we almost gets a early KO on this map as well. Wasn't able to finish it off. If he was level 2 and had the ultimate available on Zentaro, would have been able to complete that task. But starting off strong with 1 point already going over to Wee's Little Bees. Energy bars built up, and they have essentially 3 flips going into the next point.
Yeah, it does have a lot of damage here, though, as well for the Bun Bun Bonanza. You don't really see too many kills landed here on Aten, but even just staggering somebody is kind of enough to get them out of the game for just long enough to get a barrier or two. One on this map, as we see Carmine already getting kind of blasted right there, but Scyther takes advantage of that situation, grabbing that barrier as well. Carmine almost lands it there with the piercing shot. A nice pass over to Gliari is going to make a lot of pressure here onto Zaxmac, but this does survive that situation here, though, as Lilybun's going to try to move up and get a kill. Right there, it's going to be big for Bun Bun Bonanza on this power play. Wee's going to try to flip out of this pressure, but Zaxmac can't seem to get their hands on the ball there, and it's going to be one for the Bun Bun Bonanza even in this one up.
Yeah, and Edve, you brought up a good point early on about the damage on Bun Bun's side. We already saw that come into play when they lined up everything onto Carmine, got taken out of that point, and had to essentially 2v3 into their net between Zaxmac and Wee, and oh my goodness, another kill coming out. Zentaro down as Carmine tries to make a play, isn't able to get it with the Thorns, and now we have to play on defense mode. But Liari has that energy burst, goes in, jumps in, flips, gets the shot off the top, and Zaxmac unable to get there in time. So this is a pretty explosive start for Bun Bun Bonanza. Even though they lost that first point, they're coming in with no, nothing to hold back right now.
I agree. It does feel pretty even here. Even the two brawlers are kind of like the same archetype. Right, they're both like pretty heavy glass cannons. I'd say Zentaro certainly does a little bit more consistent damage, or maybe more burst damage instead. But they have really low health pools and are easily knocked around. Low first barrier down here for Bun Bun Bonanzas. They're going to try to work on here. Liari at the bottom side. Going to get hit though with that Crystal Thorns. It's going to clear that pressure as well. Lilybun going to spend the big finish, and the help of Liari finally does get it out there. Now they're focusing maybe a little damage on Wee, and you can see he has to kind of leave the whole play, grab an orb, and just keep themselves alive, which normally would relieve pressure, but Zaxmac gets on in there with the lifeline, with the help of Carmine as well, who had a flip on the backside too. They're going to land that shot, and it's going to even up this first set, which is going to be pretty big, with all of these like strong midfielders. I think this next Awakening is pretty important.
I will say, going into these future sets, Scyther definitely has an advantage here by picking a character that can heavily abuse size, whereas no one on Wii's really cares about size, even though Zentaro is that brawler. Because of his character model being so naturally small, he doesn't scale with size as well. But regardless, there are plenty of Awakenings that people want to take up first pick. Imagine if Team Player gets brought up here and one of the goalies are first pick. The difference between Lilybun or Zaxmac getting it is huge. And as I say that, a kill comes through, trying to set up a play. Carmine going for a shot, doesn't get it, but at least stall out the energy burst there long enough. A couple more seconds until Wee comes back. Besides, the 12 is looking for a pass, trying to get in the spot to use the energy burst, but a good clear gets it sent out. Carmine doing a lot of piercing shots backwards, a little scary there, but no, goes right between Carmine and Zaxmack. And I'm not, was that Scyther 12 putting it in at the end? And this is a primetime start, so a lot of extra abilities, a lot harder to get it through that Kazan, who has these tools to just keep on snatching up the core and moving it forward. And here's a situation where both goalies are front, no team player to be found. But what are we thinking here about the picks?
Yeah, almost a catastrophe here for Wee's Little Bees as Hotshot does show up. We do have Liari last pick on that team, so he's not going to maintain any of that. But do have Size Kazan, though. That is a big awakening. Just size on this character is such a big scaling factor. Actually, Hotshot on Estelle is also quite good in basically every regard. All her moves are going to be doing some crazy core speed now. And Deadeye, unfortunately, left here for Wee. Might be able to get something off of Deadeye. Maybe get like a surprising kill on the side, but really kind of a low power level here for the side of Wee's Little Bees, unless the Hotshot really ends up carrying. So I'm going to say that Scyther 12 kind of got like the best awakening there for the team. I mean, Liari did get, Twin Drive 2, which also creates a lot of pressure, as there's only one barrier in this map, so one big play is usually all you need to land a goal sometimes.
I will say, I'm going to make a point here of, great kill by a Carmine, getting things a little bit towards their favor. But a point that I want to make is Zaxmack's pick there of Orb Replicator, a awakening that for the most part on every other map besides Cotton City is seen as essentially the worst pick in the game. But on this map, it is a pretty high prio pick, in my opinion. Just picking up those 3 orbs generates a lot of it. It's a pseudo fire up for those who remember the awakening of being able to give your team energy. It's not about the HP, it's all about providing the energy economy over, which leads to more flips, which leads to more points usually. But a great start for Wee's Little Bees here already, getting 1 point, a little bit of replicating the last set. But let's see if they can actually clutch it up this time around. I will say, Scyther 12, if he gets going with like another Scythe Awakening, even right now, just having prime time 1 Scythe Awakening is all the playmaking potential that you need on this character. And I think just the KO from Carmine last time is what gave him a little bit of the edge they needed to finish it off. But if they can stay alive, I think Bun Bun has a much better composition going in.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I don't think that Bees is too far behind in the comp there, though, but we will give a minor advantage on intensity stuff. Man, Big Finish cannot make it happen today, as Wee is just too close to that goal and gets that flip. The gravity actually working against you sometimes there, as it's just going to pull the core in. It's a little too fast, falls right out, so Big Finish going to be rough there for Lily Bun, but good in some other situations. As we move on to this next point here, Wee's Little Bees 1 point away from taking a set of their own, but Scyther takes advantage of that situation, grabbing that barrier, no problem. Gonna try to keep the ball forward. Lily Bun moving up with a flip. We can't get their hands on it though. Carmine looking a little bit weak now, as well as Liari is going to maybe try to get a play here with that flip. Lily Bun against Wee in this situation, wins it out with this Big Finish as well, helping Scyther get it on through. Card going to force that ball onto the top side as well. The drone isn't going to be too much trouble here for Bun Bun Bonanza. Nice flip reaction there from Zaxmack, and Lily Bun's going to spend one of their own, absolutely. Liari's turn to get on in there, but notices that they can't win a situation with that. Almost tried to get a kill there on Wee. Almost landed it, though. That would have been really big. But Scyther, that's something really big. He just walks on in there and just says, I'm striking this ball over everyone. Taking advantage of that size and taking that point.
Using the advantage of the 2 forms for Kazan, being able to dash in, get a strike off, and then swap over to the other stance, adding an additional hitbox, and then striking immediately after on top of that. So a lot of strikes coming through, a lot of hitboxes coming through from Scyther 12 in that moment, and it's really hard to try to push through unless you are one of those melee goalies that has the stuffing power. But a great set of passing plays between Scyther 12, Lily Bun, and Liari. Get the ball forward, have the barrier down already. Barrier is something that falls really quickly, but Wee getting a kill. It doesn't matter, though. Manages to take out Lily Bun, but the defense wasn't strong enough. Scyther 12 just left-clicking to his heart's content with closed form Kazan, plus 1 Size Awakening. It's all you kind of need in those situations. And this is one of the downsides of having the range goalies here. just those defensive moments can get really tough, even though you offer so much on offense. Already dropping another barrier. As Scyther 12 is just one orb away from getting Energy Burst, has it. It's just going to try to set up as much as he can to get into a spot to burst and then try to score. But a good defense manages to keep things alive for now.
Yeah, alive, but maybe not alive here for Scythers. They're going to get completely staggered now as it's Liari's turn to try to make a play. Lilybun going to keep that barrier alive. Scyther 12 just going to grab an orb or two. Does actually find themselves unstaggered here. There they go. Grabbing enough orbs. The barrier does go down, but that's why we have them here, to keep yourself alive and keep the ball going. Scyther going to try to make a play here once more, but Wii actually does a ton of damage in combination there with Carmine. It's going to get them on out of there, though. It's possible that that first kill from Wii was actually due to the Deadeye. They already have explosive entrance, so their Deadeye is kind of activated at all times, as the power play is going to end here. Big finish activated, but stuffs Carmine as hard as physically possible with that big finish, and Zaxmac not ready to get into that position. There you go. Bun Bun Bonanza taking the second set, sort of kind of out of nowhere, but, you know, they are quite a
and
good
there's the team player. But yeah, it's the biggest thing that I'm noticing here for Wheeze is that their offense seems to be really strong, but there's a lot of times where it gets into the defense between Carmine and Zaxmag, and the core manages to get its way through, more so than it would against some of the other stronger defensive lineups that we have in nasl. So I think that's something that they might need to work on a little bit, but they have that offensive pressure. If they can keep the ball on the half of Bun Bun Bonanza, they seem to be really strong in trying to actually close it out, which is an issue that some other teams have instead. So it's really nice to see that they have their strengths and weaknesses here. But talking about a little bit of weaknesses, the barrier falls from Carmine using the Rose Warp there, ends up sending the core backwards and trying to clear it out already. Scyther 12 has another Scythe Awakening as well, and the pressure is just too much here.
Yeah, the Awakenings also might end up being too much. Like you mentioned before, that they're like pretty good and consistent, but they have to be fast. I think now it's the pressure is on, the timer is set. Wee's Little Bees is gonna run out of resources while these. I mean, Scyther 12 got even more size, Liari more cooldown, and the team player that you were talking about before lands onto the currently winning team, and so it's like everything that they could want has basically happened, and now Wee's Little Bees is gonna just have to do what they can to mitigate any kind of pressure that Bun Bun Banana can Bonanza can build up here. Bun Bun Banana! Let's see what they can do. Almost kills Wee. Lilybun defending the ball here. Carmine almost gets it through with the piercing shot, but man, the ball is going to continue rolling on up there into the hands of Scyther 12, who is like a gargantuan monster right now, although it might be Liari's turn to get the flip on in there. Man, that's close to the goal, and that, man, did that reach with Kazan Primary.
Yeah, and it's already here down to game point, but for whatever reason, if it ended up going to one more set, Scyther 12 has access to a Big Fish and Might of the Colossus. I mean, this guy, it feels like the draft is working against Wheeze with each awakening it goes through. But if they can, there's still hope. You know, if the core stays on the other side, we see the offensive pressure coming through. I feel like they have a good lineup between Carmine and Wee in trying to score. A good defense comes through from Zackman. Can they get it through? Lilybun, no. Walking up, applying the pressure, and there it is. That is game one, going over to Bun Bun Bonanza. The slimes come through. Liari finishing it off. Scyther 12 was there with the hook anyways. That was a tough set of offensive attacks to protect against. But that is a quick game one going over to Bun Bun Bonanza. And now game two, I forgot the map, but I believe it is at Lab, and then a potential game three on Gates of Obscura. I know those are the maps, but I don't know if that's the order in it right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, well played there from Bun Bun Bonanza. It looked like Wee's Little Bees tried to work at their only win condition from that spot, which was really getting a lot of damage. We could see that we actually had Deadeye and Adrenaline Rush there. I mean, Deadeye not particularly Zentaro's favorite awakening, but could actually work. I think it got him a kill or two during that game, but either way, they tried to play to their outs, but Bun Bun Bonanza was just possibly one step ahead there, and a couple of really good awakening picks ahead there. They just happened to win the sets that were quite explosive for them as well. Not too many kills have been given on this map here, only 3 for each team. But yeah, like you said there, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next map. I did like what Wee's Little Bees was cooking up there for a little bit, like right in the first set. Things were really even. Things kind of got a little out of hand when some of the awakenings were given out there, but I'm not going to count this team out yet, not at all. as we hopefully move on to the Atlas Laboratory.
Yeah, if game 2 goes a little bit better, I think one of the issues of this map here is just the nature of it being so big, the barrier being so big. You don't have as much utility there to help defend with the Now. I'm not saying the Now is a bad pick there. It's just one of the downsides that you trade off. So it looked like there was a little bit more struggling there on the defensive side. But if they could keep the core up, they were popping off. So maybe Atlas Lab works a little bit better. The barriers are a little bit easier to defend, and maybe we have a swap in the goalie pick or not. But I think one of the other issues was just not having a brawler or a character on the squad that could utilize the Size Awakenings, because almost each time that Kazan took that built different or recovery drone, each of those picks could have been denied by someone, but there was just really no one there to pick it up who wanted it. So these are kind of like the small things that you have to think about as well when it comes to the draft and what you're picking. I will say overall, there's nothing inherently wrong with this composition, but it felt like each awakening that went over to Bun Bun was more powerful on them than each awakening that went over to Weeb.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And just the dynamic also of just having Kazan in the game, right? No, it's not that like any character does not like size, right? Like everyone, all the forwards
Right.
will enjoy size a little bit, helps them win some strike wars, cover a little bit more of that side or whatever like that. But Kazan is so good with size, and it's no one's priority pick, but it's just becomes this like dynamic where you really have to think about denying, because Size Kazan, you will win every single strike war, and that's a lot of pressure on the goalie. That's a lot of extra resources used. And so then
Yep.
you're thinking like, man, I can't take my good awakening because Size Kazan, and he's not the only one that does so well with size. You see Erasmus Band showing up. We also see an X pick as well. Almost definitely going to be we trying to beat everyone's ass there with X. Just also with the size start here, we got another recovery drone.
Yeah, taking a look, it's recovery drone, timeless creator start. I'm not sure if either teams want to take it, but on Atlas Lab, I'm a personal big fan, especially with timeless creator going for the Amy if it is left open. But we do see a priority pick for Bun Bun Bonanza on the Finny. I think the Finny is so strong in this meta right now. One of the characters that has some of the highest base speed, plus the momentum boots meta has been going pretty well at the moment. I would say overall, a lot of the goalie gears have been usable for the first time in a long time. But momentum boots seems to be one of the stronger ones at this exact moment. And Finny being able to utilize it so well, having such a massive range on the secondary, the triple take, being able to cast it for so long, the primary being able to be sent across the map. You can kind of just walk around and interact with the core before anyone gets a chance to do so. And we saw how well Lilybun played it in that last match, and is going to be rocking it one more time here. Taking a look at the rest of the lineup, though, Juliet and Estelle for the forward pair on Bun Bun Bonanza. Liari most likely going to be on that Estelle, with the Juliet going over to Scyther 12. On the other side, you already mentioned the X. We're going to be seeing a lot of brawling, although there is that recovery drone, so it might be mitigated a little bit by that in terms of how much we go for the KO pressure. But regardless, Dubu on the melee goalie to lock things up. Actually, you never know. Maybe it's a Dubu forward. I would love to see that, but I do think it's going to be a Dubu in the net with Carmine on the Kai.
I do very much agree with that second part. Certainly, in my opinion, we're going to have Carmine rocking that Kai. And honestly, I feel like for the most part, when I see Little Bees play, they really like going for damage. They like going for stagger. They like going for combos. And they're really just like a damage-centric team, it feels like a lot of the time. But we have Zach Smack on Dubu, who is like pretty not great at doing damage. And I mean, Kai is okay at doing damage, but he's pretty good at finishing off a couple of kills, as Barrage just kind of sends you on out of there when you're fully staggered, which is fine. But the dynamic is a little slashed here though with the Dubu goalie. I might eat my words completely. We shall see what happens, though. We've seen we kind of solo kill people a lot of the time, and it might actually happen here. I think Little Bees is not only good at doing damage in general, but taking advantage of situations where people take a lot of crossfire for no reason. And Atlas Lab, the black hole in the middle, is really good at dealing damage for no reason. So we'll see if they can take a lot of advantage of that. I think they will be trying to kill through these recovery drones. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I will say I'm actually a big fan of the Dubu. I think it's the best melee goalie on the patch right now, especially with the Size Awakening. You tend to see Pauldron's Dubu come through with the Size Awakening, and then your strike box becomes absolutely massive, right? Dubu is the largest character in the entire game, and then because of that, each additional Size Awakening just makes them go to, it's like you're walking around with with like King Kong or something like that. Just cannot interact with him at all. He strikes like beyond the character's hitbox of who is trying to fight him. The log is such a great tool for stopping offensive pressure. So is Slam. It is absolutely tough, but not opting in for that. Goes for the Mom Boots as well. I think not familiar with the Pauldron's tech. Also on the Pauldron's half, you end up getting a lot of extra damage, and Dubu ends up fighting back against any brawler who comes at him. So I think, I don't think this is necessarily an incorrect play, just not the play I would have gone with. But let's see if everything goes through. All 6 members of this match end up taking recovery drone, but we might end up losing theirs already with a quick double barrier from Scyther 12. Better try to line it up with the ultimate ability. Recovery drone popped already, both barriers down, and Weaves are on the back foot.
Yeah, I will say also, in addition to like maybe the dynamic being a little awkward, I do like Dubu specifically against Juliet and Estelle as the goalie. I think we'll be able to hold a lot longer. That gives Carmine a lot more time to just do a little comboing here with Weave. But really nice, oh man, such a good strike off that black hole. Is going to steal that barrier as well. We have a Scyther 12 losing their recovery drone here. Zaxmac and Carmine getting it out of Liari's grasp there. Scyther finally slain and through the recovery drone, which is completely taken off here. We have a little power play. The big finish comes out, but it looked like Liari kind of just struck it through. That might have been like a triple like pop strike situation here from Liari and Carmine, but either way, Bun Bun Bonanza is going to win out on that one. And we did see that, you know, they actually did end up slaying Scyther, so that could be their win con again. I mean, look at the Zaxmac not caring at all about people's life here.
Oh, but misses the bull rush, isn't able to connect on Scyther 12, who is going to get the stagger back. Although Zaxmac tried to use the energy burst to confirm at least the stagger, wasn't able to do it in time. Both barriers dropped once again as the big finish comes through. Liari trying to look for a flip into the primary, isn't able to get it. The log able to stop all of it, has so much protecting power as we have a little bit of a double play between Lilybun walking up and Liari trying to finish this off while Scyther 12 can recover. Looks like things stabilize a little bit, but it is still Bun Bun Bonanza who has the advantage with the barrier as they try to get some phenomenal passes over to the forward pair here, as we might get taken down as well. Big finish comes through, and there it is. And I'm not sure what to say. It just feels like they're always on the offensive, these this game and last game.
Yeah, doing a really good job of it too. Again, it's just like a lot of crossfire you end up taking. Like X kind of big, X kind of in there. Nice strike war win there from Scyther. I mean, Zaxmac's certainly going to be out of moves by that time in that power play. But yeah, it's just taking really good advantage of a lot of the crossfire. Like when Estella's just shooting, Estella's just trying to win the ball. She's kind of hitting everyone in her wake too. And with the help of Lilybun, just doing a little bit extra damage, keeping them from recovering. It's actually just really good strategy to get Wii on out of there. As they're going to try to focus on that maybe a little bit more as the big finish comes out here. Those Zaxmac, no problem, you know, keeping themselves together here with that barrier. Size Dubu pretty big. They did end up taking momentum boost though, not taking Pauldrons this time. Either way, I like both of them in this situation. Scyther trying to get it through. Zaxmac wins a strike war there. Might not have needed a strike war in that situation. Pop here, advantage for Bun Bun Bonanza. They do end up getting it around Wii once again though, but Carmine helping Zaxmac out as much as they needed to, which is going to keep this barrier alive. This is actually another thing I did see from this team was Carmine was really good at playing like a lot of midfield closer to their own goalie and kind of letting Wii solo a lot of situations until the cooldowns come up. It's just good strategy here from Wee's Little Bees, and we'll hope it'll work against Bun Bun in this game to bring it to game 3.
Yeah, and even though Carmine is hanging back a little bit more, it means it's a lot tougher for Wii to finish things off. We can see that both barriers are still up. Like, we are getting the ball up occasionally, but it doesn't feel like it's ever staying on Bun Bun's side for more than a couple seconds. There's a lot of great passing plays happening between Liari and Lilybun to try to find a spot to get it over to Scyther 12. Middle gets popped as Liari is looking low, but still has access to that recovery drone. Barrier finally falls. Let's see if Weeb can finish this off as the piercing shot comes through. Rose Warp to follow it up to regain possession here as a great clear from Zaxmac sends it over to Wii. But the possession just isn't staying with them. Big Fish comes through, gets bounced off the own Tofu Fortress, sends back into the net. And that's set number 1 going over to Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, you get booed right there. Unfortunate. But these things happen sometimes. You know, there are cast times on our moves, and it's going to be Lilybun. grabbing the first awakening here. Funny little team player showing up on the bottom side, but Monumentalist could be a thought. Okay, definitely either going for the team player. If Finny, has the momentum boots, can walk across the board a lot. If you get like Monumentalist on the opposing barriers, it's like kind of curtains some of the time, but instead going for the team player, which is going to make a little bit more consistency here. Nothing else is like too insane here. Kai gets a little bit faster, really good with aerials. That's kind of nice. And Estelle can sort of solo Red Ball for the most part. Actually, in overtime, that'll be a tough one for Weasel Beast to remember that Estelle has now got the power in overtime.
Yeah, and again, looking at these awakenings, we just see one team just benefiting so much more than the other. I mean, take a look at what Wee has. He had to take a Monu because he had absolutely no pick there. And that was one of the benefits of Lilybun going team player instead, because at the end of the day, if Zack Smack doesn't take a Creation Awakening, it means that it ends up with Wii at the end of the day, and I think that was a misplay on them. You leave up the bulk up so that your brawler can get something useful by the end of it between 1-2 punch, build different, or bulk up, but instead has to go in for literally no awakening here, right? We talk about a lot in this community of set 3x or set 4x, but it doesn't really matter if your X gets a genuinely unusable awakening, right?
Yeah, it definitely makes the situation a little bit more awkward and team-centric when it comes to choosing some of these awakenings here. But does have size. I'd say size X is definitely like a really big benefit. Nice piercing shot there from Liari combo with that Thorns. Really difficult to beat all those Estelle abilities at once, but yeah, I think size X is at least like better than the average awakening for like each character. But we haven't seen it come so much into advantage just yet. Bun Bun Bonanza has really just like got a lot of control here. I mean, you see Scyther kind of solo the bottom lane, soloed both of those barriers, has the flip, and Lilybun's not letting it get past midfield. Liari has the top side covered completely, and Bun Bun Bonanza is looking so good. And again, like you mentioned too, kind of winning out on the awakening drafts. I mean, they are winning the set, so that's in theory what is supposed to be happening, but it feels very obvious in some of these sets.
Yeah, I feel like every single kickoff, we see Bun Bun being able to take possession of the ball immediately, get it over to Weeb's side, and then from there, Scyther 12 is just locking it behind the barriers with the dash punch, getting it around, and then securing both barriers at the same time. Oh my goodness, a great pop from the middle, plus the big finish. A KO right after the recovery drone getting gone. And now there's Carmine with no recovery drone, as well as Wee, who was taken down completely here, as Lilybun tries to do a little bit of a forward play while Scyther 12 has to hang back. One of the benefits of the lane swap or the role swap from last season. But a great Giga Blast gets a KO, which ends up leading to both barriers being taken. We have the energy economy available for flip on both of these characters. A great Rose Warp to defend it down, but this might be the opportunity that we need to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, for sure. We could see that Liari and Lilybun are certainly content. They were, I think, content losing this point, keeping both of their flips for the next one. But they finally got their footing here, though, and they both end up spending the flips there, keeping the point alive as the power play does end. Scyther is back to try to make it happen. Carmine versus Lilybun on the top side, but we're going to pass it down to Zack Smack, not deal with that situation here, though. Okay, now moving up past midfield, sends out the soup, but can't seem to get much of that. And a nice clear to the top is going to completely nullify that. Old Scyther can't get their hands on the ball there, though. Liari is going to try to give it over to Scyther, but man, it just kind of gets out of hand for a second, and Wee is just walking the right way when he needs to. Gets it on the top side. And here we go. Wee's Little Bees could make it happen here, though. Lilybun and doing a really good job defending here, though. I don't know. It's gonna be tough. Bun Bun Bonanza feels like they have a lot of control here.
Yeah, finally, we see a kickoff where Wee's Little Bees gets both barriers immediately right after getting their first point of the game, it feels like. I'm not sure if they got anything on the first set there, but a good kickoff, and finally possession is being held for more than a couple seconds here as Carmine has the energy burst, is trying to get into a spot to either pass it over to Wee, using the flip to juggle a little bit, or using the dribble to juggle, using the barrage to dribble, and maintain possession of the core for a little bit longer, finally getting over the flip, scattering the line over there, and then getting the pass over to Wee, who used that X Maximus to put Lilybun in hit stun for as long as possible to make sure that shot went in.
Yeah, it was good work there. Nice combination there. Wee was just kind of waiting for Carmine to get it on through, and with a good use of those resources, does end up getting it. Scyther having to leave the play there just to heal. Lilybun cannot seem to get the strike on to the ball there, and is going to lose both of the barriers. We has Flip, going to spend it a little far, but oh man, waits out the misdirection there and is going to secure them a set, which is pretty big. Looking at the experience, I'm not sure if we gets there. Actually, we definitely does not get there. Carmine is going to be the one taking it here, and you know, kind of taking the brunt of the pressure. Carmine really is the one to just give the ball to a character who can't really move all that much. So Kai getting the Awakening here could possibly be the best situation for them. Stax showing up. Yeah, Stax, really good pick. Also had Super Surge to get their way through, and I think, again, all the pressure is going to kind of rely on Carmine for most of the set, as they're just like getting the ball away from a character that's not super good at pushing it forward, Dubu, and then giving it to somebody who's not really great at getting it X, getting around. So Kai is this like extra long link in the middle, I feel like.
And taking a look at what was picked up here, I'm really surprised that we went for Spark of Leadership in the end, when you had access to Spark of Agility, as well as Twin Drive or Super Surge. I feel like just taking the Super Surge there and going Superman X would have been a little bit more valuable than taking the one Spark, especially when another one is out of the pool. You only have access to Spark of Strength and Spark of CDR, whatever that one is. But almost a great attempt on getting rid of Carmine. We actually do end up getting the recovery drone out, and during that process, the core rolls in. Great shot by Liari, starting things off strong in this set.
I actually could write a thesis on what you just said there. I agree so hard with the Super Surge X. Like, that is almost like a win con in itself, bro. You just get to do things X can't do. It helps so much. I would have really liked to see the Super Surge showing up there. But we'll see. Maybe Spark of Leadership does something a little bit later. Scyther's going to clear the ball with that flip. Help of Lilybun and Liari. They're getting so close. Yeah, I think even right there, it might have been able to get it right through Lilybun. But no dice, as we're going to have a somersault into the soup. Going to block bottom lane completely, as Liari is going to try to bring it to the top side. Going to use that. Okay, nice win there from Wii. So obviously Liari was going to use that black hole to try to get through. Scyther sniffs out that Zaxxrack was going to move up, but doesn't end up getting the kill. Big finish on forward. Liari actually just strikes it through Carmine, who just can't get there in time. Minor miscalculation there from Carmine. Is going to get Bun Bonanza on into the second point here. Looking at another set. It's rough, man.
Yeah, but the last set did start off this exact way, and then all of a sudden, we managed to get 3 points in rapid succession. Probably like in under a minute, they managed to score 3 points in a row to claim that set. So if they can get something going here, whether it's a kill from Wii or just ball possession towards the other side a little bit more, we might end up seeing a quick reversal just like last set. But things are going so far pretty well for Bun Bonanza. Carmine looking low. Scyther 12 trying to hunt him down. Is really close to getting the energy burst and might try to go for a flip KO, but doesn't need to as the barrier drops and tries to go for the shot on net, with Liari following up on the piercing shot. Isn't able to connect it, but Carmine can't really participate in the play until orbs come up or gets a little bit of stagger back. Recovery drone pop, but Scyther 12 is completely fine with that as the play keeps moving on and we still have possession of the core.
Yep, overtime in 10 seconds though. We have Lilybun with team player, doesn't even need it. Gets it on through Zack Smack there. Juliet's so very good at making very powerful single plays. And sometimes that's all you need to defeat Dubu in one of these interactions. Now we get Scyther 12 to grab the first awakening here. A couple of interesting situations that you could get here with Fight or Flight. I mean, man, that awakening has been so good since its inception, and it will remain on top of the line here for the forwards. Scyther 12 certainly sees the use in there. Going to hold out here, trying to allow X to get something useful. A couple of denies, maybe. What are you going to take here? Lilybun, Stinger. Okay, there's a Spark. I mean, Spark of Leadership, Spark of Focus. That's some cooldown to the team. It's not a whole lot in general, 25% of that. But
and everyone's getting 7.
Yeah.
It's whatever. If we were going to take a Spark in the last set, it should have been a Spark of Agility, so you at least had the, like the 11% speed plus.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Plus the CDR. But the decision was made, and now we're in a spot where Bun Bonanza once again has some great set of awakenings here. Stinger coming through, the Fight or Flight for even more movement speed, which has become such a great awakening on brawlers especially, more so than the midfield used to abuse it way more. So I'm really happy with how that draft went if you're a Bun fan, and let's see if they can continue the momentum. That was a 3-0 for them last set. And they might be able to repeat it as Weed takes a little bit of a trip down to the side of the map, gets brought back from recovery drone, but is in that fake staggered mode as a good shot and pump fake with the punch comes through from Scyther 12, sends it between Carmine and Zaxmac, first point, and potentially 2 more to finish off this series.
Yeah, Bun Bun Bonanza is looking really good now. These Little Bees did actually manage to take one of the sets, but it is looking a little bit more bleak. Sends out the X Maximus, doing a little bit more damage to Lilybun, winning a Strike War is going to at least get them a barrier, as Carmine's going to try to put the ball back into Wee's hands. A flip from Liari is going to secure the top barrier. Scyther's going to do a little bit of dribbling with Carmine here, just doing the dance of death, as we do in this game, constantly dribbling through the midfields. Liari gonna have a tough time getting it through both of these players. Lilybun maybe moving up to make it happen, but no, okay, not even using the flip. Actually gets the team player. That was really nice to get the team player speed to get it right on through Wee, and it's just the Soup holding the bottom side. Wee has flip. We'll see if they use it efficiently. Gets really close to the goal. Yeah, that's gonna be good enough to get just the bull rush and keeps that energy economy, which will could possibly result in the double barrier next point.
Yeah, the Bull Rush maintaining its hitbox, even though we got stunned through the piercing shot, just forcing his way through, just very, very characteristic of X as a player. As they finally get possession, try to get it over, unable to get the barrier. I thought that was a great opportunity for them to try to make some progress onto the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. They do manage to get, for their trouble, the recovery drone out of Lilybun, and at the same time, Flip is gone and one barrier traded away. Things are looking pretty decent here for Weez if they can manage to get some more progress onto Lilybun. You can see Wee is just trying to put the pressure on, unable to connect that final bull rush. Would have definitely taken it away as Carmine denies the health orb on the bottom, tries to push it through. The triple take isn't fast enough, ends up on the wrong side, and with the help of Wee's Little Bees converging onto there, managed to get a lead in a set, which is, I think, the first time I could say that sentence this entire game.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see how long that they can hold it, though. I really like the way they were playing it. Carmine does have flip, too, is going to approach on the top side, but it's going to get passed away with that team player, making the plays happen so much faster. 15% faster, in fact. As the ball is going to roll onto the top side here in the hands of Carmine. Going to flip through Liari, but completely foiled by the triple take. Scyther can't get it through Zaxmac. Nice strike reaction there. Tries to get the piercing shot read on the top side, but can't get it. Scyther against Zaxmac ends up winning out against the Dubu here. Liari has their flip, but no one really in position. In fact, so out of position that time that Wee is going to find a bull rush X Maximus strike to grab that kill. And now we have a power play here for these Little Bees, man. Can you get some of these barriers? They are kind of holding. Scyther 12 gets their hands on the ball. We can't find the strike to get it through. Waits so very patiently and finds it, but does get triple taken out this time. And now the power play has reversed.
Yeah, the 3v2 for Bun Bun Bonanza instead as Liari Rose warps over the middle, tries to get into a spot to get it over to Scyther 12. Piercing shot comes through, damage being lined up. Abilities not enough to get it through as Zaxmac with the log finally forces it out. Carmine is looking low though, has to retreat back. Possession is still on the side of on Bun Bun Bonanza. Overtime with the 1-2 punch. You talked about it when we picked it up. When Liari got that, the red core coming through in the overtime with the 1-2 punch, gets it right over to Scyther 12, and the core was just moving too fast and weren't able to really save it at all, even as the Dubu.
Oh, really love that flip angle, actually. Grabs the barrier and gives the ball directly to Liari. That was really nice. And man, the triple take combination with a lot of damage coming from Liari is going to slay B, and everyone's getting really close to the goal. Liari's like 2 strikes off. Lilybun's going to get on in with a big finish. Flip. Okay, reverse flip from Zach. Gets the Soup. Best situation here for Wee's Little Bees. Possibly even better. Oh, Carmine gets foiled by the triple take, but actually gets the Giga Blast to find a kill on to Lilybun. Liari defending with their life, has the flip, spends it, can't find it in this midsection there though, although Carmine gets that with Wee, and now the power play is over, both barriers are down, overtime 20 seconds away, so Wee's Little Bees has a little bit more time as the nastiness is certainly on Bun Bun Bonanza for overtime.
Yeah, and tried to pop the middle here to get more possession in general. A great piercing shot denies Carmine from moving through. The barrage manages to get completely stopped there, surprisingly enough. Unable to get the KO onto Carmine as the shot comes through. Piercing shot steals the core away from Zaxmac, securing game number 2. That is a 2-0 for Bun Bun Bonanza over Wee's Little Bees.
She stole it. She stole the ball right out of Dubu's hands with that shot. Deadeye sniping going on right there. Liari, really great aim there to end that game. End that game with a little bit of flair. That's just the Estelle specialty, right? Max range shot. and it's gonna work out perfectly. Bun Bun Bonanza, yeah, what a nice game from them. I felt like they felt very comfortable in basically every situation. You know, there were some plays that we had control there with like the X Maximus and the Bull Rush to get it on through even Liari and Lilybun in some situations, but it just didn't come up often enough, and it maybe would have if Super Surge was on the table. You know, you really get around more, you really just do damage farther. You know, I think that would have been such a good, like, I couldn't agree with you more on that. That is crazy how much I agree with that.
Well, now we're going into the next series. I need to confirm if Saya let me know if we're going to a break at all. But the next match, actually, I'm not sure who's coming up next. Envy, do you know who the next matchup is for us this week?
I think it's Showtime and PPL, if I'm not mistaken, and things haven't gotten completely out of whack. Smile.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that should be an exciting match between Showtime PPL coming through. We have PPL making their return into the nasl scene after a very long time, has been dominating nasl for quite some time. And Maloom's first appearance in nasl in general on a starting roster. So it should be exciting for that. Showtime have a little bit of making up to do to get some trust back into their name after losing last week to Bun Bun Bonanza, who have now just shown us another spectacular performance today. Bun Bun stocks are going up as well. So I think Gumi said it on the post show, but we say it every single season, but this is looking like it is one of the closest seasons in terms of the strengths between all the characters.
I do agree. I think this nasl is definitely just close range as far as the skill gaps have really gotten. And but don't go away. We are certainly going to be going to a break as all the players are going to get locked and loaded in here. Showtime versus PPL coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Season 6, Week 3. We are getting into another mega banger right now. Some people might have just joined just to be here for this match. Showtime versus PPL. This is actually going to be a little bit crazy here, Mystic. What do you think that we'll be seeing in this match? Because both of these teams have shown that they actually just have the sauce.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this a little bit before behind scenes, and I mean, I still think Showtime, even with their loss to Bun Bun, is probably the best team in the current format of the league, with all the role swaps and everything happening. But the patch has definitely taken a hit to their playstyle. Right, their playstyle was way more effective on the previous patch of melee goalie plus Xianzhu on either now or a character similar to that. But let's see. Oh my goodness. I did not see what the characters being drafted were. Is this what Barcode's pick is? We're going for the era being locked in on Inky's Splashdown. Oh my goodness. You know, this is a rare occurrence. I've never seen Barcode off of a melee goalie besides Kai like 2 years ago. So
Yeah, that's a surprise to me as well, to see the Aragoli even show up in general. I know that she got, a little bit of a buff, then, retracted slightly, but she's actually like a pretty solid pick here in the goal zone, and we'll be seeing it right now. Everyone on Among Titans for the start. No one even opting to get hot shot at all. We all are looking for that 12% speed, and it'll probably make a lot of difference here when it comes to getting this one giant barrier. Average Alex nicely there to defend for Maloom. Okay, Xianzhu gets it on down to the Joker, but a nice barrage as well, but can't get the angle to get it on out of there. And this is the big thing about this map, though. Your barrier goes down, and then you got this thing coming at you, and there's just so much pressure, but Maloom does end up surviving it, though. The Joker actually going to bring the ball back there with the Death's Touch. We can't seem to land it right now. Nice pre-evade there from Barcode. I like the idea. Fiery finds themselves staggered here. Could get a kill if they want. They're not going to use the resources just yet, as we're going to keep defending this goal, although Fiery gets it in with the dashing strike. Finally gets that projectile in there, spends the Oni's blade. Here comes the cannon. Average Alex can't get it on through, but snipes everyone. And Xianzhu there to help. And this is just like some of the great synergy that we can see from PPL starting off already on this first game.
And everyone is so close to energy bursts. Both cannons down. Showtime is going to be really close to the second one if they can manage to stall it out long enough. 2 energy bursts available. Joker going for the shot at the top. Isn't able to connect it. Xianzhu looking for a pass down to Joker. The Maelstrom comes through, isn't able to connect with anything. Cannon's up in about 5 seconds, and it is going back and forth, just trying to see who's going to use. Oh, there's the cannon. Let's see if Joker can get a set up here, but a great shot gets it through from PPL below the cannon to prevent the cannon play from happening. And now we have 2 energy bursts available for the forward combo of Fiery and Average Alex. One goes through, same with the Zentaro passive, but let's see if the other one follows up. A great use of the energy burst to dodge the Maelstrom, but it isn't able to connect with it. This might be the longest Inky's point I've ever seen. We are in overtime. Cannons have come through multiple times. This is round 2 over for PPL, but it ends up getting Xianzhu pulled in, gets the KO, and then Average Alex plus Fiery finishing it off for first point going over to PPL of this set.
That was a lot. That was a lot for the first point. We already see level 3s showing up here. And that was pretty crazy, keeping themselves alive. But Joker finds a really great pendulum swing to grab that first barrier pretty early here, though. Incoming cannon. All right, gets it on through, but Average Alex having no problem hitting that one away into the hands of Joker, though, versus Maloom, but gets that Giga Blast to negate any of that pressure. Not trying to deal with the strict 1v1 there against Rasmus, understandably. Okay, almost gets a kill onto Average Alex with that pendulum swing. Tries to get it through with the whiplash. Can't get it, though. Also, the Maelstrom a little bit off, too. Showtime kind of crumbling there for just a moment. I felt like they had a lot of pressure, but now it's just Joker against Maloom. Average Alex helping on the backside there. They do have the water cannon. Yeah, Barrage makes sure that we can't lose any of those situations. Going to be nullified one more time. Barcode now has Flip and is probably going to use it to save here. Okay, nice weight on the piercing shot. Nice angle from Joker. Kind of like a no mix-up there. Had access to a couple different angles, but that was a good one. That was a good one. Point over to Showtime.
Yeah, Barcode with a really good patience there on the flip to wait out the piercing shot. I feel like a lot of other goalies will just panic strike that and then end up getting scored on. Average Alex had a phenomenal timing on that piercing shot too. But barrier being dropped already. Joker's looking low, isn't able to get the health pack. Has to wait for either Xianzu to heal him or just kind of hang out in the middle. But there's a lot of damage coming through from PPL. This is an Among Us start, surprisingly, so there's no extra damage. It's just the composition of these three characters that are applying so much pressure, right? Estelle does so much damage to both the core, tends to do damage to people and the core at the same time, right? Like we use our abilities to push the core forward while also dealing damage to other people, and then at the same time Fiery is just going through everyone, using primary on people, secondary on people, but they're surviving long enough. The cannon hasn't been able to push it through, but Barcode with a great save. Fiery is taking a little bit of a stroll as he has to use the energy bridge. Xianzu can get KO'd off the side, ends up going down. Maloom has the barrage, sets it up, and it ends up sliding through with the help of Average Alex.
Nice one there from PPL. I saw that Joker is waiting, trying to snipe as hard as they could to get that core with that pendulum swing, but a couple of extra hits there is going to make it really difficult. PPL looking good right now. Got 2 points in this first set. I'd really be happy to grab the first awakening there, though, but it's going to be tough to get past Xianzu in this spot, although Fiery taking on that challenge for just a moment there. Maloom going to go grab that ball. Xianzu trying to get its Joker as fast as they can. Average Alex was actually a pretty nice clear there, though. A little bit of a scare, possibly for Maloom, but they knew what they were doing there. Probably going to have to use this flip. Actually doesn't. Okay, Xianzu ended up backing off. The pressure kind of relieved there from Maloom for just a moment. Average Alex and Fire trying to get it through one more time. Flip from Barcode to just give it over to Xianzu. Okay, keeps that barrier. That was a little bit scary. Continues to keep that barrier. Barcode locked in right now. Oh my god, Xianzu winning a strike war situation to keep that barrier again. But Pendulum Swing's going to strike Average Alex and Maloom at the same time. And that's going to be a big water cannon here for Showtime. Let's see what they do with it.
Oh, but Average Alex seeing what Joker wanted to get done in that situation and walked up to strike it out. A great set of patience from both Xianzu and Barcode. Managed to clear through all the Estelle abilities there as Fire is looking low. Ends up burning an elusive, but still manages to stay alive as Xianzu trying to walk up forward to get the interception there from Joker's rebound. But unable to finish it off. Fiery is still alive, and there's a lot of possession just on PPL's side, but finally a KO on the corner that is live once the barrier goes down because of the fire cannon. Bloom unable to get it fast enough. The barrage goes back into the net instead of the corner there, unfortunately.
Incredible evade there from Joker, by the way, all in that corner. Had the Oni's blade on him, but got to save the ball in that corner, got the evade to survive that situation, and that was really nice. Going to benefit as such, grabbing that point. Xianzu against Average Alex here with not many cooldowns going on. Fiery takes hand of the ball. Everyone's a little bit slow to grab it here, though, but okay, Barcode giving it on over to Joker once again. Xianzu going to keep this top side completely clean, although Average Alex does get a nice peel there, though, to get the ball away. The barrage is going to beat the pendulum swing there once it's activated for sure. Xianzu blocking the bottom clear. Maloom wise to that situation, though, although they get the drone. Nice clear again over to Average Alex. Maloom looking locked in right now, although the barrier does end up going down, and man, point instantly taken from that lingering pendulum swing, red balling that one right to Joker, and it's going to be Showtime taking it. Joker, first awakening.
I'm not really sure what Fiery was going for that play, or what the intention there was. Maybe he was trying to just pass it over to Average Alex, but Average Alex wasn't aware that he was going to hit it into the pendulum there. But either way, that play ends up leading to Showtime getting this first set, which is, let's see if it ends up making a difference here. It is going to be Average Alex who gets the team player on these open maps. It ends up adding so much value. Prime time over to now. We have Size going over to Rasmus, and Rasmus is one of those amazing scalers with Size, right? It skills his pendulum swing amazingly, the secondary on that on the swing, and then at the same time just the character's model going up. But other than that, nothing too amazing. We do see Maloom getting the barrage extended there and the Giga thanks to the missile prop, so might end up making some plays from further back, which is a nice thing. We're already seeing the Giga come through, unable to connect there, but the Showtime, I feel like, has the advantage here in terms of what they picked up. But oh my goodness, a synchronized beam plus secondary from the forward pair of PPL, unable to break the barrier. But honestly, it's been a really close game either way.
It has, definitely, for sure. That last set was not a blowout under any circumstance. Easily 0.5. Clutched it there from Showtime, but the game is going to continue here with the water cannon. Gets sent on into it, though. Barcode, no one there to pressure him. Not going to be too hard to block that one away. Although, Fiery sticking in the fray there, getting a strike onto Barcode. No cooldowns left is going to be just enough to sink that one. Good positioning there from Fiery to not bail when the situation looked a little dire. Completely triangulated by all 3 teammates, or enemies.
Yeah, Barco just not having a strike up in that situation, send it back down to Fiery, but it wasn't able to get through him, and Fiery was able to just send it right back. But almost close enough to get KO'd on the side. Fiery hanging really close to the edge there, but used that energy burst to break through, get the barrier. Cannon is available for them. Maloom trying to walk back and get it. They use the barrage to force it through, finally back on the other side as Maloom runs forward, eject buttons back. The pressure is on, but energy economy is in the favor of Showtime. Let's see if they can get it. Pendulum swing play plus the death touch leads to a barrier being dropped thanks to Joker. Showtime uses the cannon, tries to send it down, unable, unfortunate cannon usage there. Doesn't really accomplish much as Fiery just spamming abilities on Zintaro, unable to connect with Barcode, who has a phenomenal timing there on the energy burst. Ooh, I thought there was going to be a little bit of a demonic angle and Showtime were going to get got in that situation there, but no, the play moves on. The death touch pulls one through. Fiery being taken down, 3v2 play being set up. Can they finish this off, Envy?
Gonna be close here though. Maloom does have situation, but man, Xianzhu was just close enough to get that drone. No added size to that either, so Xianzhu got up there when they needed it to among Titans, man. Plus, yeah, Magnetized Souls might have gotten in there as well. Just a lot of extra speed is really great to get your midfield across the board, especially when the goalie has only one clear angle in that spot. That's going to be a nice point there. Although we do continue once again. Fiery getting on in there with that Oni Blade, but foiled a little bit there from Xianzhu's pressure. Back in the hands of Fiery. Average Alex on the top side to defend, barraging just in case Xianzhu walks up, so that's understandable. Barcode keeping it onto the top side. Okay, actually counters the piercing shot with the Bewitching Beam. Fiery right on top of Barcode, wins a strike war pressure situation there. All right, Maloom not trying to lose this barrier. Going to flip right into the face of Joker, who's going to be cleaned up with Average Alex getting that piercing shot. Now, that was a team collab if I ever saw one.
Yeah, I mean, a great placement there from Average Alex, catching where Barcode was going to strike it, not by predicting him to strike it up and not down to cover the Estelle Cross. But a good start from Showtime, already gets the barrier as Joker pops off with the pendulum swing. But these cannons haven't been getting any value for Showtime, I feel like. Now the other one drops through. Maloom walks back. Their cannon's going to be up. But can Joker 1v1? No, he gets the win for the strike war, but the placement of the strike wasn't good enough there. Should have been a point going over to Showtime, but that one mistake ends up turning it around and set over to PPL.
Yeah, wow, that was kind of incredible there. Really good team play. Basically, that whole set from PPL is going to certainly secure them this one, allowing Average Alex to grab the first awakening here. A couple of good choices here. Hot Shot would be probably the best thing here. Explosive is also fine. Yeah, okay, goes for the explosive, which is totally fair. Monumentalist now, though, is something to keep in mind, but they were not going to spend resources on denying that one, which allows Joker to get a little bit more core speed, leaving Era with not all that much. I guess Adrenaline Rush might be all right to get some more of those Bewitching Beams on out there. And I would say for sure, not really for sure, but it kind of feels like Showtime got the better there. I mean, Hotshot Mon is really good in this situation. We'll see if Average Alex can make this explosive entrance worth their while.
Yeah, and a great Maelstrom comes through to help secure that first barrier already. And let's see if Joker, with that pendulum swing paired with the hot shot, is going to be able to have a lot more pushing power onto the net, being able to hit stun the core and or hit stun the enemy plus the core at the same time. As a great KO, although Fiery trades it back with the barrier, is low, might get taken out completely, but it is a 1v2 situation here for Joker. Oh, most likely should have passed down to Xianzhu there, but goes for the shot, isn't able to connect. Bloom with the great strikes is walking up forward to make sure the possession is kept. Fiery is keeping the pressure on over there, almost gets taken down in the corner as Xianzhu with the Manu doing the damage over. Oh my goodness, the ultimate comes out. Fiery dodges, only has one energy bar left. Can he survive long enough? Gets the orb. It's gonna walk towards the second one. Is denied the second one, and there it is. The Manu plus the primary combo from Xianzhu takes it out, and the strike placement gets it through. Joker making it up for the missed shot from the last set.
Dang, clutch one there for Joker to actually steal the ball right out of Average Alex's hand, kind of like what you might do with a little kitten and a toy. Really good work there. Also grabbing a flip of their own and going to spend it right here. Everyone's on the front line. Triple goalie. Tough spot to get it on through, but still a good attempt nonetheless. As they're still going to keep pressure. Going to keep pressure on the opposing side here, though. The Okay, the Oni Blade comes out. And oh my god, Joker actually
I think
finds
that
this
was the Oni Blade.
crazy. Yeah, that was like such a nutty threading the needle there for the Joker, which is going to basically secure them that whole point. Shanzu getting credit for hitting it on that last shot there, though. Man, it feels like Showtime is maybe locked in right now. Joker feeling the hot shot. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's been popping off, even though the hot shot doesn't even feel like it's getting that much value in this set. Joker just really stepping it up, and everyone else, like, we see the ad rush doesn't normally, like, when you think about ad rush on characters, you're like, oh, well, they're not getting kills, it doesn't really matter. Era has such low cooldowns that getting 1 second off of your abilities is actually a pretty big deal, right? Like, it's like more than like 10% cooldown on just the primary, and then on top of that, Era has like one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the entire game. So 1 second off all your abilities makes quite a bit of difference as the brawling comes through. Can they get the KO? Fiery having to use the flip just to keep the possession alive, trying to get sent down into the bottom corner, but isn't able to do it. But Fiery actually finishes off Shianzu. Wasn't expecting that at all. Barco trying to walk up. Let's see if they can make a play here while Shianzu's gone. You usually have to play a little bit more aggressive in some of these situations if you want to keep possession of the ball in a man down situation, and they do it for long enough. Not able to get a KO. I feel like Rasmus last patch gets a KO somehow.
You certainly might. And as stuff there, Crystal Thorns from Average Alex is going to defeat Barcode in that situation. On the overtime, made things just even a little bit harder to get into this next point here. 2 points for Showtime in this set, looking to grab an advantage in this game so far. Gets Noni's Blade here with the slashing strike. Is not going to get it on through. A flip here from the Joker kind of far, but finds the perfect angle, the tip of that barrier. It is an incredibly large barrier, very difficult to defend. Finds that perfect angle. A lot of collaboration there from PPL, but man, Barcode and Shianzu are holding it down right here. Gets the up clear. Joker still there to help that situation against Maloom. Okay, doesn't completely cover the wall there. Trying to stay safe. Shianzu is going to try to keep this ball here away from Average Alex. Another clear nicely over to Joker, who has complete possession here, though, and the extra speed from that hot shot might have been just enough to get it on in there, and that's what I call value, ladies and gentlemen.
I think that was a hot shot diff. You are right there, Envy. Just not being able to catch it by the smallest second there from Maloom. And Joker, once again, in the first pick here, most likely going to take that fight or flight. I'm not sure if he's going to offer either Heavy Impact or Super Surge instead, but go for the guaranteed movement speed on something like fight or flight here. Super Surge being denied over. I'm actually surprised to take the Super Surge there, because most likely it wasn't going to go to... I mean, maybe the Era takes it, or the Now takes it, but... I guess there wasn't really much else to take there. I probably would have just taken the Deadeye there for Maloom and try to aim for the missile prop Deadeye KOs if possible. But overall, doesn't look like either team got anything amazing. I think Joker's walking out with the best here with that fight or flight. And I will say Barcode getting the heavy impact does add that CDR onto the primary, which means even more cooldowns coming through for that Bewitching Beam.
Yeah, nice combination there. Certainly going to give him more primaries, although seems to have walked into the water cannon, which is lethal. Lethal. You cannot be walking into the water cannon. Maybe I actually wasn't watching them. Maybe they have evaded and it just ran out. But either way, going to get sent into orbit right there through the water cannon. It's not really the way you want to start this set. Into the hands of Joker, trying to get it on through to Maloom. Sets up the Maelstrom, but gets kind of foiled there from the Oni's Blade. Also denied from the slashing strike, doing a whole lot of damage to Fiery now, though. We do see a Giga Blast sending Joker on off the map. Really helpful to have that missile prop, too. All right, another secondary here from Barcode is going to keep everyone kind of in the game right now. Fiery approaching here with this flip, might end up using it when completely surrounded, does end up using it. Trying not to get KO'd or anything. Joker almost makes it through with that pendulum swing. Really close situation. A lot of energy also showing up for Showtime. They can probably position themselves nicely here, although flipped all the way here, maybe just trying to deal damage to Fiery, and man, they are knocking this dude around.
Yeah, and a great shot placement there from Shianzu. Was baiting out the pass down to Joker, but oh my goodness, the pendulum swing. Sorry, that's such. Oh my, please don't score. Okay, that scared me for a second. What is happening this game? Why is Shianzu dead?
What?
I mean, that was a series of plays. What did I just witness?
Did he get hit into it? Maybe he was like standing too close. I can't. I don't have 6 eyes. I'm sorry, I don't have 6 eyes. That was crazy.
Every 2 seconds, there was something else happening that took my attention off from what I was about to say there. Getting back into the play of things. But this is PPL with the lead right now. Joker trying to go for the pendulum swing to get the KO onto Average Alex. Isn't able to find it, but the Death Touch pulls it through. Beautiful shot placement there. or ability usage gets it from the clutches of Maloom, and now being sent down into the cannon, isn't able to get it completely out. But damage onto Fiery might end up adding up and making a difference here. Denied the health orb, damage comes through between the Monu and the pendulum swing, paired with the, oh my god, that, you know what, that is a bulk up, heavy impact, add rush, barcode.
Oh my goodness. Barcode kind of soloing the last few seconds of that point, getting a kill, getting adrenaline rush, getting cooldowns, and the Maelstrom sometimes is nearly unstoppable when it is just stapled to the ball like that. Really good plays there from Barcode. 2 points for PPL, 1 for Showtime in this current set. Joker getting that Whiplash, try to get a little bit of speed, but cannot even get close to catching up to Maloon, who does actually end up sending it. Using the defense there from Average Alex, Barcode can't get another strike onto the ball. The Oni's Blade is going to be good enough to keep this one. Evades coming out here from Fiery, a lot of damage being put onto them. A flip here from Xianzhu down onto the bottom side, onto Joker, who does actually find another really good angle to get it on through. Fiery stunned, everyone stunned. Pendulum swing comes out, and that was kind of a hectic point there right at the end. Joker is exactly where he needed to be for that one, and they're looking at match point.
Yeah, and that was actually a really good primary from Xianzhu. Only reason why the core got into a spot where the pendulum swing hit everyone there and the core at the same time. So phenomenal play from everyone on a Showtime squad there. Barrier does fall, harder for Era to keep things up against a Zentaro, but you have the benefit of the Bewitching Beam and the Maelstrom to supply or to apply extra pressure on the offensive side, and then the speed boost on that secondary ends up doing so much. Oh, but a great clear down on the bottom. Average Alex unable to connect with the Piercing Thorns, or sorry, the Crystal Thorns there, as Joker trying to find something, unable to find it just yet. Xianzhu comes through, applies some healing, goes through with the Monu, goes to set up the shot, flip forced out of Average Alex, but the play is still up as the primary is set for Xianzhu. I mean, everything is just trying to get into a spot where Joker can utilize that pendulum swing, but no, another set going over to PPL.
Very average Rose Warp there from Alex, completely stuffing and getting that last point in this set. Nice work there. Actually working on another awakening here for Average Alex, getting the experience that they need for this game. What's it going to be? Could it be aerials? Are they looking for as much movement as physically possible? I have no idea. What's it going to be? I mean, aerials extra special, both really good here, though. Size does falling. Size does end up falling. You know, talking is actually quite difficult. Sentences just do not happen when you're commentating, when you're casting at the speed of light. But yeah, Size on over to Joker. It's just make him even more of a threat than before. Wider Whiplash and everything. We do see a Spark end up showing up for Fiery. I mean, I thought they were going to get completely denied at the point where we saw Spark of Leadership go onto Xianzhu, who did actually also grab a Spark of their own. Really interesting draft here, though. That was pretty good for both teams, I'd say.
Yeah, everyone kind of getting something that they want here. Barcode being able to utilize the extra special Maelstrom, and then paired with that Ad Rush is going to have Maelstroms like every 10 seconds or so. It's going to be really powerful for both defense and offense there, and then paired with an additional Size Awakening for Joker. That's double-sized Rasmus. You end up being able to pendulum swing from so far away and just apply that pressure paired with the hot shot. Like, he's going to be most likely breaking these barriers a lot more efficiently. But first, we got to get the ball towards the enemy side. Not able to get in Maloon with a phenomenal save there. And the pressure of PPL has finally pushed through. And there it is, the secondary. The rush comes from Zentaro. Even though Fiery had almost no HP, it did not matter. And it was the rush that stunned them, but Maloon was the one who scored the shot.
Yeah, still good. Still good eject button Kai with a Dash Awakening or two. Gets so far in there. Xianzhu, big flip, gets possession of the ball and slays Fiery in the combination there. Joker with the pendulum swing is going to take that final barrier. Xianzhu on the bottom side versus Maloon here, but the barrage is going to get it on through. Okay, almost gets a kill onto Xianzhu. Average Alex might have been able to make it work with that flip. All right, a little bit of a monotony here with this game on this point, although we do find a kill onto Maloon, which is kind of a little crazy that Maloon is on out and going to keep the ball as close to the Maelstrom as possible with that mix-up. That was actually really nice there from the Joker. Make sure that is going to be as hard as possible to block that one. And Maloon, not too happy about that one getting killed. Was it the pendulum swing that killed him?
Yeah,
Certainly,
it was a little bit of a 1v1 over there with the Joker on the top side, and then Maloon got taken out from the pendulum swing. The extra damage coming through from the build different does add up. But a good patience on Average Alex there. Just chose to hold his flip from the previous set. Unfortunately, did not lead to much. Fiery is going to most likely get taken out again. It's just looking really low. Has to play in the middle of the map. Joker unable to connect there on the pendulum swing. Strike Wars coming through. They maintain possession for a little bit. The rush from Zentaro. Zentaro having no secondary extension is showing it's showing how much he can utilize that awakening, and especially when not having it here. But the barrier ends up falling. Malumu running up. Kai secondary doesn't eject bat. Is just playing as far forward as possible. Fiery coming through. Cannon pop. And Average Alex make the play here to get the ball forward. I mean, it is going back and forth. And oh my goodness, I thought I was going to break the barrier there, Envy, but the play is still on.
It was close. That was pixels away. A flip coming out from the Joker, close as possible. We might want to see a red team member actually flip that one. Big cannon coming out. Maloon kind of has full possession there, though, can hold the ball through that cannon. Average Alex spending the ult to try to get it on through the Joker one more time. Fiery gets their hands on the ball for just a second, but completely staggered and basically out of the play. A flip coming from Maloon, too much pressure. A pass coming out from Joker, possibly hitting every button on their keyboard at the same time, trying to get this ball through, and it works. Every button. You see that, folks? Every button combination on your keyboard does get the ball right on in there. Showtime, 1 point away from taking this first game.
Yeah, I think Average Alex misjudged how fast the dribble is going to go. He tried to dribble it to himself and then force it through with a piercing shot, but ended up just having it slide right past him, and then Joker was able to utilize that timing to his advantage and score there. This is potentially game point if Joker and Xianzu plus Barcode can finish this off. Barrier already falling through. Manyu comes through, a flip following up. The cannon is going to come right after. Here comes the Maelstrom pushing things forward. That's 1 KO. No energy available on Average Alex. Maloom trying to do his best. Uses the Giga Blast, unable to connect there. And now it's going to be a really tough situation as they got to defend 3v2 on this power play. Pendulum swing, hot shot. Manyu to finish it all off.
I mean, that was a really over-surmounting amount of pressure there from Showtime, placing that one on Maloom. Sometimes you literally just run out of moves. The power plays are difficult, and really good teamwork coming out from Showtime to find those kills as consistently as they were. I mean, Fiery, main kill target for them. Zentaro, low health pool in general, so, like, well played there from Showtime. I mean, that was, as I predicted, yeah, big surprise. This is going to be a relatively action-packed whole series between Showtime and PPL. Even the maps, right? Like, Inkies is just nothing but stuff. Like, things are happening. You can be so aware of what's going on. And even in the next map, it's going to be Taiko Temple. It's just really close quarters. I mean, the drums are everywhere. I mean, people are just standing on the edge the whole time. You got to work with your evades as much as you can. So it's going to be another banger coming up in just a few seconds.
Yeah, as characters get prepped for the character select of Game 2, we'll find out what the awakenings are going to be, but Taiko Temple is a really fun map. I'm actually, I wasn't following along to see who picked what, but Taiko Temple tends to favor the creation characters a little bit more. Stuff like the Juno, the Amy, you see a little bit more value, even the Rune come out quite a bit. So I'm not sure. I know Average Alex is a Rune enjoyer. We might see either that or the Amy come out for them, but I don't see why Showtime would really change anything about their competition. I'm surprised at the era, right? We're seeing the first time era here for Barcode, taking a character that isn't a melee goalie, and now utilizing it. Already has a win on it with the first game that it's been showcased on. So might end up picking that again, and now we have that threat, right? Usually you tend to ban away Barcode's Atlas or whatever you're feeling on the day, but now we have one more character added to the roster that he can utilize if they choose to. But most likely won't see it on Taiko Temple. It tends to be a map that still favors melee goalies even now, with them being weaker on the patch.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with basically all that. I mean, adding Era to your list of goalies is actually pretty nice, and it's interesting, right? Because before her change, I mean, who was really playing Era at all? It's almost as if, like, maybe your skill with Era, your precision has just kind of like fallen out of favor. But boom, she's back, and so is everybody else. She shows up, and everyone's like, "Yo, my Era is lit." And Barcode not picking a melee goalie and just smacking that Era down on Inkies. I mean, it worked out so well. Like, all these well placed Maelstroms got so many goals, so many barriers, kills. Yep. Indeed. You see 2 kills there and a little bit of damage there, 20k damage too. It's like, so, I mean, Barcode is pretty much clocked in for work there as we are finally getting on into this next map onto Taiko. We see the Spark of Focus showing up with Super Surge. Could possibly be an explosive game here with Super Surge. Lots of damage. I mean, 30%. 30% is kind of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of that. What was the first game that we casted with the Zentaro instead taking the Deadeye, but already had a Dash Awakening? Yeah. That's kind of like Super Surge at that point, you know? But
It is. That is Super Surge.
already seeing what is going to go or what is being banned here. PPL taking away the Asher from this map could have been utilized by both Joker or Barcode. Showtime not allowing the Finny through. Finny has been a popular pick. We saw how well Bun Bun utilized it both games that they won on earlier today. I think it's one of the strongest characters on the patch right now. And then Mako being taken up. So no error this time around. Like I said, I feel pretty strong that the melee goalies are just, even post nerf, are the best goalies to take on this map. These corner pressures that you tend to have with a lot of stuffing power or creations are just almost impossible for any other type of goalie to clear it out with as much effectiveness. And because the map is so small, the melee goalies can still participate a little bit more on the offense, right? You don't have to walk across a giant map like Oni or Aten to be able to affect the play. So instead, we're seeing melee goalies on both sides. It's going to be a Showtime taking... I actually had it incorrect. It was Mako going over to PPL, and then Showtime is going to be taking the Atlas paired with Julie on the Joker. And that last pick on the midfield can really be anyone. I think the midfield pool is so varied at this moment. You'll probably either see now Amy, Varun, Juno, of those four. Yeah.
So, Dubu forward thoughts. I feel like it's going to be a Dubu forward here. I'm not going to lie, dude. I don't think that we're picking Mako forward.
Well, I don't know how aware you are, but Fiery is a Mako forward enjoyer. Connoisseur, if I had to say. This guy has more Mako forward games than I think the collective top 1,000 people do for that role. So let's see if he ends up locking it through. It ends up doing a lot of damage, so might end up going the Super Surge to then get that drum and bass to do even more. 30% more damage is a lot. You said it earlier.
Think about Dubu secondary with Super Surge on this map. You would die every time, man.
Pauldron Super Surge, Dubu explodes anyone.
Oh my god, that's 1 million player gaming knockback and 6 core knockback, because it doesn't really move the core, kind of stuns it. But either way, we are going to get into this game in just a moment here, though. Now also being picked, kind of a fan favorite now these days, right? Like, now feels like such a powerful midfielder on every map. Even after I feel like she keeps getting nerfs here and there, not huge nerfs, but still they're chipping away at this marble.
Oh man, Maloom locked in the Mako. I'm upset.
I freaking knew it. Wait.
Yeah, but we
hold on a second. I was
wrong.
still wrong. Shoot, guys. I was wrong still somehow. Roll swap. Kind of. I mean, on this map, you can kind of play midfield and brawl at the same time. Everything's just so close together, especially with the drums. You have extra range just for no reason, because the drums are giving you super team player, super overtime at any point. And we see one team is a Super Surge enjoyer, and the other team is simply a Spark of Focus enjoying team. So now we will see which Awakening truly is stronger in general, and this is exactly the match that we're looking to do it. And like we just mentioned a second ago, this Dubu Super Surge could be extremely powerful.
Yeah, but one of the downsides of taking these starting Awakenings is, oh my goodness, we're already seeing the Super Surge value come through, and both barriers drop. The Great Special Strikes follows up. But one of the issues with this lineup is, if your first pick on a winning set as... great first point for PBL. But if you're first pick on a winning set for PBL here, and a Spark shows up, you have to deny it. You just can't not deny it, unfortunately. And then lead someone to already get 2 Sparks after an early round. So that's one of the things that is really unfortunate. And then, of course, if the Showtime wins, they just get a Spark, right? They just get a second Spark for free on any character that they want. So one of the big downsides of doing the draft this way, I was really hoping that someone on their team ended up taking the Spark. But oh my goodness, a great blink from Fiery gets both barriers, the Rose Warp into the piercing shot combo. That's 2 points before I can finish my spiel.
They love doing that. They love scoring and doing crazy things during spiels. And that's just the kind of stuff you'll expect from nasl, because it's nothing but Octane here. As you try to get a dash punch on through, Joker can't seem to manage it, though. Average Alex trying to keep that one other barrier alive here by stunning the ball a little bit, but Joker putting a lot here. Do boo. Yep, get booed. Okay, everyone gets owned. Joker puts that ball right on in there. Maloom might have fallen over in their chair. No problem, though. Still got points left in this next set. PPL 2-1 right now.
Yeah, and they still have the energy on Maloom to defend the next one. Fire is close to theirs as well as so Xianzu. Trying to get something set up onto the top, but Average Alex there to defend it down. Dubu isn't the goalie, but can act like the goalie in this situation if needed. Has so many defensive tools, and also just the character with a massive hitbox, right? It's so hard to kind of strike around them. The way the midfield role has adapted, we just try to not take interactions that aren't winning if possible, but trying to get it around the Dubu feels like a mission in itself. As Xianzu taken pretty low, but heals back up thanks to the ultimate there. And the pressure coming back, Xianzu and Joker bringing it all the way around, but it isn't enough as Dubu pops down the ultimate. The Tofu Fortress just feels like a kind of like a stalemate in the middle for now.
Yeah, I think Average Alex might have been a couple of seconds off there of just absolutely annihilating Xianzu with some of those Dubu abilities, but they do find themselves safe. Another thing I forgot to bring up here, Mako did find herself a significant nerf. I feel like the secondary did get reduced by like a pretty meaningful time, but we do see the pick here. Well, I guess still see Mako as a completely substantial goalie. Gets kind of owned there from Joker. Dubu, probably the easiest character to kill in the game, just being a giant tofu man. Just a big blob for the most part. Joker nicely getting that barrier there, but can't find themselves a double just yet. Fiery from across the continent sends out the Crystal Thorns tipper. And man, it's going to just kind of stuff Barcode in there and give them that nice first set here and rewards themselves with an awakening of their own. A couple good situations here. You can get prime time for Estelle. That's really, I mean, there's been, every time I've guessed an awakening, I feel like I've been wrong. So I should stop.
It is going to be a forward, like this is Fiery playing kind of like Brawler Estelle, right? So ends in opting in for the 1-2 punch instead. But I think if you are in the midfield position, prime time is a phenomenal choice there on the Estelle. It's just, difference of roles and how you want to utilize your abilities for like what types of pressures and such. But instead, it's going to be Prize Fighter. No Sparks, Prize Fighter going over to Juliet Joker. No Sparks available here, so no denying of the Sparks for PPL. Oh my goodness, and there's a Super Surge Slam coming through already as one drops. Tofu Fortress falls in as Barcode's secondary unable to hold it down long enough. As the second barrier comes through, Fiery is in plain sight, lines it up. The shot is there, piercing shot into Barcode's heart, gets the goal, and that is first point going over to PPL.
Yeah, we might have to be starting to look for some more interesting evades here from Barcode, as they are getting kind of sniped pretty bad here from Fiery in a lot of these situations. Although Joker trying to make a play here with Xianzu does end up looting them at least one of these barriers. Here comes the Expanse to keep the ball forward. Yeah, blood in their eyes. Average Alex does not take any prisoners as they send out the somersault one more time. Xianzu going to win a situation there against Dubu, who has absolutely no cooldowns. Barcode keeping the ball nice and forward. Xianzu ends up winning another situation here against Average Alex, and it's just a matter of time before the Joker finds a couple of cooldowns. Here comes, yeah, I mean, spends a huge resource from Maloom. Flip, pretty much best move you have in the game. Barcode trying to get it on down to Joker one more time. Fiery wins the situation there, though, is going to maybe result in a barrier here, especially with the soup coming in hot. Flip there from Barcode. Gonna put it onto the bottom side, keeping both those barriers looking pearly white, nice and clean. Fiery's gonna try to clean themselves up here with one of these orbs. Okay, now doesn't look for a kill, spending a couple cooldowns. Fiery running for their life and gets out. And still, 2 barriers remains here for Barcode.
Oh, it was Stagger Bug there. I didn't even realize that Average Alex tries to go for the slam, sends Xianzu down half a mile, but just not far enough to get the KO there as Dubu doing Dubu things. The log comes through, gets one goal or one barrier as Xianzu almost gets taken out. Heals up thanks to the mine plus the Atlas ultimate there. But everything's still going pretty back and forth. But the KO, you mentioned it before, Dubu is so easy to get KO just due to his size. He's a massive hitbox to just take advantage of there, as Joker trying to go for the hits onto Fiery to see if they can get the core onto the barrier, unable to connect. But Average Alex does return as we start trading away creations, and it is PPL who comes out on top with the barrier being dropped. Can they get their second point of this set? But Joker is doing everything in his power to stop this from happening. Log comes through, Slam comes to follow up, but a great flip from Barcode most likely would have ended up with PPL's goal had he not flipped in that situation. And let's see which forward combo can get the goal when both barriers are down.
It's going to be a tight situation here, though. I might give the advantage over to Showtime just because Dubu isn't super good at getting the ball on through, unless he's like standing on the goalie and soups you right in the face. Nice evade there is going to keep Xianzu alive as well, though the ball perfect what's the word? Forget it. Either way, Mako can't get there. Maloom could have possibly flipped to save that one, but thought they were just a little bit close enough just to grab the ball, which is actually understandable either way. It was tight. It was a tight situation. 1-1 in this current set. I mean, there's been so much happening here. I'm not really sure who to keep your eyes on, man. They're all going a little crazy.
Yeah, and like the speed. I mean, the game is going so fast paced, right? We're getting Dubu random KOs. It doesn't even matter that it's Atlas Mako, or sorry, Atlas now. It just feels like Dubu can randomly explode someone, and you can't really react to that as Atlas if you wanted to. So that can just continue to keep going through and getting KOs for PPL if they want to. Oh, save the double barrier there. I really wasn't expecting that. I thought Joker was going to get both for sure here. Tries to set up a play, forces the flip out. I think Average Alex would have been decimated had he not flipped in that situation here. And then everyone's just being bounced around. Fire tries to go for a setup there, unable to connect. The timeless expanse goes through and holds it down for such a long time. And now Fiery being taken low is going to try to get that health orb, is able to connect, unable to secure anything for Showtime in that situation. This top barrier is holding down for so long. Can Joker finish it off? No, they still managed to keep it. Oh, I mean, PPL is doing a phenomenal job of holding everything down, MB.
So I'm gonna try to glide this red ball to victory, though Xianzhu wins the situation there, though. Man, Fiery playing defense there, not making sure that the Joker does not get their hands on the ball. Average Alex clearing the board. Everyone gets knocked away from that, and a perfect angle from that drum is going to make things just awkward enough that Barcode is going to slightly miss on that strike shot. Nice one there for PPL to take that one. This might have been their map pick. They're looking kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, they're uniting so well, right? The Dubu in the midfield is putting on pressure, is helping the defense way more. Imagine one melee goalie holding it down instead of 2 melee goalies. What a big difference, right? Everyone just has to use so much to force it through them. And now the creation comes through. The soup lines it up. It doesn't matter. Xianzhu is getting taken out, but no, it has the heal there from the ultimate to survive a little bit longer, as Fiery is now looking to be on death's door, as Xianzhu is trying their best to secure this KO, unable to get it. That's the difference of the prime time reducing by 4.5% unironically to keep Fiery alive. Tries to go for the shot, flip, forced through, as the Crystal Thorns most likely would have scored. Everything is going crazy on the defense. Mako ult comes through, unable to secure it just a little bit longer. Xianzhu most likely has to use a flip, but oh my goodness. The slow-moving core makes its way into the net of Showtime as Average Alex pops off once again. And that is a 2-set lead for PBL.
That did so much damage to Xianzhu. Actually staggered them with like 40% health left. Like, that was a little crazy. Nice work there. Average Alex really making this forward Dubu work. Gets their first choice here, which is going to be stacks on stacks. Maybe not finding themselves dead as often as they think. So they're going to try to keep these stacks ongoing. Fight or flight taken from Maloom. Maybe can get good use out of it, but usually a deny there from the goalie is going to allow Xianzhu to grab Monumentalist again. Second game in a row. Going to be tough here to deal with that Monumentalist now. Everything else seems pretty standard here. Heavy impact from Joker getting a little bit extra cooldown, possibly find themselves even more kills. I mean, 15% is kind of a lot. It'll be just as tight. I mean, Barcode, I'm not sure if he's actually saved anyone yet, unless it just happened right there.
Yep, that was saved from the ultimate there.
But it's just a lot of pressure to try to keep saving people.
Oh my goodness, almost had a little bit of a team player combo to get rid of Joker in that exact moment. But taking a look at the draft here, I mean, we got speed coming onto Dubu, this massive blob walking towards you with enhanced speed, like an extra 10% speed when fully stacked up. It's actually more than that, I'm pretty sure. But it is so much, but he has to stay alive, and we talked about how Dubu can fall so quickly. Fiery has that KO potential with the Ad Rush 1-2 punch and Super Search combo, so is also looking for some of these snipes at any moment. But doing a great job of holding things down for now. Barcode uses the flip, forces it out. Average Alex coming through. The Mako holding down the secondary with 2 secondary awakenings there. Both barriers drop immediately. Barcode has no elusive. Oh my goodness, a friggin' bounce house. Double KO coming through, individual 1v1s, and then the flip into the shot. I mean, this is an insane game.
Yeah, I mean, they actually just went turbo mode right at the last 4 seconds there. And Average Alex not risking losing this point, blasts that flip. Barcode Not save that one with the expanse. That's a time. Let's make it a little bit bigger, but not enough to get it on through. Fiery, nice positioning there with Average Alex. Going to win a lot of strike wars with that situation. And that, oh god, man, damage Xianzu taken just from the somersault is a little crazy. I mean, look, Average Alex is just sitting there plotting, just sending the log towards the drum to just try to get people knocked closer to the edge. And man, there you go. That's the Quango right there. You get the Rose Warp into the piercing shot, just strong enough to get these kills. I mean, Super Surge 1-2 punch, actually really strong Estelle right now.
Yeah, and then has the ad rush benefit to then just do it all over again. Oh, gets it around Barcode, but unable to connect to the barrier here. Xianzu has the energy burst, and Joker able to find it through using that elusive to bait to dodge Average Alex's somersault and not take the lethal blow from it. So great placing on him. But we have Xianzu who has full energy and Joker who has none, which means that they are both prime targets here to be focused for a KO.
Yeah, and Joker got killed a little too many times here. 0 stacks of price for her, completely null for an awakening right now. They're going to try to fight their way on through. Elusive comes out from Average Alex, who has no more evades left. They might be able to think about knocking Average Alex around this time, as they are doing just a ton of damage here and there. Nice win there from Xianzu, who's going to relieve a whole lot of pressure onto Barcode. Gets that Monumentalist situation. Joker gets that barrier and gets healed up nicely. It's really cool to have now on your team when you are dying. Flip from Xianzu, winning that midfield situation, but ends up losing a barrier either way, as the line is truly just being held.
Oh my goodness.
Actually sent into another dimension, getting blasted against the center drum. Maloom can't get there in time, ends up losing their last barrier, which is just the worst. You lose objectives in a power play of your own, but I mean, that's just part of the game, dude. You're gonna have to try to fight your way out of here. Average Alex, huge butt, just standing on that drone. Actually insane. This dude is rolling to victory. I mean, seriously, this guy's crazy right now.
I mean, this is a Dubu sweep if I've ever seen one. This guy is popping off like crazy, but even through all of that, the double power plays of this set, they haven't, or of this point, unable to get this. Oh, Average Alex, calm down, Siegfried Nation for my fellow friends over there. But saved by the bounce house, Xianzu actually getting bailed out there from the drum. Otherwise would have been taken down by Fiery, and that could have led into a very dangerous situation for Showtime. But that is the third power play they had. But even now, they're using all their abilities to get these KOs, but unfortunately aren't able to find success in the... oh my god, saved once again just by nick of it. But they're like just not able to secure this last barrier. I'm not sure what's changed. Maybe it's just because the core is moving too fast in overtime, and they aren't able to get possession of it. But the defense from Barcode is reminiscent of the last season. Barcode just holding it down so well until the teammates, but the Joker and Xianzu coming through and finally being able to put it in for their potential first set of this game.
I think it is definitely a combination of a bunch of the things that you said. I think, there's a lot of situations where you use all your cooldowns, get all these kills, get all these power plays, but you just have nothing to get through. A goalie like Atlas can really just hold it down for 14 seconds without all that much trouble. And in addition to the core, being in overtime, it makes it so that the goalie, even with the power play, it doesn't feel safe enough to move up. So Maloon kind of gets stuck to their goal there in overtime. Either way, Fiery, once again, humongous damage coming in, strikes the drum, does end up getting that barrier. Average Alex trying to move up here with that flip. Joker gonna just try to waste a couple of moments and try to get Xianzu back on board. Incoming. It sends out the Dubu. We have the drone to save this game, though. Nice, oh my god. Really good angle there from Alex, but a nice defense as well from Xianzu as they're going to try to break some of these barriers, although Maloom is really just holding right now with the extra defense. Speed coming out from Mako. Can't get through just yet. Fiery, big teleport, giant teleport. Getting with that Super Surge. Gets the strike, gets the piercing shot on through Barcode, and now it's really just... This is another match point, bro.
Yeah, and we have Joker who's down and awakening. Average Alex fully stacked up on the on the pancakes there. Unable to connect. Joker doesn't find the kill onto Average Alex. Would have been absolutely massive to get rid of those pancakes there and then just have a power play for yourselves. Average Alex gets healed up a little bit from the orb. Tofu Fortress comes through, and Maloom still just holding down the secondary to give their team speed as much as possible. Fiery looking for a play here, is going to try to get it. The Crystal Thorns aren't able to connect, but it doesn't matter because it forced out Barcode's flip there, and they still have energy advantage in the situation. No elusive for Xianzu for a couple seconds, unable to find it once again. Joker just probably looking for these kills, but slightly off.
Oh.
This might be what they need. Showtime is looking for the potential shot here. Let's see if Average Alex can get another 14 points or 14 KOs this set alone to help swing the momentum over. It's just looking for... You can see him hunting. This guy has got blood in his eyes, looking for a potential shot to Oko someone here. And is just biding his time until he finds that opportunity, but unable to find it yet. I mean, it can go any way at this point, NB.
It really can. Xianzhu probably still has secondary up from that kill. That was really just primary flip there. Joker trying to help get it on through here. A flip from Average Alex sends it out immediately, though. Not really trying to waste all that much time. Fiery is now back with full cooldowns, flying on in there, really barreling on in there with that somersault. Not the angle that Joker was looking for there. Couldn't maintain possession of that ball, standing on that drone for sure to clear it on out. Joker, okay, sends out the flurry, but doesn't find a kill on Average Alex just yet. Has their own flip, but is probably going to wait for a really powerful situation. They have to get a little bit closer to this goal. Does end up flipping there. Had the drama as an outlet as well to mix it up. Oh, just a teleport. Insane lifeline there from Xianzhu to give the ball right to Joker on the front side. And that was necessary. I feel like things were dwindling just a little bit there, but Xianzhu with a really great teleport. It's going to be Barcode, the man who can hold it down through the power plays. It's going to take their first awakening here.
I mean, that set is Barcode MVP right there. That guy held it down for, I think, no exaggeration, like over a minute of his teammates being dead. And then they managed to win that 1 point, which if they lost that particular point, the set was over and the game was over already. But held it down long enough, extra special going over, which should help a little bit if he can nail the timings on some of these saves, or at least just get the health back up. Because you mentioned how like Xianzhu got taken out from like half health once from just one slam. So if you can keep everyone alive just a little bit longer or more healthy, then you can prevent some of those situations of just being like insta KO'd. Oh my goodness, almost got the Quangle there, but instead of that, gets a double barrier for their trouble, sets up the Tofu Fortress, but Castellas plus Manyu, or Castellas plus Timeless is going to keep that Expanse live for so... Oh my, I mean, there's been so many close calls for these KOs, but nothing has happened just yet. But they do still have the double barrier advantage, so might end up leading to a point of their own.
This game is actually so funny with like giant scary ass Dubu forward. Like, you have to just like split, you have to get out of the way. You simply have to get out of the way, but if you do, then everyone is like instantly go kill Dubu. And that's kind of what they were doing for a second. In fact, they have him completely staggered right now and got a kill onto Fiery. They have such a good situation here with this power play. Sends Average Alex actually into the goal to play goalie with Maloom. Not the greatest angle there. Xianzhu can't find what they're looking for. A somersault is up. Xianzhu looking weak. Average Alex trying to hit the ball and Xianzhu at the same time. Could have possibly held possession there. Has a strike to keep themselves up. Fiery might have a piercing shot. Does, but the Expanse is going to be enough to keep it up. Average Alex winning situation against the drone. Now it's up to Fiery, who could have made a really ridiculous pass there if Average Alex was ready for such a situation, but point will continue here with Joker almost maintaining it. Here comes the flurry. Maloom does save it. It's really tight. Overtime making the ball a little bit fast. Xianzhu gets it on through. Alex has flipped, going to send it away from Alex over to Fiery, who's basically about to die here, and now is their last chance. Fiery actually just out of cooldowns now. It's going to be... Now it's really just Showtime's chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going back and forth, but we can see the difference that like the Manyu now has been making, and the damage comes... Oh my goodness, the slam from Duo just does so much, but Average Alex still alive, almost has the full pancakes left up, but most likely has to burn this flip if gets anywhere too close to the edge. You can see the way he's playing. He's trying not to get too close to the middle drums because that will also KO him. Oh my goodness, the movement from Alex is keeping him alive. This guy is still going. And he goes for the slam, and eventually Maloom gets a snipe onto the top. The perfect pitch comes through and scores the first point of this set.
Dang, that was... Man, I feel like that really was their only chance to score, as Maloom gets like a really nice, perfect pitch on there while it was just... There's just so much happening with these four forwards are just smashing each other into pieces. I mean, literally can't even finish the sentence, into pieces, as everyone finds themselves just blowing up. Xianzhu constantly having to spend that lifeline keeping Joker alive because they're just really just trying to knock this Juliet all over the place. One barrier down for Barcode. Fiery tries to get a Quangle once more. It's just a tough situation. You don't land those kills. I'm not sure if Barcode has their ult up just yet. Tofu Fortress isn't really doing all that many favors for them just yet. Nice strike shot to thread the needle once more. Joker jailed for a couple of seconds. Xianzhu getting smashed once again. But look at that. The extra special Atlas is actually keeping the team alive. And Fiery gets sent once again into Jupiter. as the power play commences here for Showtime.
Yeah, they do have the power play, but they're down both barriers. If PPL can hold just long enough for Fiery to return, they'll have this advantage here. Oh my goodness, spawns, strike shot comes through with Fiery helping out, gets the ad rush, passing it over to Average Alex. You can see the way that the dynamic has changed right now. It is Fiery who's midfielding for Average Alex as he tries to do Dubu things, gets the KO, but it is res right back thanks to Barcode. But it doesn't matter as we are on the set point, match point for this game number 2, which could lead us to a game number 3, 1-1 tie if PPL goes one more point in this set.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting dynamic to see the change of pace there. Although Average Alex not going to evade that situation. Maybe they didn't even have it there, but Joker finds a really great kill to make this power play happen. Punch. Oh my god, the defense here coming out. Possibly a double angle. Goes in, goes out. Doesn't actually get anything for their troubles. Maloom keep dropping that strike. Going to lose the first barrier, but going to hold the second one as much as they can. Average Alex flying on in there with that drum and bass. Xianzu here to help. Joker and Fiery are just dancing at the bottom lane here, as Average Alex is going to try to hold this ball, keep it away from Maloom, relieve any of that pressure. Atlas, ult, is actually just up at all times, really just healing the team as much as they can. More kills coming out, so much damage. Fiery is the one to take the brunt of it. And finally, a power play shows up for Showtime. Can they get the ball through Average Alex and Maloom?
So this is a really big deal, right? They previously got the KO onto Average Alex, reset the pancakes, and now Joker getting another KO onto Fiery this time. And now if you take a look from the previous sets, oh my goodness, another KO comes through, but this time from the drone. And now the biggest difference is we have Average Alex with no awakening right now, and Joker with 3 prize fighters. Previously, he was just stuck on 0 because he wasn't able to get that first KO and then end up getting KO'd himself multiple times over. But now that this is Juliet, can have so much more KO pressure, plus the fact that he can play a little bit more dangerously thanks to Barcode having the extra special to keep the res up, to keep the HP up. This probably is the swing that Showtime needed to get things in their favor.
Indeed, it might actually. I mean, even specialized training too. Like, this Juliet is a force to be reckoned with. That's so much damage onto the Dubu here, who actually has a little bit of extra stagger. Flying on in there, trying to knock Xianzu out of the game. Gets the first barrier, flips for the second one, can't seem to get it. A couple of extra goalies going to make that one a little bit harder. Fiery trying to help Maloom on the top side keep the ball away, finds themselves staggered. Here comes the somersault from Average Alex, trying to get the ball through Xianzu, but literally does not have enough strikes to make it on through. Fiery staying into the game, although now they find themselves in the grave, as it's just going to be Joker and Xianzu getting this one here through. No overtime just yet. Barcode might be able to move up onto the bottom lane here, but they're really just going to leave it to Xianzu and Joker for now, and they do actually get it. Average Alex had to balance, like, standing too close to the goal and using that corner to keep himself alive, and it ends up leaving just a little bit of room in the middle. Joker gets it on through perfectly, and all right, match point here for PPL still. Showtime fighting back.
Yeah, and already starting off with a KO. I feel like Barcode is just looking for anything that moves towards the edge and then slams the ultimate. Oh my goodness, gets the save thanks to the extra duration from Timeless in both Castellas. Otherwise, Xianzu would have taken a dip into the afterlife for 14 seconds. But now we have a double barrier already gone. Joker almost gets taken out, but no, I think he got saved by the drum on the bottom here. And now it's just a little bit of a power play. Not power play, but the advantage from having the barriers up. As, oh my goodness, tries to go for the dash into flip tech. Slightly misses, but it doesn't matter. Tying things up for the sets. Showtime crawling their way back and trying to make sure things do not go to a game 3.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Average Alex might have lost control here. We saw him just being a menace, killing everyone, knocking them all around, scoring those goals. But Showtime is really fighting back now, especially with the Joker kind of being super powered here. Can find themselves a couple more kills. Now it's going to be here for Juliet. I feel like she's the kind of MVP to watch out for, because these power plays are so important. Recovery drone, keeping himself alive, gives himself a little bit more range too, which could be nice. Team player from Average Alex. There are going to be some passing plays in this next set, but I mean, everyone is getting something really strong here though. Atlas loving the hot shot, nothing more than just that. No extra sparks for Fiery. I mean, still pretty powerful of this draft, and we'll see if this team player becomes like one of these win conditions.
Yeah, the unfortunate situation here is that the way the ball movement tends to work on Taika Temple is you tend not to pass too much forward to your brawler, because you have to get it around these tight corners, which means using the sides of the map as much as possible and getting like the ball through at an indirect way, and already a KO comes through. That is one prize fighter onto Joker, trying to get a second one, and he has that recovery drone, which means that you can't just freely KO him, or it also disincentivizes you going for him in general. Another KO comes through, the second one. The pancakes are gone to the third one. I mean,
Oh my.
I was going to say before the set started that the win condition for PPL is to make sure that they just don't let any kills come through from Joker, because once you have the prize fighter, unfortunately, I think it's over.
Yep, saved there from the recovery drone. Is going to keep up another stack of those prize fighter, or another stack of prize fighter up here. Fiery trying to maintain possession of the ball for just a moment, but can't seem to find their way in. No cooldowns just yet. Joker and Xianzu are going to try to inch their way forward. Gets the dash punch, but it doesn't seem to work out. Maloom foils them just for that situation. Going to wait for dash punch again. All they have to do is really stall for Joker to get some good cooldown coming up. Xianzu keeps giving the ball to Joker. Overtime is just too difficult for the goalie here. Mako can't seem to get there in time. And now advantage to Showtime, which was kind of crazy. I mean, Average Alex was like the kicker this whole game, and now things have kind of turned on their head. Joker already 3 stacks of prize fighter is now a demon again.
Yeah, I think it's just so funny how the dynamic of this game changed so much, right? From the first sets to now, finally just like scaling over, getting enough awakenings, getting these extra reses, the extra healing, the Monu on the now. And honestly, a really big thing that I want to talk about is the Stinger on the now. Is doing so much damage that it allowed for some of these stagger KOs. And then the moment Joker got one, it snowballed from there, right? We see his build. He has the heavy impact. He has the spec training. He has a size awakening. But it is Xianzu who's taken out, and things are not over yet. PPL can still fight, trying to go for the slam, trying to go for the play, but Joker catches it with the ultimate, and it manages to go through both of them at the same time.
Nice weight there from Fiery. Joker was able to cover a lot of space there with that flurry, but Flip can hold just a little bit longer with that timing. It's going to be a 1-1 here. PPL trying hard to keep themselves in the game. We see Average Alex is doing as best as they can, rolling all over the place. Uses a couple of cooldowns there, but doesn't get too much off of it. Barcode keeping it alive with that expanse. Maloom holding this barrier by just about nothing. Dash punch coming in. Still holds the barrier. Fiery finds the kill. Incoming soup against Adrenaline Rush Estelle, which is going to be just about impossible to hold. Again comes the Fiery flurry with Joker to just stall as much time as they possibly can. Trying to get in the way. Flips. Alright, Xianzu's finally back here. What are we going to do with the ball? Sends it on over to Xianzu again. Has the drone up to win a situation against Average Alex, but waits it out. It's pretty crazy here, though. On the bottom side here against Maloom, still holding both of these barriers. Jailed completely. Average Alex sending the log at the wall once again. Possibly looking for a kill. Has Flip. So much kill range here for Average Alex if they find a situation. Oh, literally knocked
The
him
slam
too
sent
far.
2-4.
It's literally too strong. It's literally too strong and ends up missing a kill situation, which allows Joker to stay on this front side here, though, grabbing that barrier. Now it's all up to Fiery. Gets kind of stuffed, but at a really bad angle. Bloom gonna keep that one alive there. It's gonna hit that wall, and nothing here from Average Alex other than just a little bit of stagger and no cooldowns, bro. This is tough. This is a tight situation here for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is using every ability they have, slightly missing or just barely connecting. And nothing is going the way that anyone wants, really. The Tofu Fortress comes out. Average Alex actually stuck on his own fortress there. Had no elusives, so couldn't walk out of it. And then misses the flip and ends up getting punished for it. The KO, pancakes reset, and that is a shot going into advantage for Showtime.
That was such a talk to the hand moment where Average Alex just tries to fly into Xianzu, misses, and Xianzu actually just smacks him in the back of the head with the drone, instantly killing Average Alex. Of course, you were going to be at the edge of the wall. Maloom, drum and bass up, holding as much as they can, giving even size too, right? Speed is incredible, but still also drum and bass gives size too, so they can hold on to these lanes as long as they possibly can. Average Alex backs up all the way into the goal. Joker flipping 1 pixel away from that barrier is certainly guaranteed to get that one. A flip from Xianzu is going to destroy Fiery. Big power play here. Maloom could stall for a little longer than they want, as it does have Flip still gonna send the ball on into this soup, so Average Alex can't get a good strike on it, which is totally fair. And now
the Sharks have been set. Joker sending all the damage they have onto Average Alex, but nicely walks into the corner to avoid most of it. A flip from Loom finally comes out here, though. The Joker now taking a lot of that damage, but healed up from Shianzu. Barcode keeping both of these barriers alive. Still, Average Alex never not in threat of dying, just being this giant Dubu, and Barcode could possibly move up here and make a big play on this final barrier. Will it happen? Overtime sends over, and they do not end up getting that barrier. In fact, losing one of their own, and Expanse simply is doing the opposite of expanding.
But still manages to get the last one. Barrier falls, flip comes through. Is a dash punch going to be enough here? But no, the Tofu Fortress holds down long enough. And there it is. Ooh. Manages to get the shot right back from the pass from Shianzu and then gets it through Maloom. I mean, that was an insane comeback. We were at like set 3.3 for PPL to have a clean 3-0 sweep. And it was just clawing it back point at point. I mean, I'm going to say it right now, MVP Barcode for that 1 point where he held it down, where his teammates were in the graveyard gray screen for half the game, essentially. And he just had to hold it down forever. At that 1 point felt like it changed the momentum of the entire game there. But we can see the KOs coming through. That was 7 KOs for Average Alex, 5 for Fiery. But unfortunately, they weren't coming through enough at the end, right? So much of that was consolidated in the earlier sets, the ones that they were winning. But then once we had Barcode with the extra special, and then also just they were playing better in general, right? Showtime was falling less and less to the traps of PPL, and eventually ended up leading to Joker getting a KO, getting the prize fighter stacks, and now having enough damage paired with the spec training, paired with the heavy impact to just follow through. And then of course Manu now. I mean, Shianzu did Shianzu things like 400 redirects there. Like what more can you say?
Yeah, Shianzu was absolutely active. Yeah, the Monumentalist helps an incredible amount, especially on Taiko Temple, really giving him access to just about the entire lane and more. I mean, you could see 11-0 from Joker. That was the strategy, right? We get those really good dash punch setups. We get the ball as close to our Juliet as possible. Barcode keeps them up. I mean, look at that. Oh, such a nice replay there from Joker. Just like really tight timing redirect. Things like that are what scores against nasl teams. You have to just be thinking outside the box. You got to be quick. You got to be ready to go. And honestly, from the start, PPL was quick. They picked something a little crazy, right? Like Super Dubu really was kind of hard for Showtime to deal with from the start. We saw so many kills and so much damage coming out, but you know, as some of these awakenings had been laid out and the strategy was dissected, Showtime really put that one together. Shianzu, you know, like you mentioned before, took that stinger, did a lot of extra damage. Joker just went all massive damage there. Specialized training with those stacks of prize fighter really did the damage to Average Alex, who, I mean, I'm pretty sure Dubu has the highest health pool in the game, but it didn't look like all that much from that game. And wow, really amazing comeback from Showtime, and I am happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, what a phenomenal series. Again, like both of these games are so close. First the Inky's game, and then onto here with the Taiko Temple. Phenomenal series. I mean, PPL, what I will say, I did mention beforehand that I think Showtime is still one of, if not the best team in the current iteration of the league, even though they got nerfed from just the patch in general for how well their playstyle worked. Regardless, I want to give big props to PPL because they played phenomenally here for their entrance back into NASL for a long time before, and with Maloom being here for his first time.
Yeah, really incredible gameplay, and they show that they have what it takes to keep themselves afloat, and we'll be seeing more of them. Absolutely. Many more weeks of nasl coming up to show you guys what these players are capable of. And now we will switch up our casters just a little bit here, switch up our players as well. When we return, you will be seeing another mega banger of Bozo Bunch versus EKC. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be wild.
Yep. Thanks for having us here. We'll see you guys soon.
しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を癒す手段は修練の炎と心とも魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に奴を道連れに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない 煮え切らない思い抱えてなんとなく過ごした日々説明のつかない感情難しい言葉などいらないと気づいたんだ茜に染まった過去と今を 私は許せたかな恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指甲賀に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探せ
LeBron James, scream if you love Core Strike.
Yeah, that's right. We're back. Bozo Punch versus EKC is the series. And we're hopping into game 1 right now. It's us. Lego Mage and Cloakoak. You know who we are. I'm looking at the
Sage Power Hour.
Yeah, the Mage and Sage Power are off to a great start tonight. But yeah, extra special missile prop on AtLab for game 1 here. Loke, tell us about this series.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams coming off, I would say, an unexpected start for the season, right? Especially EKC. Haven't had the best first 2 weeks, going 0-2. And their season is only going to get harder from here on out. And Bozo Bunch is kind of the start of that ramp up, I would say. Bozo have been doing pretty solid despite fielding, a very new roster. We're bringing Streak and Merchant on. No more Gret. No more Obscure Breads. It's just Drop Leto as the sole survivor. So definitely both teams looking different, but in very different ways. EKC, same old players, but not looking like the same greats that we saw back in Season 3 when they took it all the way to Grand Finals. But I'm a believer, and I think I'm hopeful that this season will see the start of the EKC resurgence. But of course, I am also a Bozo fan, so I gotta watch how I talk here. I'm just gonna leave it up to the players and see which team manages to come out on top here.
Yeah, leave it up to the will of the core gods. Everyone picked the happy star here. Notably Soren on that vice goalie, and we see Katsuna running the Finny midfield. So EKC hoping to pump out the damage with those extra specials here, but having to survive against the power play, it's Bozo Bunch who will be taking the first goal off a nice little death touch play there. I mean, likewise, they've got the Luna Rune combo coming out in the backfield, so this can be an interesting one. Both sides, I think, there's a couple key awakenings that everyone's going to be looking for. It's not like super traditional comps here, and I think that's pretty standard, I guess, for both of these teams in particular.
Yeah, and you brought up that Luna Rune combo. We just saw it drop right there. The Banish into Crater Maker, and Katsuna is now finding himself almost staggered. That's a dangerous spot to be in, and that's a 2-point lead for Bozo Bunch. I do think that with this extra special start, the Luna Rune combo is perhaps one of the most volatile pairings that can take advantage of those awakenings. Not just because, both of those ults are great, but as we just saw there, they're great when used together. And it actually means that Katsuna is only now hitting level 2, because he just hasn't been able to play the game all that much yet. But EKC still have some time to bring it back, and they are grabbing barriers now.
An open barrier on the side of Bozo Bunch. The banishing to Crater Maker comes out. NXED getting chunked right there. Allows Bozo Bunch a little bit of room. They pick up one barrier. Merchant unable to find the finish for the KO. There's now the core getting pushed back toward Bozo Bunch's side of the field. NXED looking for that dash punch. Not quite enough power on that one, but Katsuna sending it back up into the top corner. Soren coming up to the midfield. The Supernova into flurries. Merchant makes a great save. Gets it back over to Drop Leto. Looking to snag this barrier, but doesn't quite get the angle that he's looking for. Core flip here from Streak. That'll bring it down, and now both sides be opened up right as we're about to head into overtime, but a big banish coming in. Merchant actually looks like may have saved NXED's life a little bit there, but Drop Leto with the death touch and going to the dribble, has a core flip available, receives the pass. Here's a flip, gets caught in the flurries though, makes the save. Now NXED with the core getting bounced around. Soren back up in the midfield, not able to connect with much. Merchant boosting in, looking for the strike war, gets it. And the first set will be going over the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, incredibly clean from Bozo Bunch on all fronts. Multiple combo KOs, and then just sitting into open space. Playing 3 characters that just absolutely love the core to be in open space. It's Drop Leto picking up the set MVP here, though. Stacks on stacks on the board, as well as 1-2 punch potentially. But not too much else. The 1-2 punch will be picked up. Deadeye on Soren is going to be more damage to the side of EKC. Spark of Strength with 3 sparks on the board is not a fantastic get for NXCD, but it's any port in a storm, and Katsuna picking up Stinger. So I do think that this means that EKC, having drafted this Finny Vice combo, and then, I mean, Julie is no stranger to damage either, they definitely have the potential to get some KOs, but when you keep getting banished into Crater Maker like that, it's going to be hard to play a KO comp when Merchant and Streak seem to just be doing it better.
Yeah, they've been pretty automatic with that combo thus far, and you don't need an insane setup for that, just good timing on the second ability there. See Merchant boosting in, Supernova from Soren, able to push that one out of there as NXED and Katsuna looking for something. They'll pick up a KO, or should let me defend, loses the barrier immediately. They're on the 2-on-3 here with Soren pushed up. The triple take comes out. They hold it for a bit, but it will eventually fall. Now 3-on-3 yet again. NXED looking for shots on the net. Soren sending it back in the pillar from Streak to buy some time. Droplo trying to hook it back, but can't get it past the midfield line right now. As Streak trying to force it back through, but the battle over the midfield line is intense. Merchant boosting in. Does have a core flip available. Streak trying to pass it up, but Merchant has to eject button back. Now the core for Bozo Bunch as they're trying to bring down this final barrier. Droplo able to find the shots. Now Streak dribbling in the midfield. Gonna go for the combo instead as Merchant boosts in. Nice evade from NXED to stay alive, but Soren gets caught out by the pillar and can't find the power cord. Bozo Bunch gonna score first yet again.
Yeah, and fantastic foresight by Streak there. Normally, you get that banish, you're so tempted to just drop the two pillars down, forget about it, and get the free kill. But instead, he actually saved the primary, which is what secured that goal. But what a supernova from Soren! Drops in, nearly staggers Dropletto, and takes Merchant completely off the pitch, eliminating those stacks on stacks. An incredibly high value play there from EKC, and they've still got a barrier of their own. That'll be NXCD with the help of Katsuna putting EKC on the board for the first time in this series.
Yeah, interesting set of interactions there that led up to that, and ultimately it was the death touch that brought the core right back to where NXCD was standing. But Bozo Bunch off to a little bit of a better start here at this point. Off kickoff, they get one barrier though. EKC able to trade one out. The banish comes through. Here's the Crater Maker. Doesn't quite get the kill, and NXED is now trapped in the corner, but they will be losing both their barriers. Bozo Bunch look to rectify this, but having some trouble getting it past, and Dropletto just getting punched around in that corner. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Boosting in, it's Merchant on the bottom side to try and keep it up. Doesn't find much though as the core slowly floating back toward the midfield. Another shot here. Dropletto with the death touch. Soren makes the save on the barrier. Now NXED to the top side. Looks for a nice punch on Streak, but ultimately no goals, no KOs found just yet. Though NXED does have a flip available, and Katsuna about to have one as well. Merchant looking for a clear angle here, but it's a KO coming out from NXED, and now up to the goal line. The Finiote coming out actually kind of messes it up a little bit. EKC kind of fumbling right now, as now they have to chase the core all the way back, and Streak is able to respawn. Missed core flip there from Merchant. Core flip here from Katsuna in the midfield, but misses the angle, and it just bounces straight up. Gives Bozo Bunch even more time to stay in this point. Dropletto with the core. Sends it around, doesn't find the barrier on that one. NXED finally able to find the bottom corner. Very interesting point there.
Yeah, certainly. Not how I expected it to play out. EKC doing a very good job, though, on defense that point. Ensuring that Streak and Dropletto both could not always be committed to the play. Oh, that's unfortunate. Floats back and gets the double barrier, and Merchant's there to follow through on it. That's a nice little revenge point coming out from Bozo Bunch. But I do think that the EKC KO pipeline is finally flowing. We're seeing Dropletto and Streak really struggle to keep their stagger numbers up, and NXCD with this pummelers, when he's able to confirm those kills at last, it means a massive, massive burst of momentum, even larger than your typical power play, because now you have a fast Julie running around in your goal net. And she's so effective against Merchant, who's really the only one usually staying alive. Of course, there's an exception to that right now, which is that he is on literally 1 HP.
Yeah, Streak having to do some defense here. Wow, Merchant getting launched off the map by NXED. The barrier falls. The banish coming out just a bit late. Katsuna, nice save by Dropletto with the death touch. Right in front of the goal line. A pass down to NXED. Streak wins a strike war, though, and gets it out of there. Then sends it back around, ultimately back to Katsuna. Across the black hole. Core flip here from Soren, looking for the top side, but NXED with the core flip of his own on the goal line, picks up the KO and dunks it in. But yeah, EKC will tie up the game with a set of their own, and Katsuna getting first pick.
Yeah, fantastic little core flip chain to close out the set there. And this is actually a very favorable draft for EKC. Lots of big awakenings that they're wanting here. Obviously, that Timeless Creator on Finny is pretty good, getting more value out of that ult. But I love that NXCD actually just gets free spark value here. I don't think leadership is really that big of a deal. The bigger part is that you're getting an extra 20 power off of that Spark of Strength. And this does also mean that Soren will end up with Explosive Entrance on the other side of this draft. Now, of course, those Luna Nukes are going to be hurting quite a bit more with specialized training on Merchant. Dropletto did get more speed, so there's more of this kind of burst scoring potential on the side of Bozo Bunch now, where they can very explosively convert this quick KO that they've been doing with the Banish into Crater Maker combo, and then hopefully Dropletto's there to finish it off. And these Banishes are so valuable. I mean, catching both NXCD and Soren there in the double Banish from Streak will save the reverse power play here for Bozo Bunch. So I think both of these teams kind of got what they wanted out of that last draft and are already making quite good use of it. Sets are tied up 1-1, and this is going to be a massive set for deciding how the rest of the game is going to play out.
Yeah, and NXED with the dash punch, another KO on the Merchant. Streak once again forced into the goal box here. A nice banish to buy time, a pillar to stop it once, but this is too much coming on that bottom side of the net. For any one man to be able to stop all of it is EKC be striking first here. And I mean, this game has been such a carnival. It really just kind of feels like it's going to go either way at any given point. Just depending, but I mean, NXCD with the 6 KO streak. Streak blown off the map right there. And EKC should be able to just put this in the net with the core flip, and Katsuna will be able to do just that. And now EKC on set point.
Soren might have a fantastically disgusting Vice build right now. Extra special Deadeye, explosive entrance. So much damage, and he's getting those supernovas every single kickoff. Here comes another one to secure that second barrier. And even though EKC are in the midst of a power play not in their favor, looking quite strong still and holding on to both barriers. I mean, look at this dribble show that Katsuna and Soren are putting on, only losing one barrier while waiting for NXC to come back. And that's a 3-0 set from EKC. Well played to them. Another draft going their way is just going to mean a swift victory. It's all down to what awakenings show up here.
Yeah, I would say we got fight or flight, heavy impact. That's going to be a big one here. I wouldn't be surprised if Soren ends up going for that one. We also have Prize Fighter and Might available. Of course, heavy impact for the Vice. Prize Fighter going to Merchant. The recovery drone for NXED. Pretty good pickup for staying alive. Fight or flight. Fall to Dropletto. Cast less on the Finny, and not left with many options. Streak's going to go for the Orb Replicator. Get more energy, maybe a little bit more healing there on the Rune, and I think that might just seal the deal for EKC. I think they just got a really good draft there.
I agree, yeah. 3 fantastic awakenings picked up, mainly Soren getting that heavy impact, already finding another KO here right at the start of the set. And even with the barriers down, like, the question becomes, what's the win condition, except, you know, the core coming into empty space. It's just not going to. EKC swarms Bozo's net.
Yeah, that... I mean, 2 more points like that, if EKC could just keep it up and not essentially... This is their set to lose for sure. But nice kickoff from Bozo Bunch. Results in them getting 1 barrier. They almost had 2. Merchant's got to boost up for this midfield here. They do get the recovery drone off NXED with the combo, but of course he uses their cooldowns to do that. So luckily they have that extra special to be able to do it again shortly. See if Bozo Bunch is able to hold on here, but Soren up in the goal box is able to bring out a second barrier. NXDD dashing in, doesn't quite have the distance to confirm that. Soren with the core, dribble off the center, pass to NXDD. Merchant trying to buy some time with the boost. They will force out of the Finny ult here, and Dropletto able to recover. A nice point-blank death touch play brings down the second barrier. A banish into Crater Maker onto NXDD. Stays alive, though, somehow, and has a flip available, but is staggered and does need to be careful. Soren coming in with the Supernova, and NXDD with the wall KO. Burns the core flip forward, looking for the double off the flurries. It's just Merchant left. Katsuna to NXDD, back to Katsuna for the points, and they're going to hit stun Merchant, so they can't use the core flip. It's match point for EKC.
Yeah, we saw Dropletto being sort of the only flash of hope left for Bozo in this game. When he gets the core, he's able to do a lot with it. Rasmus is very effective against these ranged characters, both Finny and Vice, on the defense of EKC. As long as he's alive and gets the core, there is still hope for Bozo Bunch in this match. But that being alive part, honestly, it's not even his life that Bozo are really worried about right now. Merchant and Streak both staggered on the back line, dumping every cooldown under the sun, trying to keep this barrier alive. It is NXCD that gets taken off the map, though, and this power play could be the bit of purchase that Bozo needs.
Streak gets a nice banish into a pillar. That's going to be Katsuna gone. A double KO will allow Dropletto to bring down that second barrier. Soren trying to buy some time, but it becomes 2v2 now. Just Streak taken off the map. Merchant has a flip available. Almost gets KO'd there. NXCD luckily was able to survive, and the midfielders now coming back online. They get 3-on-3. EKC need to bring down this final barrier to have a chance of getting this match. Dropletto looks for the shot. Soren makes a save, but not the second time. Dropletto brings it to the top corner and keeps Bozo Bunch in this one for a while longer. And they're going to have two flips to work with. Bozo Bunch not totally out of this yet.
And once more, Dropletto, the maestro, on that play, wonderfully keeping possession, allowing Streak and Merchant to come all the way up. And I can't even tell how he did that. I think that was a flip comboed with a death touch to stagger Katsuna. Now he's dead. The power plays are swinging in the other direction right now, and a well-placed pillar by Streak will secure a second goal, tying up the set. Bozo Bunch saying, we are not out of it yet.
Yeah, quick point there for Bozo Bunch. That's what I was saying. It's never truly over. I mean, okay.
Oh, that's
both barriers instantly gone. All the particle effects taking up 4 square feet of the field right there. Now Soren coming up. Core flip comes out from Merchant to clear it out, but gets KO'd and returned out. NXT with the core just dunks it in. EKC said we're not going to play around this point. Just finish it off. End the game. Let's go to the next one. I mean, that might have been a carnival of a match.
You know what, Bozo Bunch? Close, but no cigar on that one. EKC blowing up everything on the map, and I'm not just talking about the players of Bozo Bunch. I'm talking about their own barriers, almost blowing up their chances at winning that set as well in the process. But the numbers speak for themselves. That's 10 KOs on NXCD alone, and 4 more to Katsuna and Soren. And it wasn't just like, you know, the KOs were tight, except for the few supernovas that sent the core who knows where and took random barriers. I felt like EKC had a very strong core control presence in that game as well. It seemed like they were very effective at shutting Dropletto out of the play a lot of the times, just making sure that all lanes to Dropletto were cut off, which meant that Streak and Merchant were very much isolated on defense and had to deal with the onslaught of these KO abilities repeatedly throughout the game. So between all of those factors, even though it was a little spooky there in that last set, I think that was a fantastic performance from EKC. It was a carnival of the game, but they made it an entertaining carnival, and it was still a pretty convincing victory. But I'm excited to see what Game 2 holds for us. I believe we're headed to Demon Dias, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, if anything I think can be learned from that game is that EKC's biggest enemies might be themselves. A lot of the points, not all the points, but some of the points that Bozo Bunch were getting were due to EKC either having some kind of communications breakdown or just sort of self-sabotaging themselves a little bit. So I mean, going over to Demon Days, this is going to be another wild match for sure. No doubt about it. So when it comes to stuff like that, EKC probably just need to like take a step back and like tighten that up, and they should be able to make this series a pretty decent sweep from what we've seen there. But it could also all kind of fall apart, and Bozo Bunch could just continue to play well and take it all back. I think it's really EKC's game to lose and really their series to lose right here. So it's gonna be interesting to see what this draft holds. I don't know how you deal with NXED if you're Bozo Bunch. I think you just gotta like pick like Atlas or something and pray. I'm not really sure what the.
I mean, there's always the answer of just kill the brawler, right?
Yeah, it's true. You could try and go for the rune again, honestly, and just try and keep him perma-banished.
Well, notably, Rune is a pretty decent midfielder on Demon Days. There was a chunk of time where he was considered far and wide the best midfielder on Demon Days, but that was quickly overshadowed by Now and even Finny for a chunk of time, which we saw in that last game. Katsuna rocking the Finny midfield. You can absolutely make it work. So I'll be excited to see if Finny either gets banned, and if Finny doesn't get banned, whether it'll be one of our lovely goalies, or if we'll get to see some more of these midfielders experimenting around with Finny. I think she's a very fun character to see in the midfield, because even though her kit is like not entirely the normal style of a midfielder, it's not super responsive. You have to be more predictive, cast those abilities pretty early. She always has cooldowns, so she can always do something in the midfield, which means in the hands of these nasl level players, she can be a highly entertaining and highly valuable pick. But we are hopping into the draft now.
Speaking of cooldowns, I mean, Spark of Focus on the board here, as well as Stinger. Yucky, yucky, yucky. I mean, yeah, this...
And this is a recently buffed Stinger.
I don't think you could have asked for a better set of circumstances for Game 2 of this series right now. So yeah, we're gonna see what picks up. Big pickups are Rune and Finny, I think.
Well, we can't forget about Zentaro.
Yeah, obviously. Right? Yeah, we can't forget about. I was about to mention that. EKC gonna be banning out the Now, makes sense. If Bozo Bunch doesn't ban out Zentaro here, I mean they might have to actually.
Yeah, that is on NXZD's best, one of his best characters, like as a player, and probably his best option to pick here, especially with Stinger being one of the starting awakenings. And Zen is so strong right now. Yeah, wow.
Okay, they banned the Juliet, so EKC has first pick. They could go for the Zentaro here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. There's Zentaro, there's Finny on the board here.
Yeah, leaves the Finny open if they do pick the Zen first. So, but honestly, if you get the Zentaro and NXED, do you really care about the Finny at that point? Oh, they actually first picked the Finny.
Yeah, which I do think that is probably the more influential pick, but not by a super large margin, and it's followed quickly by Zentaro Vice, which are two of the best abusers of Stinger, as well as two of the most infamously volatile picks on Demon Days. I mean, you can just so explosively dish out damage on this map. Everybody's all crowded up. Those chain lightnings hit literally everybody and are just going to be absolutely shredding the healing of the enemy team. That's Luna, picked up by EKC this go round. Presumably that's Katsuna piloting the signature Luna in the midfield, which means I'm guessing that this is Soren on Finny goalie, which leaves the question, what is it that NXCD is going to draft in this final pick that EKC has?
X. Oh no, it's Imi. Double midfield.
I like this.
Yes. That's interesting. And then Juno for Bozo Bunch.
Not the first time that we have seen the NXZD Imi Brawler come out. This has shown up a few times for EKC. and I think that he usually puts on quite a show with it. I think also probably one of the better picks that they could have made for having a kill securing character, because now you have the Luna and the Aimi, who can both pretty effectively capitalize on staggered characters. You did also have, maybe you could play like a Vambrace Kazan, a Vambrace Rasmus, but I think that Aimi is going to make it to where EKC can really multitask, turning the tide of the midfield in their favor, consistently dishing out damage, and essentially not ever affording possession to the side of Bozo Bunch. So if that game plan plays out exactly as it looks like they're laying it out here, it should be a swift victory for EKC. Which brings up the next question. What are Bozo Bunch going to have to do to respond to that in turn?
Yeah. I mean, I think the first question is, where's this Vice going? I assume on goalie? I guess we can't really tell, but it's probably Merchant on goalie, right? So they've got a very considerable amount of damage here. And I think there's going to be a lot of play around this Juno when it comes to the core, right? I think that's kind of your hold on to the core as long as possible character that is going to force EKC to have to burn more abilities, just trying to deal with that and not instantly lose their barriers, hopefully, and not be able to necessarily focus as much damage as they might initially like onto the Zentaro or something. So that might honestly be more of a key piece here than we're initially giving it credit for. And Stinger Juno does deal quite a bit of passive damage just by stepping on all the slimes. So I like what Bozo Bunch's comp is, and I think the question is going to be whether EKC can be quick enough and coordinated enough on finding these KOs and finding these damage. Because, let's face it, if they're not getting KOs with this comp, they are doing nothing. I thoroughly doubt that they're going to be able to win a solid core control battle here. So it's going to be can they get the KOs that they need in a quick enough manner that and then actually capitalize on it? Because last game we saw quite a few times where they sort of fumbled the power play around, and I think that's going to be the big difference here.
Yeah, for sure. And it is an XCD on that Aimi brawler, as we predicted. One thing I will say that I like about Bozo Bunch's comp is we do have just nice synergies kind of all around. Obviously, we've seen Vice Goalie played on this map since when she was introduced to the game alongside this map. And we've seen Juno Zentaro as kind of one of those classic offensive duo comps where they're able to dish out a lot of damage. Juno's pretty tanky, is pretty good into these KO comps. And in addition to that, they both synergize really well off of one another's core control. Juno puts some slimes out there to take up space, and Zentaro is able to capitalize on that really well with all of his core stops, as well as being able to damage all of the enemies that have to fly in order to deal with all those slimes. That being said, despite Juno being tanky, it is Streak that is the first one KO'd in what is almost certainly about to be a bloodbath of a match. And NXCD will cyber swipe in to find the first goal for EKC.
Yeah, and something tells me that this might be the way that this match is gonna go. Because like I said at the beginning, I still think this is EKC's match ultimately to lose. Whether or not that ultimately comes to fruition, I guess we'll find out. But we should note, Soren and Dropletto were the ones who took the Sparks. Everyone else, of course, went with the Stinger. So when it comes to the draft, those are the players that you're going to want to look out for the potential scaling. And we talked a lot about the Zentaro Stinger, but going for the Spark instead definitely shake things up a little bit. Streak getting KO'd there. And that's not good for Bozo Bunch at all, because now they got to contend with the full might of the Pummelers NXZD. Assaulting this barrier right now. They're doing a good job holding on. Nice save here from Merchant around the back of the barrier. The Creator Maker comes in. So far, still holding on to this top corner. There's the glitch. Popping a boost in from Katsuna. Finally able to open up this goal. Merchant back up to Streak. Katsuna able to cut the pass here. NXED blinking with the glitch pop. If it gets cleared out. And Bozopunch trying to push back, but not able to gain a sizable foothold. Soren holding onto the core, just letting them fight Dropletto for a little bit. NXED also looking pretty hurt, but Katsuna has a flip available. There's the Supernova, gonna wait it out. Perfect patience. Perfect patience from Katsuna. That was like frame perfect after the Supernova ended. The core flip ended. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what a way for that point to end. But I also want to comment on the way that EKC are making the barriers happen. It is kind of what I predicted at the start of the match, which is with this double midfield comp, they're very much just going to toe the midfield line repeatedly and just keep sending the core back behind the barrier, which might at first glance seem like they're not going to do much. But here's the thing. On Demon Days, if you don't commit all three of your players to defense, it can be very, very hard to get the core cleared. So Bozopunch kind of forced to bring everybody back, and then you have these massive AoE abilities. You have the Luna Nuke coming in. You have Aimi sending glitch pops into the middle of it all. You have Finny dropping all of her bullcrap down in the middle of it. And all that means that as long as the core is behind the barrier of Bozopunch, there's a lot of tempo in the favor of EKC. Bozopunch did make something happen there for a moment, but as soon as this power play comes out, another KO onto Streak. That's another point to EKC. That's a 3-0 set for them, and it looks like their game plan is working flawlessly right now.
Yeah, and with the scaling leaning now pretty heavily in their favor. Spark of Leadership showing up really early on here. We do see Dropletto is ahead of NXCD, or not ahead of Soren though, so Soren will probably end up taking that. But Ad Rush is on the board. Fight or Flight Extra Special, of course, going to go over to Katsuna. Very dangerous awakening on that Luna. It will be Explosive Entrance picked up by Soren though. And Ad Rush going over to Dropletto. No one touching the Spark of Leadership here. Other stuff is a little bit more tempting. Missile Prop on the Vice. Fight or Flight going to go to NXCD. Really strong awakening there, and ultimately just Glass Cannon left for Streak. We'll see how useful that ends up being, but I think EKC definitely comes out of that one with a pretty good haul of awakenings.
Yeah, well, and I gotta compliment Soren there. That seems like a bit of a soul read on the draft, recognizing that Dropletto is not interested in picking up that Spark, which I would say is also, a good move by Dropletto. When you're down like this, especially when you're down against a KO comp, you don't need to play like the long term for scaling. You don't know if that's ever going to work, especially with new Sparks, because there's no resilience here. You're not going to ever get like a ton of stagger out of this. So going for something that's good right now we're seeing the Ad Rush that he picked up come into play. They get this power play, and Dropletto is able to kind of run around for a little bit. But it was some nice defense from Soren and NXT to make sure that not too much was gotten by Bozopunch off of that power play. But basically what I'm trying to say is Soren recognizing that Dropletto wasn't interested in the Spark meant that he was able to kind of outplay him in that draft by denying away the Explosive Entrance, which would have been Zentaro's best awakening. And that's the kind of foresight that will give EKC a 1-point lead here in the start of set 2.
Yeah, getting that KO on Merchant, the core went right through where the eject button was, so well timed there. And a lot of damage on a Merchant here. Has to spend the last bit of his energy. We'll be able to pick up the orb and heal up here, but so far EKC pretty much dominating in both the damage and core control department right now. Not worrying too much about their barriers, and they're just going to pick up another KO there. Dropletto, though, able to even it up, make it a 2v2 with the Zen ults. As the Ad Rush proc is pushing into the corner there. Merchant pushing up the midfield line as well. Soren just going to buy some time, it looks like, for Katsuna to come back. Dropletto looking to bring it into the top corner, but there's Katsuna boosting in. Now NXED with the core. Merchant finding a clear from the center. Crater Maker coming in the top corner. NXED looking for a shot. It'll get blocked. Now Katsuna, they're getting beat up a little bit. Bozopunch pushing back. Boosting in. Katsuna not quite able to find the core here. Dropletto up to Streak. Looking for the top side. Has the Blobbo. NXED making some nice saves in the corner, though. Another Blobbo sending it forward. Zenol on the line. Doesn't have the angle. Soren's going to be able to send it out. There's the Crater Maker. Nice save by Merchant. Gets the evade as well. And a pass up to Dropletto here. Core flip from NXED around looking for the demon angle, but Merchant's right there, and Katsuna can't find the boost. A nice save against the Rocket. Merchant quick on the reactions to keep this point going. Maybe give the forwards another chance to pass up to the Blobbo. Soren able to block that one. Streak brings it back down to the bottom side. Drop Leto to the top corner, but Soren's right there. Very quick on this. Finny boosting and Katsuna finally able to connect with the boost and gets the KO on the Merchant. That's how you, I mean, you can't beat Merchant with a quick reaction check. He's got to knock him into the goal box, apparently.
Yeah, that's... Any port in a storm here, right? That's kind of how both of these teams are acting. The points are going so long, but any opportunity that presents itself is immediately seized. And Bozo Bunch are trying so hard to make these KOs happen more consistently, but wow, what a good evasion from Katsuna, calling out the Oni's blade there. It's going to be tough for Bozo Bunch to consistently confirm these KOs, which is really what they need to make movements in this game. And what a, again, fantastic defense from Soren. Stalls out this power play once more. But he might find himself KO'd here shortly. We saw this last point as well, where there was a lot of damage dished out to Soren, but Dropleto's gone off the pitch once more. It's a power play for EKC again.
And we'll pick up that second barrier here. NXDG just dribbling with the core, not able to make much happen, but it might be another KO. Nice elusive, though, from Katsuna to prevent that from happening. Down to NXDG boosting against Katsuna, forces the core flip out of Merchant. Katsuna to the top side, Streak able to make the save. To do so again here. Jumping in over the midfield, Merchant teleporting up into the Supernova. Nice pass from Dropleto to set that play up. And Merchant will get the points. Bozo Bunch finally able to put themselves on the board here, but it's still set point for EKC.
Yeah, it's very spooky. EKC just more consistently are making the KO game work, right? Like, right off kickoff, we see Streak and Dropleto taken to half health. And the Finny debuffs are getting applied. Katsuna did with Dash and Rocket there, which is very unfortunate. But when that's not happening, it's looking very strong. Katsuna is getting punished here. This could be Bozo Bunch's opportunity to steal the point back in their direction. Still staggered. Merchant will burn the Supernova there, but Katsuna wisely stands such that it sends him to the enemy side of the map. But Streak will find it with a Blobbo. That's the glass cannon difference right there. Not often that we see glass cannon actually have any sort of value on Demon Days. Usually you're getting hit so often that you don't even really get to stack it up. But occasionally the Awakening makes a difference on this map.
Nice play there to even up the barriers, but NXDD kind of running for his life a little bit. Dropleto also staggered as well. Be a fight over this orb that NXDD able to pick it up though. Get back to health. There's a bunch of assaulting this barrier, but the Creator Maker gonna take Dropleto off the field. Now EKC with an open net available. A little bit of a muff pass there. Now NXDD back to Katsuna. Sends it a little bit too far back, and Merchant teleports up, looking to take advantage. Not able to find much, though. Back to 3v3. Another Crater Maker coming out. Streak taking a lot of damage here. Has to avoid the Finial getting boosted in. Katsuna another KO. And now the Supernova coming out, looking to get some damage, but Merchant not able to connect. And it's Katsuna who finds the top corner of the net. And another set going over to EKC.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's making it look like Juno has no stagger at all. She's one of the highest stagger characters in the game, but EKC are repetitively taking Streak off the map. And, I mean, if you're killing the enemy midfielder, that's the linchpin of success in a game of Omega Strikers, right? The midfielder is the whole reason that you're able to convert between defense and offense. The whole reason that you're able to keep possession on offense and hopefully put some goals in. So, Streak being KO'd is such a problem for Bozo Bunch, and with Deadeye Luna and Monumentalist Finny, I mean, the tempo is swinging even further in the favor of EKC. So many critical awakenings picked up that draft by them. That being said, some light on the horizon. We have Hotshot Juno now. That being said, the Juno is not alive right now.
Yeah,
I'm not expecting the Juno to be alive too much. But if Bozo Bunch are somehow able to make it to overtime, they have a lot of core speed on their side. They have team player. They have Hotshot Juno. So if the points last long, they have a big advantage. But that's a big if, Lego.
Yeah. I mean, Dropletto literally just walked back there and just fought NXZD to make a power play happen. While Soren is literally just up in the midfield line, getting shots on the net. But NXZD back online now. Zenult versus the Finiult. Who will win? The Finiult, ultimately. Cratermaker comes in. Huge damage onto Streak right there. That's Core getting up to Dropletto, looking for the slice and dice. Doesn't find the connection, but it's another power play for EKC on the other side. There's the Supernova. Send it back across and buy some time. Soren lobbing the core back in right here. The triple take coming out and getting some damage. But Merchant teleporting up and getting caught in the midfield, taken off the map here. Streak in the goal box, trying to hold it down against yet another EKC power play. Core flip from NXZD is blocked though. Dropletto has a flip here from the midfield. It's going to be instantly blocked by NXZD. Merchant teleporting back up off respawn, looking for the power cord, but Soren makes the save. Dropletto had another chance there, but lost the strike war. Now the Firewall Sentry comes out from NXZD across the center of the net. Streak up in the top side, setting up the Blobos. Dropletto is staggered, but has a potential shot. The power core chain lightning ruined the angle and totally mixed up EKC. A crazy primary there from Merchant to get the points.
And dare I say it, Lego, the crazy lads did it. They made it to overtime. Bozo Bunch have shown us that it can be done. They can survive that long, even if it means all three members of the team dying multiple times along the way to make that overtime possible. But now they're getting power plays of their own. They don't even need to make it to overtime to make these plays happen. We're seeing light at the end of the tunnel for Bozo Bunch. The series might not be over yet.
It's never over till it's over. But NXZD getting mauled in the backfield yet again, activating Dropletto's ad rush. That'll be an open goal on EKC's side, up to Streak. Katsuna able to make a save here, but Soren is not long for this world. Gets hit by that secondary, and there's going to be able to set up a passing play. Bozo Bunch bringing it to set point here, seeming to unlock something. Once they acquired the awakenings they needed, perhaps, and are starting to make this a real game. Wow.
Oh, a nice kill combo by NXCD is going to make it hard to keep that streak up. And that's pun intended, because streak is probably going to be not up very much longer. But Dropletto is back on the board. PKC wasn't able to put any damage out over the course of that power play, even though they did find barriers. Dropletto is also finding barriers, though, and just one more point could send Bozo Bunch into the draft that could help them turn this game completely around.
Both sides opened up here. There's some damage on both of the forwards as NXTD, who gets the kill combo first, looks for the core flip here, but Streak makes a save. Makes yet another great save here, but a pass to Katsuna, and that'll finally be enough to put the point away for EKC. I mean, it's just been a brawl, and whoever's able to get the power play going the best seems to get a huge leg up. So, of course, as you said, Bozo Bunch looking a lot better once that overtime hits, obviously.
Yeah, and Merchant and Streak are doing quite a good job on this defensive side. NXCD was able to catch a nice strike war there and find the first barrier, but the Finny ult is defended through right there, and that is a massive boon. Oh, a nice cyber swipe, though. But Dropletto does find the power play. This is Bozo Bunch's time to bring it back. Soren having to burn the defensive flip. Streak having to burn his as well, unfortunately. But Katsuna is staggered here. It's likely that the power play will continue for the side of Bozo Bunch.
Now, Dropletto's just hunting this KO here, but nice defense from Soren. Core flip from Merchant in the midfield. Doesn't find much, but they do pick up the KO. Now Bozo Bunch looking to finish this off. This ad rush has been putting in work for Dropletto. Now Streak up to Dropletto, looking for the slice and dice. Nice evade from Soren to clear it out of there. Now Katsuna off. Respawn boosting in to find the points. Katsuna. Wild play. Ponders the orb indeed. Brings it to match point for EKC. Series point for them as well, but Bozo Bunch still with the opportunity to drag this one out a bit longer.
EKC doing their best to extinguish the light of hope and shut out all possibility of Bozo Bunch bringing this one back. But Dropletto is keeping that hope alive. A nice core flip will secure the set and ensure that Bozo Bunch lives to fight another day. This draft could be a massive, massive turning point. I see Heavy Impact. I see Super Surge. All sorts of fantastic, fantastic awakenings here. And the world is Dropletto's oyster with this Super Surge.
Yeah, that's a big pickup. Heavy impacts for NXZD is pretty good here as well. Spec training going to Merchant, who already has the Stinger. Spark here for Soren. It will be the second Spark for Soren. So Spark of Speed, Spark of Cooldown, not bad. Twin Drive for Streak, and Katsuna just going with the Orb Ponderer. But some good stuff here for both sides. I really like what Bozo Bunch came out with, though. Merchant's been quietly doing a lot this match, I think. And that's specialized training. Yeah, they got to be really careful now, because now you can kind of match that Deadeye Luna. That being said, I mean, here's the power play for Bozo Bunch. Dropletto just looking to score this one, and yeah, with the Slice and Dice, that'll do it. And now Bozo Bunch are the ones who look to be running away with this match.
Yeah, I would say that to say that Merchant is quietly having a big impact on this map is not doing it justice. I would say it's very loud. He's teleporting into the enemy side of the field. He's dropping down guitar solos with specialized trading, absolutely decimating EKC's stagger bars. And he's also teleporting in. Like, these Thunderstrucks have been so critical by Merchant to grab barriers and cut out options for the EKC defense. That means that Bozo Bunch get a 2-point lead here. They're not even having to make it to overtime to take advantage of this stuff. I mean, obviously the Juno hotshot still very much playing a role even before overtime. But certainly, Bozo Bunch looking quite strong now. Completely different from what we saw in those early sets.
Katsuna taking a lot of damage here, and I mean, Katsuna just moved to a good angle and just accepted that, but Dropletto quick to catch him and send him off the map. Another power play here for Bozo Bunch. Merchant not looking too healthy, but luckily trying to send the core around. Teleports up to the midfield. It gets caught by NXZD, though. Now it's a 2v2 here for a little while. Katsuna back online, immediately boosts in and picks off the second barrier. Soren trying to get it past the midfield line, but Streak doing a good job holding it with the Blobos. Core flip here from Soren to try and send it around. It's going to get blocked up by Streak. NXZD jumping in. A glitch pop self pass, looking for the goal. Doesn't find it here, though. Not the angle that we're looking for. Dropletto dashing in does have a flip available to potentially get this second barrier. Big supernova in the midfield. Merchant picks up another KO. Core flip from Dropletto opens up EKC's side of the field. NXZD not looking healthy. Burns the flip. Is out of everything. And now it's Bozo Bunch just pushing up. All three members ignoring NXZD. Katsuna is back online, but they're trying to force this core in. Katsuna made a nice save there, but Merchant was able to rotate around. Now NXZD looking for the cyber swipe. Doesn't connect. Has another opportunity that goes to the bottom of Merchant's ready for it. Another shot to the bottom here. Not caught by the Xenolts. And NXZD will put EKC back on the board here to try and prevent this from going to a set 5.
Yeah, that was... Thank you, Soren. Both Katsuna and NXZD better be thanking the crap out of Soren for that last point. Some seriously insane plays to hold against the power play of Bozo Bunch. He's going to have to do it again, though. Bozo Bunch sweeping in, grabbing both barriers, and probably going to find a kill shortly thereafter. But actually, no, their barriers get taken out, and it's both goals open.
Streak got lucky on that angle there. Stood in the corner and boosting in Katsuna. Oh! Another goal side KO to dunk the core in. And series point yet again for EKC.
Yeah, they've been here before. Can they close it out this time? And the much bigger question, Bozo Bunch have been here before. Can they manage to eke out another set? It is a reverse power play, but the barriers are in their favor. If they can hold here and get Dropletto back online, they still have a shot. They're going to have to defend through this Finny ult, though. Dropletto comes back. Streak has a jump ready. Probably looking for a scoring opportunity here. Dropletto blinking in, but Merchant almost getting taken out by the Crater Maker there. All three members of EKC looking alive and well, but this barrier is still up. Merchant still defending it, managing to stay alive despite being staggered for ages now. The goal finally opens up, but it's too late. I don't know
I
what
think
happened
Soren
there. I
just
don't know.
lagged out.
I think he did too. That's really unfortunate for EKC, but it does mean that Bozo Bunch get to stay alive another set. Lego, talk us through this draft. There's some pretty important stuff here.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy point and the worst possible time for Soren to get lag right there. But yeah, 1-2 punch, bulk up. There's a Spark of Powers on the table as well. Soren already has 2 sparks, by the way. I think that might be 1-2 punch is there, and that's pretty deadly as well. There's like every damage awakening, by the way. It will be the Spark of Power though for the Fenny prize fighter, of course, going out to NXCD. But 1-2 punch on Dropletto is terrifying. Reptile Remedy here on Merchant is going to be huge for trying to stay alive. Merchant has gotten staggered quite a bit, and Big Fish here for Katsuna will just mean a little bit more stagger to work with. But it's all the way to set 5. Both sides have some crazy damage pumped into their forwards, and it's immediate KO here for EKC. They've got the power play. They get 1 barrier. They get 2 barriers, and they're looking for the point. Soren looking to lob it in, but Dropletto doing good, buying some time here. Merchant up in the midfield, goes for the Supernova, but it's another KO here from EKC. Merchant waiting for the Soren angle, but Katsuna's right there to tip it in. A quick point for EKC.
And what a high value point it was, getting NXCD up to 3 prize fighter stacks right off the bat. That means that both Soren and NXCD are rocking over 150 power right now, between Soren Sparks and NXCD having that prize fighter. And as the Bozo Bunch barriers go down, we're starting to see a resurgence of those first couple sets. EKC back in full swing.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, Bozo Bunch in a really rough situation here. 2 incredibly fast points from EKC. We'll see if they're able to recover at all. The ults dropping very early on here. NXCD coming out of that pretty hurt, but Dropletto was as well. NXCD spends the core flip to stay alive and get some damage in, but one barrier down here for Bozo Bunch. Able to sneak the core past Soren here around to the bottom side. Not able to pick up a second barrier though. Merchant's Supernova doesn't find anything but the air, unfortunately, and Dropletto able to pick up a KO though onto Soren. It's a goalie power play for Bozo Bunch, but their barriers are gone, and finds a double though. Dropletto taking names right now. 3-on-1. It's just NXCD. The goal is open. Dropletto with the core down to the bottom. What a save from NXCD on the glitch pop. Keeps it alive. Soren's back up. They drop the firewall sentry. There's Katsuna. It's 3-on-3. Both sides opened up here. But Dropletto gets another KO. Another ad rush proc. Merchant up in the midfield. Doesn't have time to use the core flip. Gets out of there. Here comes the Crater Maker. Doesn't find any damage though. A pass up. Dropletto looking for the slice. Nice. Soren, what a save with the evade versus the primary. And Merchant going to send it right back in. Streak off to Dropletto. Can't get it through 2 bodies. Merchant teleporting up. Still holding on to this core flip. And EKC still making the saves on the net. Dropletto into the bottom corner. Up to the top side. And Bozo Bunch will take the point, and they just keep hanging on.
Yeah, incredible plays from all 3 members of Bozo Bunch. Dropletto getting so many critical kills, and even though he was having a little bit of trouble finding the final goal there, Soren doing such a good job in the goal box. Streak and Merchant holding strong on the back line, and as they get barriers again in this point, Bozo Bunch still looking strong here. Dropletto flips and he finds the goal. It's set 5.5.
God. It was all on the line for Dropletto right there. Staggered, had the flip. Perfect positioning, perfect shot. It is cinema right now. Set 5.5, but Dropletto taken off the field. Both barriers down for Bozo Bunch. Merchant teleporting up to the midfield, just trying to hold on to this core, buy some time, and exceed to the top side, and just like that, it's over. EKC finish out the game after a tumultuous couple sets there. Bozo Bunch almost did it, but that power play, Dropletto getting taken out early there, it ultimately ended everything. EKC will be taking the series over Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, EKC, if I'm not mistaken, spending 5 points of that match on series point. And it was down to the wire on set 5.5 to secure them the series. I mean, Bozo Bunch, props to them for keeping the fire alive the whole time. I'm baffled that they were able to take it that far. But EKC are the ones that come out on top. Soren with 248 redirects, 40,000 damage each on NXCD and Katsuna, and 10 KOs apiece, 20 overall to the side of EKC. It was That was a significantly closer match than I expected. Like, I kind of expected just one team or the other to kind of snowball over the course of the game. But every single draft, it just seemed like the scales were swinging wildly in one direction or the other. But EKC were the ones that found the critical power plays in that final set, and in particular that final point. That brings them out to a victory. 13 goals over the course of that match. What a game and what a series.
I mean, 12 KOs from Dropletto there was a huge difference maker for Bozo Bunch. They almost had that. They were extremely close to making it happen. It all came down to just a bunch of little things that really added up. But yeah, what an incredible series there that was. But yeah, that's all for that series. So next series, Cloak. What is the next series, by the way?
That's a fantastic question, Lego. I haven't been paying attention to the schedule.
Dubu RTF. It's Dubu RTF. That's
thank goodness we have Saya in our ear. We love you, Saya.
Yeah,
you're incredible.
We're gonna throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, Dubu RTF. All right, we're back. Sundubu Strikers versus Return to Form. Our series now, and Return to Form, a little bit down on their luck these last couple weeks, but going over to Otten City, team player Reptile Remedy is the start. So bit of a break from the chaos we saw last series for a little bit more core oriented match, but
Did we lose Lego Mage? I think. Yeah. So it looks like Lego Mage is gone, unfortunately. But I'm still here, and we're jumping into game one. It looks like our first map is going to be. There we go. He's back. Welcome back, Lego. You disconnected for a moment.
am I back?
You're back.
Yeah, I mean, my PC just crashed for a minute, so that was cool.
It looks like it also loading bugged the lobby, which is a fun time.
Yeah, I have a crash report. So that's, yeah, everything may have exploded for a minute for me. So let me fix this.
We do have the draft to look at and analyze as we get you back in here, try to reboot the match. It is a Reptile Remedy and team player start. And we've banned Mako and Finny, which are two interesting bans, I would say, for Otten City. Finny, has been played relatively frequently on the map. She's pretty good in the goalie slot. But Mako certainly is not the most popular character to run here. But Return to Form didn't want to see that Mako. Instead, they're going to be drafting Kai, Rasmus, and Zentaro. Presumably, that is a Rasmus goalie for Moff and Kui. And it'll be Leo Leon rocking his signature Zentaro. And then for not Bozo Bunch, that was last series. For Sundubu, we're going to be running Kazan, Estelle, Juno. I'm guessing that this is an Estelle goalie for shapeshifting. Maybe it's Juno goalie, but I would guess that it's a Estelle goalie for shapeshifting. Maybe Juno. And then we'll have 3Z rocking that Kazan. And it is a team player start. Considering that it's not a particularly KO heavy map, and it doesn't look like either one of these teams have picked up super KO centric characters, I'm guessing it's going to be 6 team players across the board, meaning that we're going to get to see some fun classic team synergy matchups here as to who knows how to play that unique awakening start.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you look at this Juno, Estelle, Kazan, and those characters are generally pretty good on this map and generally like core speed. So it's looking pretty good for Sundubu Strikers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
awesome.
I am back
in the lobby. We'll be starting shortly.
But yeah, the double brawler, well, I assume it's Rasmus goalie, is kind of interesting for RTF. That this is not a comp that I think I would expect to see in this situation all that much, and kind of letting the Juno fall all the way down that far is, especially when Estelle was already picked, is a little bit questionable, I think, but we'll see how it plays out here.
Yeah, if I saw this comp drafted by any other team, I would be a little confused as well. But knowing that it's Return to Form, of course, we're going to see Moff and Kui. Either, I really only see him on 3 characters. It's either the Finny, the Kazan, or the Rasmus. Every once in a while, you spot him on Asher. He had a brief stint where he played a lot of Asher, but Rasmus is kind of his front runner nowadays. Plays that Rasmus goalie. And I think Rasmus goalie is pretty good on Otten, all things considered. Usually has enough size, especially with pauldrons, to reach across that massive barrier and kind of keep the enemy team at bay. So I do think that he's a pretty good goalie. Certainly he's usually played in the brawler position on Otten, but I bet Moffin will see some success on the Rasmus goalie here.
Yeah, for sure. Just because it is Moffin. And this guy is an enigma when it comes to this stuff, but one of the best unusual goalie players, best Rasmus goalie players that you can get. So we'll see who comes out on top here. It will be RTF bringing down the first barrier, and Hungry Boy holding on to the core. Leo Leon with the Zenold in the top side. Gets staggered for it, though. Will manage to stay alive. Threezy's hunting this KO, but Leo Leon just going to fall back and eat some orbs. Let Moffin do some midfield work. Just hold on to the core. And still keeping this barrier up as well. Threezy, the chance here in the corner. RTF quickly rotated out. Now shape-shifting, trying to force it back onto RTF side of the field. Threezy down to the bottom side. Grimella setting up some blobos, but Leo Leon now getting in the way. Up to Hungry Boy on the top side. The Giga Blast not able to catch the core, though. So far, Sundubu Strikers holding on for a very long time on Otten City, but also now we're finally able to bring down the barrier here as core flips are coming online across the board, and this core speed is really starting to kick in now. In the bottom corner here, shapeshifting making the clear. Core flip here from Grimella. Core flip from Moffin to answer, and a nice pass from Hungry Boy sets it up off the bumper there for Leo Leon to find the goal, and RTF strike first.
And RTF, they have all opted to pick up team player. Interestingly, we have Leo Leon grabbing Magnetized Souls, which is not too uncommon for Zentaro, especially on this map. But I'm fascinated by Hungry Boy opting for Slick Kicks here. So he is getting some value out of them, keeping up that corner offense, but Leo Leon getting KO'd will mean a free rotate out of the top and a free clear for shape-shifting and Grimella there. I keep wanting to say Bozo Bunch. None of these guys have ever been on Bozo Bunch. This is a Sundubu angle, far and wide, and they'll tie up the first set.
On to one now. Hungry Boy does have a flip available here for RTF. And almost bringing down the first barrier. Nice save from shape-shifting, but Leo Leon going to bring it down regardless. Hungry Boy with the core flip. Nice saves from Sundubu Strikers, though. Now clear it on out of there. But now they need to set up some offense here of their own in the top corner. Looks like they'll be able to do just that. Bring down the barrier. Muffin up to Hungry Boy. Trying to find a way to clear it out of here. Shape-shifting is going to send it right back in with that piercing shot. Grimella up to the Blobo, but Hungry Boy right there to make the save. Still assaulting this front of the net. Finally, Leo Leon able to get a little bit of air, but shapeshifting just sending it right back in, and the passing play for Threezy Breezy with a top spin to confirm it. I don't mean Sundubu Strikers brings it to set point.
I liked that Moffin and Hungry Boy were trying to do some team player shenanigans on the back line there, but this Estelle goalie is really effective at responding to that core speed. Especially you put someone like shapeshifting on it. A lot of Estelle goalies will have to burn secondary to hit that fast core, but shapeshifting is usually fast enough to respond to it. That being said, Hungry Boy and Leo Leon were able to collapse really effectively on shapeshifting there, and Estelle does not really have a response to that Kai barrage, so Hungry Boy getting that one lined up on the back line is big, and I expect that will be a relatively large scoring method for return to form, is getting a Kai barrage lined up onto shapeshifting.
Yeah, and both barriers traded here. With energy coming up. The team's relatively in sync with their energy generation this game, it feels like. First core flip here from Hungry Boy to send it into the top corner. A little bit of ping-ponging here. Shape-shifting, but Leo Leon able to get into the mix and make it happen. And RTF will be taking the first set win. Pretty nice for them, and Hungry Boy going to be the MVP here as well. Some speed awakenings showing up here, some range as well, but stacks on stacks might just be a good pick for the MVP.
Yeah, I absolutely think it's a stacks on stacks angle. Again, pretty low probability of getting KO'd, especially when you've got now this additional speed on your side. That does mean more size floats to 3Z, but Leo is left with explosive entrance on the board. An undeniable dash awakening for that Zentaro is a big buff for the side of RTF. Heavy impact to shape-shifting, dash range on Grimella with aerials, and then sparking by Moffin. If we are to see the play styles of both of these teams continue moving into the second set, we would expect return to form to just kind of run away with this They seemed to be keeping up just fine last set, and I think they solidly won that draft in terms of the awakenings that they've got. It's going to be a lot on 3Z's shoulders with this additional size. That was kind of the biggest pickup for the side of Sundubu. And if he can make some plays happen here in the corner, somehow get in on Moffin's Rasmus, certainly Sundubu might be able to close out that set, whereas on set 1 they struggled to find that final point.
And right here, another good look for return to form. They've opened up the goals pretty early, shapeshifting with the flip to get out of there, but Moffin able to make his save. And Moffin's been doing a good job keeping this barrier alive. Sundubu strikers haven't really been able to get the barriers as quickly as you would like on this map. Grimilla able to pick that one up there, but it's already overtime. They do have 2 flips to work with. Grimilla with a quick flip to the top is going to get blocked away. 3Z might go for one here, burns it. Moffin just going to make the save. Grimilla another chance off the team player. Pass up to 3Z with the pop-up to get it through Hungry Boy. Some nice fast plays coming out from Sundubu strikers, and they'll strike first in set 2.
Yeah, I want to take a minute to talk about kind of some of the important matchups in this game. The first one that I think really stands out is Hungry Boy and Grimilla in the midfield. So notably, Kai is usually listed as one of the biggest counters to Juno because he has a really fantastic response to those Juno blobs, as well as her jumping, right? He's got speed to respond to the Juno jump. He's got barrage to respond to those slimes. It's definitely a drop in the bucket for return to form, and we're seeing it come into play a lot. I mean, look at that. Grimella wasn't able to hold on to the ball at all. Hungry Boy just barraged it right off of him. And it means that Leo is getting plenty of opportunities up in the goal box, often feeding it up there with a pass. And if that tempo continues to swing the way of return to form, obviously that is a massive, massive boon for them.
Nice Blabbo's coming out, but shapeshifting a really good save there with the piercing shot. They'll be able to rotate it back around to pick up that barrier. Now Sundubu strikers. Ooh, big dash up from Leo Leon, but shapeshifting a blink right into the back of the net is able to make the save. Moffin sending it back in here in overtime. Hungry Boy does have a flip available. Goes for the barrage to cut the pass and does in fact get it to sneak the point in, sniping that one away. Hungry Boy tying the game at 1-1.
Again, if Hungry Boy is allowed to get into that goal box while shapeshifting has the core, is a dangerous, dangerous situation for Sundubu. It's the second time now that we've seen Hungry Boy be the difference maker on the point. And he does burn flip here, but so does Grimella. So it's an even trade. Leo still has his flip here. Will try to burn it for this barrier, finds it there with the slice and dice into Zen passive. And return to form are still looking very strong here. I mean, every time Sundubu has to come back on defense like this, it's just scary. Once again, it's Hungry Boy, the one putting the goal in the back of their net.
Yeah. I mean, the Stella goalie is really good for, doing a lot of offense on this map up in the midfield, but when you're faced with the pressure of Zentaro and Kai, it can definitely fall apart pretty quickly in those corners, and that's where we've been seeing a lot of these goals getting scored, is not from a distance, but right on top of shape-shifting here. 3Z with a nice topspin. Nice save from Moffin, but not able to get it the second time. 3Z keeping the possession and finally forcing it through. Bring it to another 0.5 here. Sundubu strikers. I mean, RTF came out on top in this situation last set. We'll see if Sundubu strikers can flip the script and get it done here, or if it could be a commanding lead for RTF.
Yeah, and that's we've kind of talked about how the offensive duo of RTF is playing into Sundubu's defense, but I do also want to really compliment 3Z and Grimella on how they've been doing against Moffin. It seems like once they can get that Rasmus primary out, they have been really, really effective, because that primary is really what keeps the core at bay, right? Rasmus will just use that to keep the core as far away from them as possible. Once they can get in there, 3Z has been making a lot of plays. There we go, yeah. Is able to encroach perfectly onto Moffin and finds the KO onto Hungry Boy. Stacks on stacks gone, but it's already 5th point. It's anybody's set to take here.
Moffin does have a defensive flip available. 3Z not able to connect the crook leverage there. But RTF still on the defensive. Leo Leon able to force it through and get into the corner, right through the strike shot. Shapeshifting, and Leo Leon running away with that point off of that big play in the midfield. And that'll be the set going over to RTF again. Hungry Boy, the MVP, a second go-round here. See among Titans, Twin Drive and Orb Rep. I don't know how good Orb Rep is actually going to be here, but Twin Drive will be going over to Hungry Boy, and that's just even more speed. This guy's already moving pretty fast.
Yeah, I expect someone to grab Orb Rep here. I'm not exactly sure who, but it is very valuable. You get a lot of energy scaling. I'll admit I'm surprised that Moffin did not opt for Spark of Focus there to scale with the Spark of Agility that he picked up last set. But 1-2 Punch is still going to be really valuable here. 3Z now has 2 Size Awakenings, so this is a big Kazan, and he's going to be taking up a lot of space, potentially causing more problems for the defense of Return to Form. But other than that, there were significantly more valuable Awakenings on average picked up by Return to Form. And I think that if they can keep the trend of the previous sets going, as they find the first barrier of the set, I think they can take this game 1 pretty handedly.
Gorf up here from Leo Leon. He's going to get caught by the top spin of 3Z Breezy, though, from the top side. Nice defensive play there, but Leo Leon up to the top side. That long dash, bringing it all the way to the top corner. That dash range has been so beneficial this match for this Centauro, and Leo Leon getting another point on the board for RTF.
I'm a little surprised at how effective Hungry Boy and Leo have been at rotating the core around Grimella. Usually, Grimella is one of those midfielders known for responding to threats very early and is kind of always there. But it seems like there's just too much for him to deal with on the map right now. Of course, with this power play, Grimella is able to get in there and really shine. So nice find there. That will mean a point floating over to Sundubu. If they can replicate something like that, if they can find, consistent power plays, it's going to be a little hard to do on this massive open map. But certainly that is one path to victory for Sundubu. But Grimella has just been consistently rotated around by RTF, and that's really hard when your midfielder is more or less cut out of the play, because, again, that midfielder is really who you're relying on to get 3Z the ball. 3Z's able to make plays when he gets the core, but it's hard to consistently make that happen, and if you're keeping it away from Grimella, that gets even harder.
Leon taking a lot of damage here. Able to eat up some of the orbs, though. Core flip from Grimella, able to get to 3Z Breezy with a crook leverage, and that's going to be the barrier gone. Now Sundubu Strikers looking to set up bottom corner. Back pass here to Shapeshifting to bring it around. Back down to Grimella. Sets up a Blobbo, but all 3 members of RTF on the defense, though. Leon dashing out of there. Might make it a 2-on-2 for a bit. Nice stalling from Hungry Boy. 3Z in the top corner has a flip available. There's the Blobbos, but Moffin able to clear it out. Forces Grimella to go back. And there's some breathing room for RTF. Core flip from Shapeshifting sends it up, but Hungry Boy cuts it off in midfield. Now Sundubu Strikers on the defensive here. Trying to get it back out, but Leo Leon now pushing up into this corner. Shapeshifting passive to 3Z Breezy, dribbling in the midfield. Core flip from Hungry Boy, caught by the core flip from 3Z. Moffin just sends it right back across. A nice pop-up from 3Z to keep possession, looking for the top side, but it's going to be blocked away. Now in the midfield, Shapeshifting, keeping it up with the primary. Nice reactions from Moffin to beat the Blobbos. And this core is just moving so fast. Grimilla up to 3Z, doesn't find it with the top spin. Now Hungry Boy looking for the Giga Blast, doesn't find it here. Moffin's got to send it back around. Still haven't got this barrier yet on Sundubu's side of the map. But Leo Leon does have a flip available. They just need to play carefully, but 3Z, a nice shot there, but Moffin able to make the save. And there's a barrier gone. Core flip from Leo Leon on the open net. Going to stall it out. Core flip from Grimilla to send it back across. But Leo Leon another chance with the Zen on the top side. Not even get the good angle, but Hungry Boy on the recovery to send it right back in, and Leo Leon right in the center of the net. Able to pick up the point, a long one there, to bring it to match point for RTF.
Now, that was a bit of a fascinating point there, because there was a very clean triangle offense set up by Sundubu for most of the point. But it seemed like 3Z's options were choked out entirely by Hungry Boy and Leo Leon so there was no way for Sundubu to put the nail in the coffin and actually score there. Whereas Hungry Boy and Leo Leon on offense it's only taken a couple times of getting the core to Leo for him to make things happen. Like, look at this. He's able to burn Shapeshifting's entire kit in just a single push, and it's not like he's, going to be short on abilities. He's still got this core flip here, and he burns it, and Shapeshifting has nothing to respond. That is a swift victory for Return to Form, and a convincing one at that. I'll admit, I thought that they had a really good chance in this match, but I didn't expect them to just completely run away with it. That was a really impressive performance from Return to Form.
Yeah, they looked pretty good there. Muffin holding it down. Hungry Boy playing really solidly in the midfield. Of course, Leon, as always, just being him. But yeah, Sundubu Strikers kind of struggled to get anything going there at all. And as you pointed out, I mean, Leo Leon was just winning interactions against Shapeshifting constantly, whether it was getting a goal or just winning out on ability trades. RTF looking really good that match. I mean, the team player definitely helping here as well, but it just they were just able to hold on for so long that Leo Leon was able to have those opportunities to win those little interactions against Shapeshifting and Grimilla and make things happen. So going into game 2, it's going to be interesting to see what Sundubu does to turn it around. And yeah, I mean, I imagine they're not going to go with the Estelle goalie a second time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what map we're heading over to.
Yeah, I forgot what map it is, but we'll see in just a second here. But the Estelle goalie, like, I think when we initially saw it, we're like, yeah, Estelle Juno, good on Otten. But I think when you really think about it, I think there's other goalies that are maybe just better. Right,
well, like I don't have a problem with the Estelle or the Juno. I do have a problem with both of them being in the same comp, though.
Yeah,
because they both fall to the same weaknesses, right? Like we saw that.
Yeah.
Hungry Boy was able to really effectively, break through both of them. It pretty much just took one burst of speed, and he had Twin Drive, so he had two of those working for him to get it past their abilities. And then when you have this dash range Zentaro coming in from the back line, who can really explosively enter the play and start to force out cooldowns and threaten scoring attempts, that's a really dangerous situation to be putting a Juno and an Estelle into, who don't really have anything to respond to a Zentaro all of a sudden being up in their face. And Hungry Boy was able to get it there enough times and cause enough problems for Sundubu that eventually that defensive duo just cracked. So I don't necessarily think that like either character individually was a bad pick, but certainly Return to Form's comp was able to really effectively respond to Juno and Estelle having sort of the same set of weaknesses against, Kai Barrage, not having as much speed at their disposal, as well as not having a response to the melee abilities that Zentaro is able to dish out.
And now Clarion Test Chamber here for game 2. It's a primetime hotshot start, so core speed is still back on the table. We see the Finny first pick come out here, or not first pick, first ban, sorry, come out here from Sundubu Strikers. So we'll be seeing that this go around. I wonder what Return to Form ban is going to be here. If they're going to ban the Juno, and in fact, actually they are going to ban the Juno on the hotshot start. I think that makes sense. It'll be a first pick Vice from Sundubu Strikers. Okay, that's really interesting. That's got to be Shapeshifting, right?
Yes, I'm guessing that's Shapeshifting's Vice, and that's just as much a deny as it is a pick. Hungry Boy is perhaps the most notorious Vice midfielder out there. I think that he's been playing it for ages now in these high leagues, and now on the nasl stage is still threatening that same pick. So smart play by Sundubu picking away that Vice. It does mean that we get to see the Zentaro Estelle make a return, but this time it's a return to form. Zentaro and Estelle picked up by their squad this go round.
I like this a lot for them.
Yeah. What do you think of this rune? That's a bit of a fascinating pick here. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, it's good awakenings for him, but
Yeah, these are like two runes, like really good awakenings, obviously. Also, there's the Kazan as well. So Rune Vice Kazan. To me, that almost feels like I just randomly named 3 characters in the in the
Yes.
game. Like it doesn't initially on paper I think look like a team comp that makes sense, right? And then of course the Rasmus though for Moffin. Like RTF have like a good team comp right here, I think. Sundubu are doing something really interesting though. And I think it could work actually. Like when you take a little closer look, you got the hotshot start on I'm gonna guess Rune hotshot, right? Vice probably hotshot as well, and then Kazan going prime time. I think this is almost the same like idea, but executed differently. Obviously, you have the Rune instead of the Juno is really the big change up here, but they just want to push core onto RTF side of the field constantly, and then try and just keep possession with 3Z Breezy. And it's gonna be interesting to see if that works or not. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect.
I agree with you to some extent. I think that if Sundubu gets the core onto return to form side, it's bad news for RTF. Very bad news for RTF. Yeah. You're going to be having devastating banishes thrown out, shapeshifting will teleport in, drop a supernova down. Vice is notoriously the other character besides Luna that you oftentimes see ults comboed into. I think the question is going to be how often can they actually get it onto RTF's side? Because, I mean, this is just... Return to Form has an objectively better comp for winning the midfield. Leo is going to be able to consistently run back with these Magnetized Souls, and Zentaro can play both damage and core control in the midfield. Moffin's going to be really effective at holding the core at bay. But that being said, it is RTF's barriers that go down first. So I'll hold my judgment until we see more of this match.
Yeah, everyone on RTF went for prime time as well. 2 hotshots though over on the side of Sundubu. So that's a lot of abilities that RTF have to work with here. 3Z Breezy is pretty hurt here, but there's Moffin with the death touch, the classic Rasmus goalie tech, if you will, if you could call it that. Pull him into the goal box. Nice banish here from Grimella. Buys some time. Great dribble from Moffin to avoid the supernova. Still having to play a little bit defensively here. Core flip from Moffin, but nice hook from 3Z to keep it up, though we'll get back around to Leon eventually as Grimella had to fall back there. Still staggered, gets caught in the Zenol, and that's a KO from Leon. Shapeshifting, pushing up, trying to help 3Z Breezy find this point against the power play, but it'll just get rotated back around here. A few seconds till Grimilla is back. Core flip. Shifting gets stalled out though, and Leo Leon is going to open up the barrier. Now both sides opened up. Leo Leon looking for a dribble. Has a flip available. Grimilla trying to keep it away, but a core flip here going to get blocked by the pillar. 3Z's low. And Leo Leon might be looking for a KO there while Moffin and Hungry Boy defend. The banish is going to go wide here. And almost another KO from Moffin. 3Z barely surviving that one. Nice teleport up from Shapeshifting. Looking for the power core, not able to connect with it. Grimilla recovering here with the pillar. The core kind of floats around for a bit. Grimilla does get the size, and that's going to be just enough to keep the core speed up and slip it right past Moffin to the bottom side. Sundubu Strikers will start off with the first point.
So interestingly enough, Lego, there were some statistics that were sent at us in the chat, specifically Ashy Burb, hitting us with a statistic. I don't know where this comes from, and I also would not be able to explain this statistic, but if it's true, I'm baffled and also fascinated that Estelle midfield has a 55% win rate without Zentaro, but only an 11% win rate with Zentaro. I don't know where the sample for that is coming from, but like, I feel like Ashy Burb has got to know what she's talking about, right? So, if that's the case, perhaps this return to form comp is not nearly as strong as we think it is. But as they find a power play,
big sample size.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Well, I guess we'll get official numbers on that later if it matters. But for now, I think we're just gonna see who wins the game. And if Estelle Zentaro win this, then there you go. You can add that to the statistic. Go for it. But right now, it's kind of a really tight match. Okay, so it is in fact fake. There you go. But right, this has been a pretty close game actually so far. Both points so far have been pretty long. Hungry Boy with the snipe, finally able to pierce it through, shapeshifting there with the ultimate. And it's 1-1 now. And this game might be a really tight contest, just judging by what we've seen so far. We saw 2.5s last game, despite it being a 3-0. And I wonder if it's going to be the same story here. A double barrier does fall on Sundubu's side of the field. We'll have to see as this continues on. Leo Leon putting shots on net. Core flip from Grimella. Finally get it out of there. But Hungry Boy in the strike war against Grimella, and Shapeshifting was down on the bottom side. Not able to catch up. That's RTF on set point.
Yeah, that was very good marking of both Leo Leon and Hungry Boy on offense. Perfectly marking their respective defenders, and Hungry Boy, once again, being the one to put it in the back of the net. It's a bit of a fascinating play style that Hungry Boy and Leo have, because normally, if you're coordinating on offense, kind of the standard position is you have your brawler holding the out clear, you have your midfielder holding the wall. Hungry Boy prefers to sit in the middle of the field, and I don't think anybody's about to tell him not to, because he's been scoring left, right, and center this whole series. Or I guess really he's just been scoring center, because he's been standing in the middle of the map and getting goals off of it. So yeah, no, well played from Hungry Boy. And Leo is doing a fantastic job of trusting him to do that job. So yeah, RTF looking quite strong here, and as the power play closes in, that's another set going to return to form.
Slipping right around the defense of Sundubu's strikers there. And now RTF in a good spot. Moffin going to get first pick here. We do have some size on the board. So we have the Super Surge available for some of our dash fiends down later in the draft. It will be a recovery drone for Moffin. Primetime double size Rasmus is a good place to be for this guy. Super Surge going to get picked up by Shapeshifting as deny away from Hungry Boy, who goes for the missile prop instead. Still very dangerous on Estelle. Castelast on Rune. Prize Fighter picked up by Zentaro toward the end of the draft there, but it does leave a little bit of size for 3Z Breezy. Might of the Colossus making its way down. A really nice draft here for RTF. Some nice things for Sundubu strikers, but RTF, I think, are in a really comfy spot right now.
Yeah, and that was an unfortunate debuff of the Sundubu game plan. Picking up Cast to Last means that Shapeshifting's Supernova, which would have normally eliminated Leo Leon, instead Leo Leon remains banished and safe from the Supernova, is able to stay alive, but his barriers aren't. Moffin does now have only air at his back, but Hungry Boy and Leo are still quite avid to keep this point alive. And as they find the power play, but the core slips by. That's Sundubu finding a little bit of a lucky point there, but they will take all of the points that they can get, because this is looking like a scary, scary game too.
Yeah, Sundubu strikers needing to force the game 3, and not in the greatest position to be able to do that. And right now, 3Z Breezy getting knocked around by RTF. A nice banish coming out, though, from Grimella. The double pillar setup and some big damage on the Hungry Boy. 3Z might be able to pick up a KO here, just looking for the cooldown, and does find it with the top spin, but Leo Leon gonna even it up, make it 2v2. Save here from Shapeshifting. The Thunderstruck. Nice death touch from Moffin, just playing up in the midfield and keeping the core on Sundubu's side of the field during all of that. And now everyone's back alive. And again, core flip here from Leo Leon. Not able to get it through all 3 members of Sundubu strikers, though, but might be able to pick up a KO here, and that's Grimella gone with the core flip still available. Power play for RTF as Moffin up in the midfield. Has a lot of room to work with on this map with that giant center expanse. Pulls 3Z into the center and picks up the KO. Great play from Moffin. And that's an open goal on Sundubu's side of the field. Hungry Boy just needing to get past Grimilla here. Slowly working up toward Leo Leon. That's going to be another point put right in. RTF tying up the set.
And remember, we had Shapeshifting picking up Super Surge in an effort to deny that away from Return to Form. But if I looked at Return to Form's Awakenings, I wouldn't think that they've been denied at all. Leo Leon's rocking 3 prize fighter stacks. We got a missile prop Estelle here. And, I mean, there's no signs of stopping here. What a fantastic offensive sequence there. Strike into Crystal Thorns, into Leo Leon winning the strike war on the rebound. Then Hungry Boy just flips primaries to secure it. Like, this is an unstoppable force of offense from Return to Form. And we haven't even been seeing much of like Moffin doing some clutch stuff, but there we go. We get a little bit of a Moffin show there, a little flip off of the Supernova. Return to Form is here to take it home.
Hungry Boy getting knocked around a little bit in those pillars as the midfielders trading quite a bit of damage here. And a nice setup though from RTF. The piercing shot into Leo Leon's passive, able to pick up a KO. And gonna be a second one, a double from Hungry Boy. And now it's just 1-on-3. Shapeshifting's looking pretty low. This might be an ace, actually. Shapeshifting does evade, but it's going to lose the strike war in the 2-on-1. And RTF just running away with this game so far, and maybe even this series, is Leo Leon going to get first pick. Oh, and there's a couple of team players back on the board, by the way.
Yeah, team players back. Fight or flight as well. Somebody's going to be picking up this bulk up. Either one of the brawlers. It looks like 3Z is going to be the one that takes it. Opting to not take size, but instead make sure that he has some survivability on his side. Of course, Leo responds to that by grabbing Stinger and saying, actually, your survivability is my strength. I'll deal more damage to you at this percent health awakening. Team player falls to Moffin. Spec training on Estelle, more of a deny than anything. The shapeshifting grabs glass cannon. Grimella getting fight or flight is one of the better things that he could have gotten, probably the best thing that he could have gotten from that draft, getting a little bit more maneuverability on this Rune, who is notably a low mobility character, probably his biggest weakness in the midfield. So maybe that will help to block some of the holes in the sinking Sundubu ship, but it's still looking dire. They are getting offensive opportunities though, so I'm gonna let them cook for a little while longer. Maybe they'll find something that I haven't anticipated. Yeah, a kill might be that thing.
Yeah, 3Z not looking too healthy right here, but the core taking a long time to get back up across the field. They're not gonna be able to capitalize on this power play too much. Leon comes back online, and Hungry Boy sniping shapeshifting off the map. Now Grimella forced to stay in the nets. Nice little push there from 3Z Breezy. Buys a lot of time. Might get KO'd here. Still staying alive. Hungry Boy has a flip available. They're just trying to keep it away from this Estelle. It does burn the flip here. Nice pillar from Grimella. Shuts down that piercing shot, but a big play comes out off of that team player speed from RTF. They just pass it all the way around Sundubu strikers and right into the top of the net. I mean, letting Moffin Kui get some of the best awakenings for how RTF has been playing is, I mean, this guy's been having a really good series today.
Yeah, Moffin has had no shortage of absolutely insane builds, and he's just getting to play his main for free. I mean, Rasmus has been Moffin's best character for a while now, I would say. He's really been rocking the Rasmus, and he's being able to damage 3Z so much as well. Like, we've seen him threatening 3Z's life and even taking it a few times this game. He's having a heyday. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, for sure. And a KO coming out there. Oh, and a double from Leo Leon with the core flip onto 3Z Breezy. Grimella left on his lonesome here. The barrier will fall. Banish buys quite a lot of time, but still a power play for a little bit. And immediately another one, as now Grimella's taken off the field. 3Z and shapeshifting left to fend. Big core speed coming out between the back passes, just for fun. But Hungry Boy with the piercing shot, able to finish that point off and bring it to series point for RTF.
Yeah, again, I can't help but feel like this was just solidified immediately from the draft, right? Like, RTF have put together a comp that perfectly responds to essentially anything that Sundubu can throw at them. They have the mobility advantage. Leo Leon just getting to run away with the core for free right here and pick up barriers. They have the damage advantage. Breezy and Grimella both staggered right now as Hungry Boy and Leo and Moffin just dish out hits every which direction. And even though Hungry Boy is staggered right now, it's still massively in favor of Return to Form. Shapeshifting getting to walk up to the midfield here, but I can't help but think that, every single little glimmer of, I guess you could call it hope for Sundubu is futile. and temporary. Oh my gosh, what a
Yeah.
save from Moffin.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, the defense has been real. The offense has been real. Leo Leon just taking names constantly this entire match. And going to do it right up till the final goal is scored. Gramilla's staggered here. Moffin almost gets the kill. But the barriers are down. Moffin beating the pillar. Moffin versus pillar. Who wins? Core flip pass up and just all the way around the field. Hungry Boy able to get off the demon angle. While Leo keeps shapeshifting busy. And that's going to be a sweep for RTF. 6-0 against Sundubu Strikers in terms of sets, taking that series very handedly, playing really good Omega Strikers today. And
Yeah,
I mean,
again,
they're returning to
Sundubu-
form.
Sundubu, they've got a history behind them. Like, these guys were in nasl way back. They won the For the Crown LAN. Like, these guys, this is not like an undecorated nasl team that Return to Form is trumping. These guys, like, have been around a while, but here's Return to Form coming in and saying, you know what, we can compete for that top spot as well, and making a fantastic showing there. Really good drafting from them. I felt like the synergy was there consistently. They had, several good offensive sequences. They got team player up and running both games, and they seem to be working fantastically with that Awakening. So many wonderful back passes between, not only Hungry Boy and Moffin, but we also had Leo back passing to Hungry Boy in that second game there, setting up some really clean Estelle primaries. I mean, it was just ticking all the boxes all the way down for the recipe on how to win that series. And that's why it undeniably went in favor of Return to Form.
Yeah, I mean, really great series by them against the Vets today, and a little bit of a breather from the previous series that we got through there, but yeah, looking really good. One more series though coming up today. Demons Raw versus Hungry Like Nephew, I believe. Yep. So that's gonna be, I mean, that's the match we're waiting for every week, right? That's
the big
match,
dance
our
right
favorite
there.
team, our big favorite team, Hungry Like Nephew, playing Demons Raw. But yeah, that's gonna be our final match, and that's gonna be cinema as always. So we're gonna be throwing it to a quick break. That's all from us though, but stick around for that match, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
茜に染まった過去と今を優し 許せたから恨むことにも飽きたしたださまようだけの抜け殻には興味がないの不自然に揺れる森の先へ突き立てた指高架に抱かれる準備はいい魂を燃やせ生きてる証を探そう私一人では見つけられない永遠の苦しみも切なの安らぎとなれ胸を焦がすこの炎も消えない魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に二人ならきっと分かり合える聖なる裁きが気まぐれな戯れかはどうでもいいや魂を燃やせ尽きない命と共に退屈しのぎに最高のショータイムこの世の終わりが不死の呪いどちらかが勝利を収める
And welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Season 6, Week 3. It's our final match of the day today, and it is the next iteration of El Clasico. That's right, Hungry Like Nephew versus Demons Raw. Of course, I'm joined now with Weston, and this should be a good one. It always is a fun one to watch, and I'm sure that everyone is ready to go here.
Yeah, and Demons, I was casting their game last week, which was, we had some Zengoli. It was quite the match. They kind of saved their season in those last two maps, were able to get to 1-1 here. And interestingly enough, Hungry Like Nephew, after watching everyone play all day today, is the only undefeated team left. So they have a chance here to put themselves alone at the top at 3-0. Or if Demons Raw can take this one home, every single team would be either 1-2 or 2-1, which would make for a very interesting week 4 through the end of the season going forward. But first, we're going to be starting on Taiko Temple. Fudgy's going to be on the melee goalie. Vaughn is going to be on the Kai and trying to get aggressive, and you see right away on the kickoff him trying to do that.
Yeah, so we didn't get nearly enough time to talk about everything that has happened here, right? For one, Fudgy is playing the goalie role this time. Gumi is in the midfield slot, which I kind of figured when I saw the roster the first time this would be the iteration of the roster that made the most sense. And it seems like they're at least trying it out now after not finding as much success in week 1. Gumi's just one of these players that wants to be active all of the time with all of the emotes and everything. And I don't think goalie keeps him sane at this point. So, yeah, there's that.
Yeah, we saw him on the era a bit last week as Fudgy with a great hold in the corner, but not quite. Bells is able to find it. Fudgy, interestingly, going for the momentum boots as you already lose, finds a great slime right there. Going for the momentum boots here with the primetime start, I think given that Atlas just had his range nerfed, it can be really difficult to play this momentum boots, to feel like your primary really does anything unless they're right on top of you. So I'm interested in how that pick goes out. I tried the momentum boots on this patch for a while and it just felt so bad to me, but we'll see how confident Fudgy is able to play, because the more he pushes up, the more he will be able to try to get value out of that. As Bells goes for a KO here, the intervention comes in, so nothing yet, but Hungry Like Nephew trying to push in, trying to keep this pressure on with that eject button on Vaughn.
You know, the other thing with the momentum boots is that probably figure with as active of a midfield role as Gumi plays, right? He'll want to go back to the box. He'll want to go forward plenty as well. There's going to be plenty of extra flutterfly speed that the Eric provides to the Atlas. So maybe paired with that, especially in a coordinated environment, maybe actually will be beneficial and help Fudgy get a little more hyper involved towards the front lines. The other side of the battle, right? We haven't talked about Hungry Like Nephew, role swapped and rebranded this season, but it's the same 3 trio here that you all know and love. This time, just Vaughn making his return to the goalie spot, losing a barrier there, but Vaughn's been playing incredibly well over the course of the season so far in this goalie slot, and continues to lead his team to success. Power play opportunity here, finds the barrier. Now Bells, beautiful stall on the primary and sends it down the bottom side, mixing up both Gumi and Fudgy in the goal box.
Yeah, and as much as it's been talked about Vaughn, how much he's excelling in this goalie role, looking like the best goalie in the league early on, you already lose seamlessly transitioning to this midfield role as well. Has looked right at place as a nasl midfielder, despite never playing it, at least in nasl before. And already early on, you can see that Juno, which is such a strong pick on this map, just so much coverage over both lanes, across the drums, everything, making a lot happen here and trying to find the KO on Snake, pushing ahead here.
Yeah, I mean, especially on a primetime start here too, right? You get a little bit more extra agency as well. But now, once again, it is going to be Snake getting taken down. Fudgy will use the ultimate for himself and now has that energy burst, but won't be able to find the expanse to send the core away. Bell setting it through on the dribble. Gumi will collect, but you already lose, keeps the pressure up. Vaughn's joining the party here as well. Bells has to be a little bit careful and will dissipate, so it looks like a good dig out for Demons Raw for now. They haven't taken possession away from Hungry Like Nephew. Looks like they're trying to come back on somewhat of an offensive, but no, actually, defense is going to hold possession, finally change, but you already lose. Hops right in to steal the goal away. It's a 3-0 set to start things off. Even though things have looked promising, it's just the conversion factor that we've previously known the Sad Boys for. It's still coming true here for their first couple of matches in this season.
Yeah, it feels like they just can't set up Snake for these offensive opportunities, and like the swarm that Vaughn and You Already Lose have is just keeping them on offense the entire time. The team player here going on to Vaughn will help keep that up, and they're going to get the hot shot as well. So Gumi had a chance to deny it there, but really not a strong pick on Era. Instead, going to opt for the speed to hope to stay on offense that way. The cooldowns for Atlas is going to help a lot, but it means, you know, both of the brawlers not really getting exactly what they want, and especially Snake here being stuck with Deadeye is going to be tough for Demon's Raw.
Definitely tough as Snake, who's been the target of multiple KOs up to this point, that has resulted in multiple power plays and the momentum ultimately shifting towards Hungry Like Nephew. But now Snake with a very nice punish, able to find both barriers in a swift play. Be looking to try to send this one back the other direction, but in the interim, of course, the Sad Boys will pick up possession of the core, and Gumi just doesn't quite have the same agency now once again. Maelstrom actually comes through, but this time is going to be Bells taken off of the pitch. Vaughn, nice little pass down to You Already Lose, looking for the second barrier, but can't find it yet. Just trying to work on the penalty kill here. Vaughn can't find the clear with the top spin well placed.
Yeah, not quite enough speed to get up there in time. It struck just a little bit too early, so it had the evade. Doesn't go down there, and they're both able to get that point, and Gumi up to 66 stacks of his own. It looked like they were finally able to set Snake up for offense, and he immediately got both barriers so they can continue to keep possession a little more. Fudgy and Gumi hold down the defense and be able to get the core to Snake in open space like they have right here, but the Strike Wars are played very well by Hungry Like Nephew. Looking for a KO on Bells, but he's able to get the orb and stay safe for now.
Bells and Snake have been playing League of Legends in a solo lane right now. They're just continuing to go after one another. And now, boom, KO lands with the Maddening Descent. Beautiful poke through with that core flip from Snake. Gigablast comes out, but it sends the core in a weird direction. Gumi collects. Potential opportunity here. Maelstrom comes through, is going to sweep through. You Already Lose actually going to be able to prevent a lot of momentum happening there as Bells will come back online and has the energy burst of his own here. Will be forced to use it on the defensive. Looking for a quick transition. Can't find it there, and now beautiful crooked leverage from Snake. Finds the gap there. Vaughn maybe a little bit too eager on the offensive side here. Core Hungry Like Nephew. Now it's set point for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, Snake just taking advantage of every single opportunity. Gumi going for the stacks, you know, it gave You Already Lose the hot shot, but that hasn't really been a problem so far, and it's allowed Gumi to just stay in the play constantly, speeding himself up, having that high base speed now with the fully stacked pancakes, and not being pressured very much with the KOs because of all that speed to get away. So Gumi, you know, like he wants to do in the goalie role as well, but here on midfield, just able to have so much presence, and Snake, as you see once again, getting the second barrier, taking advantage of every opportunity that Gumi is giving him.
Certainly there, and what we've come to know Snake for, right? Being able to just always get the job done. He's able, one of the reasons why he's one of the most winningest players when it comes to S tiers, but now beautiful core flip from Vaughn on the offensive after the blazing pace. Just takes care of business himself on the front lines and will put at least one goal away in set 2 for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, as much as I'm talking about Gumi wanting to be involved in the play so much, Vaughn, that is really how they were able to win that first set, was Vaughn staying up, keeping it on that side of the pitch. And, you know, he pushes in once again here with the eject button, is able to do it. Flip does get used, does get burned, and not finding anything yet, but they have a strong offense to start that point. If they can get back to that again, they might be able to steal this set back, but Gumi has that flip. Snake now in prime position, but just getting pushed back over and over again from this aggression from Vaughn.
And that's the largest thing, right, where in the differences, especially early on with not a lot of extra speed for the Atlas, it's going to be difficult for Fudgy to get involved, right, and keep things tighter in terms of possessions for Demon's Raw. One of the reasons why you often see the Atlas players go for the projectile range rather than the speed, but of course saying in this case that perhaps the speed will eventually come online. If Demon's Raw can pick up this set win here, send us to at least 4 sets. That gives us decent more time to scale, but of course have to fend off the Sad Boys now. Snake can't quite find the conversion here, and the core speed is quickly picking up off of the drums. You Already Lose now looking for Bells on the corner. Gonna get interrupted by the center base drum. Beautiful clear away there. Good heads up from Fudgy, noting that Bells' primary was just barely going to collect the core, but now KO comes through against Snake. The offensive pressure here for the Demons is going to dissipate. Oni's Blade in the corner. There's the projection. Comes out, but off the center bass drum. Right to you, already lose. And we're on set point for both teams.
And every single time that Demons is not able to score before overtime, it's going to get very scary for them. Very scary for this Atlas as well. As the team player and the hot shot on Juno both just absolutely thrive in overtime. And the fact that they have both of those so early on in this game, whichever way this set goes, that's going to be scary. But, Snake not trying to let this one get to overtime as he gets both barriers very quickly here and forces the flip out from Vaughn.
Good heads up there. Now Gumi looking for Snake. Can't quite find the way to get in. Now Vaughn retreats back on the blazing pace. We'll be able to send this one away. Bell's looking for a fancy play, but the core flip sends it away. Snake looking to topspin down to the bottom corner. Now the Blobos come out here. Really want to hold on to this second barrier if you're Fudgy and the Demons, but also want to try to be involved in the offensive side here. Expanse now looking for Bells. Have to be careful. There's You Already Lose. Punishing once again. Just the smallest of openings. And the barrier falls. But it's a power play here for Demons Raw. Snake, crooked leverage, looking to do something. And now actually beautiful find with that angle off of the post. We'll send it through and we have an equal game.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting that strike. They were scared about the flip from Gumi, who had all that speed, was running in, and it's just Snake who ends up finding it. Gets a well-deserved MVP of that set, and you're going to have a few size options here. The 1-2 punch as well, which the Juno is going to be watching. They will go for the big fish, and the fact that we've had one spark show up in each of these drafts does mean this Atlas might be able to scale. So instead, Vaughn is going to deny away that spark of agility. But the Monumentalist going on Era here is going to make those pushes whenever they're able to keep that offense consistently very, very scary. But I think both teams getting a lot of what they'd like, aside from maybe the Atlas here. But that Monumentalist from Gumi, the dash range from Bells, and the 1-2 punch from You Already Lose are going to be very scary teams, very scary picks for both teams here.
I really like that spark denial from Vaughn, because I think, the goal for Fudgy, collect as much speed as possible. Taking a spark in the last draft was hoping to get the spark of agility back, which, by the way, was one of the starting awakenings, but all 6 ended up taking that prime time. Back in the pool, shows up there, and good heads up and denial away. If it was any other spark, honestly, Vaughn probably leaves it up, but spark of agility is not the one you want to give away to the opposing goalie in this instance. Both barriers still online for the moment. Bell's trying to leap in with that explosive entrance. Vaughn getting involved here as well in the blazing pace. Won't be able to retreat with the eject button, but sticks around for a little while longer. And you can see just how tight some of these formations can be for the Sad Boys. Beautiful pass on down to Bells. Finds the barrier and now looking for a little bit more. Almost close to finding it there. The Blobos are down here now from You Already Lose, looking for the pass back up to Bells. These two are just looking to keep the core amongst themselves, probably waiting for an energy burst to come online in just a moment. Bells sweeps in forward in front of Snake, and now here's the Oni's Blade, forcing that core flip out of Snake. There's You Already Loses energy burst. Can't find the core there either. Maelstrom out, sweeping back. Vaughn saves the core flip for now. Will likely have to use it, but no, actually gets KO'd to the top spin, and Gumi is just going to play it patient and use the panic for a moment in order to get the goal in.
Hungry Like Nephew kept such a consistent offense for that point all the way through overtime, but as soon as it fell apart, it's so difficult for that Kai to get a hold of Snake, who's on that Kazan, and that time was able to find a KO on the goal line on Vaughn, who had a full flip to his name, didn't want to burn it, but ended up standing just a little bit too close, and that'll mean it gets taken away. It's so easy for Demons to get pushed back on defense for so long like they did in that last point, but the fact they were able to hold gave them that opportunity to Snake, and they're going to have to do it again this point as Bells almost finds it with the dash. Both barriers open for Hungry Like Nephew once again, but Gumi is setting up a play with this NATO, does a lot of damage, pushes everyone back, and once again, you see the same kind of thing, Snake pushing into that corner, and so much pressure. Once again, 2 flips used, and almost KO'd on both of them, so the goal does get open, and we'll see if Bells can find a score here.
Almost found a way to take that one out, and the second energy burst gets committed out of Vaughn to keep this core out. Meanwhile, Vaughn really up on the front lines here. Core flip, top of the box. Expanse is used to send that one away. Vaughn finally going to get the chance to retreat. Immediately goes back on the offensive blazing pace. Here's Bells. Almost finds it with the eye rush, but can't quite. Gumi with the Maelstrom interrupting things for just a moment, but Bell still has plenty of room and plenty of dashes to work with here, looking for the core again, but it gets sent away by the projection, and Gumi just can't quite get to the pitch, the other side of the pitch in time. Looking again here, Giga Blast is out. Here are some of the resources, can't quite find the same corner play, and the Maelstrom comes out just a little bit late. Maybe this time it's Bell's on the offensive. You already lose. Sends a Blavo up to that corner. Can't find it just yet. Core flip now from Vaughn. Gets denied by the Expanse once again. Snake waiting for Gumi to get involved, but the core is going to go behind him. Oni's Blade is out, just waiting for more resources, but actually the Maelstrom is going to take out You Already Lose. Snake now with a potential opportunity, but Bell's looking the other way. Core flip used out of Fudgy Waffles, and the poke comes through. Snake finally finds the goal. Back and forth and back and forth. We're really on a pendulum swing here, Weston.
Yeah, both points completely back and forth, and Gumi right there. Vaughn was just waiting to cut the pass, waiting, and Gumi just let it roll all the way up. Great patience there. So they're able to once again turn around a point where they were disadvantaged early. I think, you know, it's interesting because Fudgy is on the Atlas. That's what you'd think would be able to hold down all the way till this overtime, but it ends up being the other way around as Snake, great use of the flip here. Now it's Demons early on in the point, and Snake with a million strikes right in Vaughn's face. A 3-0 set for Demons Raw, and completely turning around this game from what we saw in that first set.
Now Snake, pick of the litter here, going to have hopefully something worthwhile. Heavy Impact online, Super Surge online, Adrenaline Rush maybe even if they're looking to play more of the KO game. But plenty to do here, and of course Demons Raw have to be feeling themselves at this point.
Yeah, really not a lot for Snake here, and that's why he's going to wait. He does go for the Super Surge, which really interestingly enough, he has a Deadeye. So every time he dashes, that is going to be potentially a lot of damage for anyone who ends up getting caught by the dash. A Spark of Leadership, which is not what it used to be, but is a second Spark for Fudgy, will mean that he does have more cooldowns. That'll be a strong pick. And Heavy Impact for Gumi as well. Going to mean that Era is going to have primary all the time. Going to be very scary as Snake, you can see here, starting to do a lot of damage. And especially with Fudgy pushing all the way up, you know, it's Atlas, but he can still do a lot of damage in that corner. They're starting to pressure that as a win condition a little bit here as well.
How about this little corner play, though? Beautiful use of the Juno ultimate and all the Blavos that come down. Now, looking for a corner play off of the drum. Can't quite find the bounce. Snake gets in the way. Bells will take it himself for a moment. Here's the energy burst. Again, top of the box. Can't quite put it away, but mixes up enough to finally send it through. Multiple strikes there. The second that you think that it's not quite going to go in, Bells is still there. Still gets the job done.
Great little self-dribble by Bells there. And the twin drive on Vaughn here means he's going to be able to dash in even more than he already had been. So really just trying to accentuate that aggressive playstyle that won them that first set, that got them a few points in that second set, and trying to get back to that. But Snake, with all of this range, every single time that they're rotating the core back, is going to be trying to cut off those passes. Finding a lot of pressure in the corner here and uses a flip, not finding anything. So all hungry like Nephew early on at this point as Bells almost dies to the Expanse, but doesn't quite there, but does manage to get the goal open.
The consistency of the pressure here. Bells continuing to dive forward into Fudgy, continuing to be a nuisance. Fudgy just does not have the room to breathe at all. Doesn't really need it all of the time, admittedly, as an Atlas, but it certainly doesn't make it feel so good. Vaughn, beautiful core flip, keeping both barriers alive, but here comes the Maelstrom looking for both. Snake was in position, finds one, but it gets sent away from finding the second. Now rushing in, had to be careful there with the Expanse, but actually able to come through. Giga Blast keeps the play alive here. You Already Lose looking to walk the core in, but no, the Maelstrom will be in the way there as well, and Bells has to retreat back to the blue side of the pitch here, bullied by Snake. Finds the barrier all of the sudden as Vaughn was attempting to get involved. And the core will find the post, sent back towards the midfield. Gumi now looking to the corner. Vaughn's back in time. Here is a crooked leverage, but Vaughn's got the barrage that time around. Maelstrom looking for Vaughn. Can't quite find him. Decent amount of harassment here, but you don't see a lot of collapsing on the play right now for Demons Raw with just how fast the core is moving. Don't quite have everything in their toolkit to get back the other way. Here's the Oni's Blade, though. Doesn't matter whether or not you're shrunk. A good ultimate from Fudgy will keep him alive for now with an extra energy burst. Has that. Will use it here. Sends it up to the top side. Vaughn doesn't able to find the strike. Looking for Another play here, another connection. One more play is all it needs, but it doesn't matter. Bells immediately on the other side of the map puts it through.
And the adjustment you're seeing, I think he was trying to do it earlier as well, but especially in that point, what I noticed, Vaughn with that twin drive is just every single time that Fudgy is able to get the core away, pushing up before Snake can even get the core in open space, because he knows as a Kai, there's no way he's going to be able to consistently defend that open space, but instead just running up with that speed, with that twin drive every time, making sure he can't even get those opportunities. But this time, off kickoff, Snake was able to get it, and they're able to get both barriers early on.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They've committed 2 energy bursts for both barriers and the Maelstrom here. If they don't find this goal, could be problematic. Looking again. Now for the core. Snake trying to bully You Already Lose away. Can't quite find the core in time. And now Vaughn again looking to push the issue, as you mentioned. Goal barrier out. Now You Already Lose jumping in. Core flip on the goal line and sends it through. We're heading to a set 5.
Yeah, trading dominant sets for each team. That time it was Hungry like Nephew who were able to 3-0. So really we've seen dominance in a lot of these sets from both teams, but now as we get to the end, it's just who can find this last one. The third spark threat for Fudgy here is going to be a little bit interesting. Not exactly the strength that you want, but just getting more cooldowns would be scary. Bell's going for the extra special, already has the specialized training as well, is going to be important. And then the bulk up going on to Gumi is interesting. I thought you maybe could have waited and got built different, or that bulk up going to Snake, but instead going to take it away. Snake going to get some more survivability, and that spark of strength denied mostly for You Already Lose, but also going to mean more damage and more core speed for himself. So I don't think too lopsided of a draft here either way. And it's just going to be who can play the play style they've been playing this whole time to the best. As Bells almost gets KO'd there, but barely able to live and get the orb for himself.
Here's the thing, though. It almost doesn't even matter what stagger Bells is at as long as he's alive. Okay, now he isn't. Sent around by the drums. As long as he's alive, he can make a play on the other net if you're not careful. The amount of dashes that Zentaro has now, though. KO going back the other direction. Power play opportunity here for Hungry like Nephew. Not able to quite do the trick, but they are keeping possession here. Vaughn very far forward, but now, oh no, loses the core. Snake dashes in, slips forward. Not the kind of thing you're used to seeing out of a player like Vaughn, but nonetheless, leaves an opening, and anyone at this level, Weston, is good enough to punish that.
Yeah, and the barrage just pixels away from catching that, but it gets all the way past Vaughn and no chance for anyone to get back on that one. And now early on in this point, the length of that first point means Gumi is getting fairly close to the full stacks on stacks where he's really able to be all over the map. I don't think too many flashy plays out of Gumi, but what he's doing to set Snake up here has been really important. Oh no, nobody uses the core flip there. It gets past both of them, and Gumi uses it a little bit too late, so that's going to be an early double barrier here. Although You Already Lose might get KO'd, but instead it's Bells using the flip in the corner just before his midfielder goes down, and we're all tied up in this 5th set.
Beautiful play from Bells again, dashing in and then immediately finding the core flip before Fudgy can even react with his own core flip, mind you. But now early barrier falls here. Demon's Raw on the back foot. Here's the Maelstrom sweeping through. Another perfect setup from Gumi. Looking towards Snake again. Can't quite find him. Energy Burst online here for Fudgy. There's an Expanse used, and the KO is found. That's Bells going down, and the goal barrier is found here as well. Gumi playing patient. Vaughn finds the opening between the two of them. Kills the penalty for now and steps forward a little bit. Leaving You Already Lose, his former goalie, back on that side. Power play will dissipate. And now, maybe it's Bells' turn, dashing in with the Oni's blade, looking for it, but Fudgy's able to send it away. Now, here's Snake in the slip again. Now, Manding Descent all over the pitch just as much. Crooked leverage, but Vaughn's got the Giga Blast to keep it out. Very tense. Trading cooldown for cooldown here. Now, the projection almost came through to score the goal, but actually it's Snake. Have to be careful wherever this Kazan could be is where the threat is, and it's Demon's Raw now that are on game point.
Yeah, and it was such a great kickoff by Hungry Like Nephew, but these Maelstroms from Gumi are able to just, when they're timed right, completely flip the field around on its head. Didn't even have to there, but instead going to set it up offensively, trying to find the play. Does get almost everyone on the map with that primary, but nothing found yet. Bell's trying to find some pressure, and Snake looking for a KO on Vaughn, not quite finding it. Getting him a bit staggered as he pushes up here. Tries to shut down the offense from Demon's Raw, but they're doing a great job of just keeping the core here. An unfortunate angle from Bells means their last barrier goes down just 1 point away for Demon's Raw, and it goes into the corner. Snake, once again, finds the angle to beat Vaughn, and it's a comeback win. You know, they lost that first set in such dominant fashion, and Demon's Raw able to get map 1 here on Taiko Temple.
Telling you, Snake finds a way to get things done. If you thought Bells was dashing all over the map, how about the level of coverage that Snake was having in both secondaries of the Kazan, both the slip and the maddening descent, able to be on effectively both the top and bottom sides of the map, limiting clear angles just as much for Vaughn. And the second that he comes in on that slip and pops up, it's almost, again, once we get later into these stages, it's just that much more difficult to find the proper reaction to send it back the other way. While everyone was getting involved for Hungry Like Nephew on the offensive side, it ends up being just a number of quick and easy plays that Snake can make once the Kazan has a size awakening and a dash awakening that really make the difference.
Yeah, and you can see on that reflected on the scoreboard, 9+0 for Snake. They didn't get a single goal in any of the sets that they lost. You know, Gumi and Fudgy didn't find themselves a way to get a goal. It was just all Snake all the time. And that's what you want to do when you lock in an Era. An Era Atlas team comp is really to prop that Kazan up. And we weren't saying his name a lot, but Gumi doing so much that game to not only set up his own... is not only to set up his own brawler, but the fact that you could have, the Juno having the least amount of redirects on the side of Hungry Like Nephew, I think really shows how well Gumi was navigating that midfield, setting up his own team, and just a really well-played game, playing well to their own team comp from Demon's Raw.
Now, let's be clear. I think Gumi got plenty of props in that last game. The number of times, right, that you mentioned, he's able to set up that Maelstrom that allows for a complete transformation of how the point is played in the matter of seconds, lining things up with the wall incredibly well. And a lot of times, Snake was actually able to play a little bit more patiently and wait for Gumi to get there, which sometimes you're wondering with the Era overall, right? You're like, okay, well, maybe she'll actually be there in time. She doesn't quite have the same level of presence if she doesn't have the speed online there. But in actuality, right, able to get there in time, or at least pair up and be a little bit more patient there at the very end.
Yeah, and in the first draft, I was really worried about the hot shot going on to Juno and it being a threat during overtime. And you saw it definitely pay dividends for Hungry Like Nephew there. I mean, it was a set 5 game. But getting that stack so early on for Gumi, I think just really allowed him to do exactly what they wanted him to do in that game, which was be all over the map, set his team up. And so the way that first draft went, I think really shaped the entire game. We had really strong builds, I think, for both midfielders. And Snake, a lot of the time, at least early on, I mean, he took Deadeye in the first draft. The set that he did MVP in the middle, he had to wait a few picks and take Super Surge, which is, not exactly what you traditionally think of as wanting on Kazan. But even with, not exactly having the pick of the litter early on in that game, still able to really take over and score all 9 goals for him there.
I also think, right, that winning that second set was huge for Demon's Raw. If they hadn't have won that, things could have been a lot different, right, in the way that things end up panning out, with the snowball continuing to roll for Hungry Like Nephew, but stopping it in its tracks earlier on and equalizing the score there in set 2, also incredibly important. Now, we head on to this is Hungry Like Nephew's map pick. That was Demon's map pick. Are now heading off to Demon Deus, which, if you had told me back in like a year ago, I don't actually know when it was, a couple seasons ago, like season 3 or so, when we were going back and forth between Sad Boys and Demon's Raw, if you had told me that Sad Boys would pick Demon Deus into Demon's Raw, I would have called you crazy. But here we are. Times have changed.
Yeah, I've seen Vaughn talk a lot about how comfortable they are on this map, and especially, goalieing. I think so many picks are viable here, and Rasmus is maybe something that I would look out for as a goalie pick for Hungry Like Nephew. But Finney has been dominating the meta. We saw Vaughn on the Vice last week as well really turn it up. So I think so many options here, and it makes for a difficult drafting phase to plan for if you're Demon's Raw, where it's really going to have to come down to the awakenings in what you prioritize and what you ban. But yeah, I'm not too surprised, even though it's historically more of a Demon's Raw map pick, to see Hungry Like Nephew go for it, because I think with their role swaps, this is something that will play well to their play style. It'll allow Vaughn to be involved in the offense as much as possible, like they were trying to make happen last game. And I'm really interested to see what kind of awakenings we get and how this draft plays out, because I think both teams could go in a lot of different directions.
The other thing too, right, is when you're thinking about the role swaps, when you're talking about even Demon's Raw's role swap, they're not really in their current form and what we expect here today. They're not really going to lean towards that damage as much, right? You're probably leaning more towards, Fudgy typically when he plays goalie is more on the melee goalies in general, right? No surprise to see him on the Atlas in the last game. Obviously played a lot of Mako in previous seasons. So it's not a lot of a surprise to me to watch that actually come to pass. Especially if they're really looking towards like Goomy playing something like the Era or a speed character, especially because that's generally probably also what Goomy's more comfortable with, transitioning into that midfield role as well, rather than trying to play closer towards the damage. Luckily, maybe for Demon's Raw, no real incredibly game warping damage awakenings here at first. Might of the Colossus obviously is a starter awakening here that is probably going to be whatever Bells wants. But even still, right? With a hot shot here, they have potential to do a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, it makes Juno a strong pick. It makes Vice a strong pick. And that I talked about the Rasmus maybe being a priority. That could be something interesting as well. And we were talking a little bit before the broadcast. I think, what you said about what Goomy wants to play, what Fudgy wants to play, it really makes sense that this is the roster that they've landed on in these roles. Specifically, I think Goomy in the goal box is easier to replace than, Kainub in the midfield. It's easier to pair a goalie with Goomy in the midfield and how he wants to play than it is to put a midfielder next to Goomy who's really going to understand how aggressive he wants to be and be able to adapt to that constantly. So the fact that they've ended up in this way makes a lot of sense.
Hey, shocking development here. Maybe the 3-time, 4-time, whatever time nasl MVP is more difficult to replace. I'm just going to throw that out there as some food for thought. We're seeing the bans come through, and the first pick is X for Demon's Raw. Interesting choice, I think, from Stake. Don't really see X that often right now in the meta. And also, you mentioned the Finney come through. Interesting to kind of see that band away for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, been a very high pick rate. I don't know about today, but just throughout the season has seen a lot of presence. And I think especially the last couple weeks, people have been warming up to Finney being a very strong pick. I'd be interested to see potentially Rune, and there it is.
There it is.
Rune showing up for possibly You Already Lose, possibly Vaughn. But I think Goomy would have been looking at that pick if they had let it through. So smart to deny it away there. I thought they might have prioritized it in that first pick slot, Demon's Raw. But instead, going for the X, I think, with the Might of the Colossus start and just on this map in general, X can be so oppressive. So it does make sense to go for that, but it means the Rune is going to slip out of their hands here. And instead, Rune and Vice, two great users of Hot Shot and two that can really set up some scary plays here for Hungry Like Nephew.
Okay, so maybe they are trying to lean closer towards the damage, right? You imagine that probably Vice going over to Fudgy, right? Or at least one of these two is definitely Fudgy's goalie pick. So we'll see what ends up coming through there.
Wrong way around. This is going to be Vaughn on the Vice, I think. And,
wrong way around. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Vaughn on the Vice, I would assume, and You Already Lose on the Rune here. And then it's going to be Goomy going back to the air again, trying to set up Snake.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, wait, everyone! Look out, it's an X-Era game, which means that the comp can't come online till set 3. So the first 2 sets don't matter. Hungry Like Nephew should win, right? Surely that's how this is going to work.
It went that way the last game, at least for the first set. But we talked
Yeah,
about
that's
the fact they were able to get set number 2 was very important. So I think it might be kind of the same story here. Of it'll be hard for Demon's Draw to get online here early on, and they do go with the Rasmus goalie, which I think is such a strong pick on this map, especially. I haven't seen Fudgy on it before, but I'm sure comfortable on it. And going to be a very strong start here for it. We'll see Bells go with the Juliet here. Also, I think X and Julie traditionally, in a vacuum, are probably the 2 brawlers that you prioritize the most on this map. They are what ends up getting picked here. But I really like this Rune Vice from Hungry Like Nephew. I think it's going to create a lot of pressure and make it really difficult for Demon's Draw, especially early on this game, to try to, stay on offense for any extended amount of time.
Well, it feels like, especially at a hotshot start, right? With those 2 being able to just sit there, have as much as they want to send the core, all Bells is going to have to do is sit in the enemy goal box and then just put the core away when he gets the chance to, right? And you imagine that the number of opportunities that'll happen is actually quite significant, given with those, the center music waves. What are they actually called?
Sound
What
waves?
are those things called?
I'm not sure.
They are just sound waves.
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe there's a technical term. Who knows? Those things. You all know what I'm talking about on this map. With those actually setting the core closer, probably towards Bells, I imagine this is going to work pretty well. And they don't necessarily need as tight, control, perhaps, for a lot of the typical things that Hungry Like Nephew has been doing, at least in the last one, right? They kept a very close triangle, very tight possession of the core, but instead, we're seeing this come through the other way.
Yeah, and I think what they'll be trying to do this time instead is just, get the goal behind the get the ball behind the barrier of Demon's Raw, and then just really keep it back there with the Vice secondaries, with the Rune pillars, and try to keep that pressure on as much as possible, because every time you go back into that corner, you try to play defense, they're just going to be doing more and more damage, and I think their comp is going to be able to do that. And yeah, I think it's possible here that the Era X is going to take a little bit too long to get online, and especially those banishes, I think, can really set put away those big plays that you try to set up when you're on that pick. We talked in the last game about those Maelstroms being such a good way to turn it around, but I think the Rune banishes can do the same kind of thing and can shut down those plays from Demon's Raw.
Yeah, certainly. So we'll see where this comes through. I don't really know what we're... Okay, finally loading into the actual game character select here. Demon Days, of course, is where we are heading, and definitely going to be a fun one to see how this one comes together. Remember, folks, of course, Demon's Raw, actually the ones in the lead here, now heading to their own map pick. We'll see whether or not the X Era is going to have time to get online, or if the double hotshot midfield and goalie are going to be able to get this core enough times up to Bells to get the job done in 3 quick sets. Of course, any sets the Demon's Draw win off the rip here are going to be incredibly important. And so we'll see whether or not they'll be able to do just that.
Yeah, and, Hungry Like Nephew going for the role swap here, I think this map and the comp that they picked kind of means, as much as possible, you're able to take advantage of the fact that you have, 2 players who have both played midfield and played goalie extensively here. I think you're going to kind of see them blend those roles at times. Early on, it's a barrier early for Demon's Raw, but Goomy taking so much damage early on, and we'll see if Hungry Like Nephew is able to take advantage of that early on. But so far in the core control, it's all Demon's Raw.
All Demon's Raw here up first, and if they strike first again, could mean very large things, and actually will be able to do just that. A Snake is able to punch it through. Goomy keeps his energy burst here online, already worked his way up to a full energy burst. And early signs of momentum here for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, not only that, but level 2 on all members of Demon's Raw, while Bells and You Already Lose are going to have to try to build up toward having those, last abilities. Bells just not having the size here to be able to find that first barrier. And, Vaughn and You Already Lose taking a lot of damage. This era, as much as the beams are about the size, able to do a lot of damage there and kind of push this rune out of the play. The Maelstrom there almost finding it, and Snake getting set up. The core just going back and forth in the middle here, and Hungry Like Nephew, all 3 members low on Stagger here.
This is not the start that we really expected coming out from this set of strikers on the pitch, but nonetheless, it's the start we're getting. Bells continually gets knocked away, and Snake able to find both the KO and scoring the goal in true X fashion. It's 2 goals up early here for Demon's Raw.
And a big XP lead as well for Snake, who's going to be looking at that first pick in the draft if Hungry Like Nephew can't turn this around. A great flip from Fudgy nullifies the ultimate from Vice, which is not able to find anything. Bells now finally has that level 2 and is able to get those barriers so consistently with that Julie ultimate. That's really what you pick this pick for on this map. But, if Snake is able to find this damage like he has been in these first 3 points, it's not going to matter what Bells has. But once again, for the first time, rather, this game, they're able to get the goal open.
Vaughn in on the Thunderstruck. Of course, not there in time. Now looking with the power cord here, and can't quite get the job done. Looking for the energy burst here, and actually gets immediately denied. Vaughn able to send one away with the Supernova, loses the goal barrier in the process, but a beautiful anomaly there from You Already Lose puts the core away and interrupts the death touch coming in from Fudgy. So, here we go. Finally, some signs of life here for Hungry Like That.
Yeah, it's something I didn't notice until now. We didn't talk about in these first couple points, but it's Van Braces for Snake here. So going to be behind on the speed, but has the early size advantage. So hoping that that is enough to stay in the play consistently, and like these other members aren't going to be able to outrun him. And so far, he's right on that assessment because he's been all over this game. Has the first barrier, did a lot of damage to all 3 members, does whiff the flip, but hitting all 3 with the bell ringer, and it just seems like it's impossible for them to stay alive. Snake just able to tank that entire Vice ultimate, get the second barrier here, and once again hitting all 3 with every single bell ringer, and it's Gumi who sets up the play for himself, able to find it with the beam, and it's an early set for Demon's Raw with this scaling comp.
Never mind, it's X time in set 1. Didn't think that was going to be what ends up happening here, but is ultimately what comes through nonetheless. And we'll look to see what ends up actually happening here. Extra special taken first from Fudgy. Probably not ideal, right, to see Fudgy online first here, but even still, that Monumentalist gets picked up here for Gumi on this era and specialized training for the X. I mean, you're walking away from that actually liking a lot what you got.
Yeah, the XP kind of swung around in that last point where it ended up being that Snake picked last, but I think still able to get something great here. Gumi getting the Monumentalist for the second game in a row, and might be, I think it's another map where that pick is extremely strong and going to be able to set up a lot of plays here. The early banish from You Already Lose finds some damage onto Gumi, but I think they just don't have the damage, don't have the pressure early on to really be able to force that consistently. But maybe if Vaughn is able to get involved in more plays like he did there, they're able to find the damage, and they're starting to get that here.
Starting to get it, and as that damage comes online, that's going to be the other key part of this composition overall, right? We were expecting just the hot shot to come through, but paired with a little bit of extra damage as well, those core speeds going to continue to skyrocket, and then hopefully Bells will be able to just sit there and wait for the core to find him. Shadow Swap here comes through from You Already Lose. Here is another Bull Rush here, and there is the energy burst to seal the KO for Snake. Bells on the power play, can't quite collect the core in the Fiery Flurry, and now looking the other way. Beautiful clear there from Vaughn. Barely finds the post angle to get that one away, as You Already Lose is going to come back online. Fudgy tries to get the core away, and now Snake looking to bully You Already Lose again, but it doesn't matter. The anomaly sends the core flying again down to the bottom corner.
Yeah, the pressure from Vaughn having the core flip there meant that the power play really wasn't anything for Demon's Raw, and they were just so scared of Vaughn finding a goal angle that they weren't able to set much up. Snake early on gets staggered and now KO'd by the flip from Vaughn. And, you know, we're seeing Hungry Like Nephew with the damage be able to completely turn around what we saw in the first point. Gumi going back to the goalie role for a second there. Some great clears and able to turn this around for now. And they're able, Snake now back on the pitch, finding a KO, and they still have their goal barriers open.
Dash punch from Snake takes care of business. And now looking for the goal actually itself. We'll be able to get the pass up here. Beautiful stun away from Vaughn, prevents that from happening for just a little bit longer, and a goal that looked almost for sure to be in. Supernova out here from Vaughn will secure the second barrier here for Hungry Like Nephew. Now you already lose, looking up for Bells. Fiery Flurry, Bells on the dribble, collects the core himself. Beautiful mechanical play there from Bells to keep possession of the core. Almost virtually nothing Fudgy could have done in that whole interaction. And now Hungry Like Nephew are on the precipice of equalizing the set score once again.
Yeah, just like the last game, just swinging back and forth where we can't ever really tell who's in control of the game. Beautifully done by Bells on that last point to find the conversion. I think the extra special, more than other maps, is very valuable for Fudgy here, both for damage and to just be able to disrupt those plays. Had one in the middle of that, but Bells just had enough cooldowns left that it did not matter what he did, was able to find that. And once again here, you see just the script being flipped from that last set where it feels like Hungry Like Nephew, even when they're pushed back like this, are a lot more in control of these points. Snake not able to dominate like he was in the last game, like he was in the first set. And Vaughn now pushing in with this core flip, trying to find some pressure and trying to find this set for Hungry Like Nephew.
Both looking for it here. Vanish comes out. Here's Vaughn. Energy Burst is there. Snake uses his own, but won't find the core itself. Bells is going to use his Energy Burst just to try to get away from Snake for a moment. Will be able to for a moment longer. Actually waits out the X Maximus, but now it's going to get knocked around by that Bewitching Beam. Overtime now. Bells has to be careful. Retreat all the way back for the orb on his own side of the map. You already lose. Maybe looking for a fancy play here. There's the Supernova out of Vaughn as well. Even still, everything the Sad Boys has thrown towards the goal hasn't gone in quite yet. Fiery Flurry is out. Bells finds the KO opportunity against Fudgy, and the core comes up to him to put away.
And all that set up by Vaughn, teleporting in there, making it so Fudgy had to strike right when Bells was setting up for the KO. So even though it didn't find the goal right away, it meant that he was able to get that dash punch in the goal, and it was easy pickings after that. So another 3-0 set this time. It's Hungry Like Nephew, and we'll see what they find here. I'm surprised that the bulk up doesn't go because I think it's such a strong pick on this map. But the big fish does mean you'll be getting power as well. It's another way to get the stagger, and it means that they get bulk up as well going onto the Vice. So a lot of exactly what Hungry Like Nephew wants here, I think. Stagger on both of their members to stay alive and more power. The Adrenaline Rush going to the Rune is not exactly who you would want it on, and Castellas for Gumi is going to be able to get some more value, but I think that's a really strong draft for Hungry Like Nephew.
You actually commented thinking about the bulk up for Bells up first, but actually with Might of the Colossus earlier, Big Fish is probably the right play. Picking up a little bit of extra power there, going to make KOs a little bit easier, and in fact, just does one there, but now it's You Already Lose, also swept off of the pitch by Gumi's Maelstrom, patiently waiting, strikes up to the top side, waits on Snake to be back online. Vaughn looks for the clear, but can't quite find it that time. Was looking for a very cheeky angle back up to that post, but couldn't quite put it away. Goes right back over to the hands of Gumi, and a well-played point there from Demon's Rock.
Yeah, flipping the script back once again, and you see on that kickoff, Fudgy's able to set up Snake with the Death Touch there. We'll see if that's, kind of a consistent plan from them, as some great clears here is able to keep the barrier on. Snake, even with this Van Brace, has found himself getting KO'd, does right there. The Van Brace just doesn't matter when it's Bells who has all of that power, 132 to his name, and able to set up that play. Now gets both barriers on the power play, and every time they're able to find those KOs, it's just such easy execution of this offense when you have something like the Vice. You saw right there, able to teleport in, use the flip, and nothing that Demon's Rock could do.
Beautifully done there to find the KO up first. Again, I think maybe it's the wrong comp we were thinking. That's actually the scaling comp here, because that extra little bit of damage from Bells seems to have done a decent chunk of the trick, and now Vaughn getting involved here as well with the Supernova. Bells gets sent away for a moment, and the Banish comes through. Core's going to get away from Bells here, and now Snake going to go in pursuit of the opposing Brawler. Will find the KO, and will be able to alleviate some of that pressure on the Demon's Raw side of the pitch. Power core comes through. Beautiful shadow swap here. Yuri Loose looking for himself with an anomaly, but can't find it just there. Vaughn, beautiful angle getting it around the barrier. Should throw up those sad boys emotes in the chat for that angle. Might have gone for it again there, but no, actually. Not that time, and Snake will punish with an energy burst. Here's Supernova, sends Snake away once more, and the Maelstrom comes in just a little bit late. Actually, going to be able to find the barrier all the same. Fudgy just does Death Touch in time, and now a KO comes through. You already lose this time, picks it up, has the Adrenaline Rush speed here as well to look for the other side of the pitch, but Gumi has speed to match, able to snag that core away from Bells. Again, another shadow swap. Yuri Luz looking for himself again, but almost sends it in a catastrophic way to the other side of the pitch. Fiery Flurry slowly starts to collapse on this one, but it doesn't matter. Vaughn's there before Bells can get there, and he'll put it away.
It's the spread from the power core that's able to get that one. And it feels like Rune and Vice specifically are able to stall out any power plays that Demons rocket out very effectively, and also just score themselves so much more effectively. Vice is able to set herself up, have the teammates set her up, and able to find the goals very consistently with when they get the power plays. And this time, they don't even need a power play. Only 12 seconds needed for Bells there. Does it all himself, finds both barriers, and with the flip, able to get the goal. And it's Hungry Like Nephew roaring back after that second set that we had. And now up 2-1 here as we enter the draft.
Maybe just needed a little bit of time to warm up or something of this sort here on this particular composition. But no, things are going quite well now for Hungry Like Nephew. Up first here is the team player from Vaughn, which is going to further increase core speeds, which is really what this team is striving for.
Yeah, and Snake deciding to go for the Spark of Strength did get the agility last time, so it's a pick that makes sense, but it means there's two sizes that fall down. They're not able to deny both of them, and it means that Bells is going to have even more power, 146 here, and you can see the size there just overwhelming. I think it's going to be really difficult for Fudgy to try to deal with this. Got some size himself, but still, it's just all that power. And Snake, as much as these Van Braces help him stay alive, he's just not in the plays here to try to set up. As they get the Banish, try to set up a KO, not finding it yet, but still just a lot of control, I think, from Hungry Like Nephew, navigating these situations and not letting Snake, do as much damage, set up as much for himself like they did in that first set.
But I will say, if there's a world where Snake can find a target, I think he'll be quite successful in doing so. 168 base power, let alone whatever's popped in the X Maximus when that comes through, like right about now. Now it's 190 with that X Maximus online. Could be quite efficient, but they're not able to do a lot of work there. We'll eventually find the barrier, and now opportunity here, potential double banish comes through. Maelstrom sweeps over the pitch. Gumi is back in time. Here's the energy burst from Vaughn, looking for a cheeky little pay, trying to keep the possession here now for Hungry Like Nephew, but the KO comes through against Snake. You're to lose, tries to keep the play alive here. Fudgy going to pause for just a moment with that anomaly well placed. He'll be looking for the penalty kill again, but no, gets tripped up by his own Maelstrom. And the core will find the back of the net thanks to Bells' pressure.
Yeah, and if that was, Hungry Like Nephew would set up that Maelstrom, that would have been a beautiful play, but instead it was just a very unfortunate sequence of events. And you saw the value of that team player early on, what Vaughn was able to set up in that play. Once they get to the, both goals are open, I think their team comp is just so much better at converting here. And for Snake and for Gumi, I think it's really, early on that they have to win these points, find a power play, and be able to score in that way.
But there's the barriers once again, and you already know that You Already Lose is collapsing on the core, with Vaughn joining the party as well with that Thunderstruck. We're on game point now for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, and, as they took a while to get into the game, we kept talking about how it was going to be Demon's Raw who scaled. But I think these teams, both of these games have shown how hard it is to analyze this matchup with such, just good players on both teams. They're able to just turn around any kind of situation. It's them early on, once again at this point doing what they have these last few sets. The flip there sends it all the way to the corner, pass to himself by Vaughn. And this second map taken in decisive fashion in these last three sets from Hungry Like Nephew.
Weston, analysis be darned anytime these two teams try to find the pitch together, and once more, they're just going to come together and play some Omega Strikers, and we all get to reap the rewards of whatever crazy thing is going to end up happening when these two end up colliding. Very similar to the last one there, where everyone from the Sad Boys gets hyper involved. How about Vaughn? 4 goals, 3 assists, as the goalie Vice continues to put in the work on this particular striker and has played such a monumental role for this team, even in that goalie role stuff.
Yeah, every time that Vaughn has been able to get his hands on the Vice this season, it has been a show. And especially on Demon Deus, you just saw the power of that pick that time, able to set up so many goals, especially, when they got those power plays, when they got to overtime, when you had the team player, just doing absolutely everything in that last point, especially impressive the way they were able to set that up here. Our third map we're going to go to, the leftover map here, will be Clarion Test Chamber. So, much different than we saw on what we saw on Demon Deus. But I'm interested to see how the drafts here develop further as we get to this third game, because really we saw just completely different things. Those first 2 games, even set to set, the games look completely different. And now, we're going to another map, which is, not like what we saw in game 2, at least.
Throw all your expectations out the window. I don't know what to expect whatsoever. We're just going to sit back and enjoy some Omega Strikers, because that's typically what we try to do here on the North American Strikers League broadcast. Although, if I say that now, knowing that my house is not the one in jeopardy, shout out to you, Mr. Fool, for betting your house on this match, because I don't know that any of us would have. So, 0-7 to you, my friend. Start is on the board here, and Adrenaline Rush Explosive Entrance are the starter awakenings here, Weston. I don't even know. What do we even make of that?
Yeah, I really don't either, because I think Adrenaline Rush, normally you would think that's all Demons Raw, but, with this role swap, with how, Hungry Like Nephew Sad Boys has evolved here, I'm really interested in what they go for. I think both, Vaughn and You Already Lose have so many different picks at their disposal. Gumi, we've seen him on air these first 2 games to varying results, but I think that's, the kind of playstyle he wants to play. It's being all over the map and setting up Snake. And I'm really interested in what they go for here. If I was either of these teams, I would not know where to go with the pick ban. This isn't necessarily a great start for Finny, at least as far as other than the Adrenaline Rush, if your team is able to set up KOs. But what we've seen from Hungry Like Nephew throughout the season has been that if they're blue side, they're typically trying to pick the Finny first. If they don't want it, they're banning it. But with this start, I'm interested if they still, try to prioritize that, what has been such a high presence pick so far in this season.
I will say, it hasn't felt like there's been a lot of urgency out of Demons Raw to pick it up. It might be different, of course, with Fresh in the mix, but given by the fact that Fresh is not the goalie and it is Fudgy, I have my doubts on whether or not that's actually going to be prioritized at all. And with what Gumi has seemed to want to play, I imagine Gumi's going to want to play a midfielder that's got a little bit more mobility than the Finny overall, right? So it feels difficult here to think that Demons Raw are going to prioritize it at all, which is actually one of the reasons why I was kind of surprised to see that ban come through from them in the last one. But nonetheless, of course, we'll see what ends up happening here. With a damage-focused start, you'd have to imagine that is something on the table that at least Vaughn is considering loading into this one.
Yeah, it could be the Finny, it could be the Vice once again, which we just talked about how strong of a pick it's been, and that's really going to kind of warp your entire play style. If you're Fudgy here and you're, wanting to go back to the melee, would be a great start for Mako, so I'm interested in if Hungry Like Nephew look to ban that, because if you're Fudgy and you pick Atlas here, you're not picking it for the awakening start, you're just picking it because it's Atlas. So if you're Hungry Like Nephew, you can force them into that might be something you want to do. Instead, they ban the Atlas here, which I think means that they're really gonna be going for KOs and not wanting to have that Celestial intervention on the board. And it means that they're okay with the Mako going, which I think, especially with the way that she was nerfed recently and how slow she is when she's holding some of her abilities, you really put a target on your back if you do lock in that Mako.
You are right to talk about the Finny so much, as that is picked up in the first slot here for Hungry Like Nephew. And of course, makes sense in the overall premise with the Atlas band away. So no surprise really to see the Vice band away, because if you're Demon's Raw, you probably don't want to give that one to Vaughn either. But nonetheless here, that Fitty is going to be a pick that Vaughn's going to be more than happy with, and being able to pair it here with really whatever the other two play, as long as it's some kind of striker that can contribute to damage, which as it turns out is every striker. So I think Hungry Like Nephew have got to be feeling pretty happy with how this start ended up coming through. We'll see whether or not they can execute here, because that's the other thing as well. We imagine, actually, I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Where's this Juno going? It could be Fudgy.
It could be. I would expect that I don't think an Era would be great here necessarily. So I would think that it's going to be Gumi, and you might see the Mako, even though it's going to be a little scary. But I think the fact that Hungry Like Nephew picked Rasmus here makes you really scared to pick Mako. I think it's a really good matchup for the Rasmus, and it's something that they probably anticipated because they're very smart and they think about these drafts. So they went with the Rasmus specifically. I was expecting maybe a Zentaro, which a Zentaro is very weak into Mako. I think it's very Mako favored, and Rasmus is very Rasmus favored into Mako. So they anticipated that. They set up a good brawler to goalie matchup this time. And, they do lock in the Mako, but it's going to be a difficult job for Fudgy to defend here, I think, especially against that Rasmus.
We'll see how this one comes together. But of course, with that explosive entrance, maybe you're hoping that there's a little bit of extra speed overall on the pitch. And you're hoping for that. But of course, as you mentioned, right, the Rasmus probably going to get the best of that one. And Bells on the pick in particular are able to have multiple options in terms of going through. So we'll see where this one comes through here overall. And I'm distracted by members of Hungry Like Nephew typing in Twitch chat. Go play your game, folks. Get out of here. Load in.
We did see last week Snake on the Julie. I believe it was on this map in that third game. I might be wrong. But he was at least on Julie, I know, in the third game against EKC when they were really kind of able to turn that series around after we saw, the Zentaro goalie. And it was a very fun series. But Snake on that Juliet was able to do such a good job of staying alive, and I believe had Adrenaline Rush in that game as well, and was just able to completely take over. So, as we saw in chat, the fact that Finny is such a priority pick in this meta, goes to the blue side first pick, does mean that Snake is able to be on that Juliet, and I think that's something to be scared about if you are Hungry Like Nephew. But I think that I really like their team comp in this game. The fact that they were able to set up their brawler to succeed, picking the Rasmus before you even saw the Mako here. And Fudgy, interestingly enough, like we saw in that first game, going for the momentum boots here on the melee pick. So we'll see what he's able to do with this.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up coming through. Again, have to imagine maybe a little bit of extra speed is going to be an ounce beneficial here. A little more unconventional, I suppose, perhaps for most Mako players, but Fudgy going to take this one all the same, and Gumi actually going to be able to leap in there, find the second goal barrier. Perhaps this time Demon's Raw will be able to swing momentum and keep momentum here early on, though. With just as contested as this match has been, I'd expect our last one to be no different. Bell's beautiful little trickery play here, keeping control of the core, but can't quite find the barrier even still. We'll be looking again for it now. Leaping in here. Once again, Gumi now on the back lines. Lu's going to be able to shut off these side lanes here in the Casino Cloak streets. Death Touch pulled up here from Bells, looking for the pendulum swing, but a beautiful energy burst actually is going to be what sends this one away. Bells again looking for the goal, but really Hungry Like Nephew had decent possession of everything there. Things seemed largely in their control, even if it was interrupted multiple times over. And finally, Bells will find the whiplash before through.
Yeah, and Snake, they're not able to get on offense enough for Snake to even be level 2 that time. I think the fact that Gumi is starting with some dash range here means, I feel like I've said it 30 times, but, he wants to be all over the map, and on Era that meant speed, but on Juno it's going to be in this dash range early on, is going to be a resource for them. But it means, you're not going to have those adrenaline rush procs on everybody like you would have on the midfielder of Hungry like Nephew. But, as much as he's able to get around, find these plays with the dash, the Finny has so much speed as well that is just able to match that without having to use a cooldown like Gumi is here. And it just means that they've been able to set up such consistent offense in that last point, and you're seeing it once again, even as Bells is pushed out of the play, they're still able to keep the pressure on.
Double banish comes through here. Bells with a breakaway opportunity. Can't find the pendulum swing to put it away. And 2 core flips available here for Demon's Raw. Snake forced to burn his, trying to stay alive. You already lose. We burn his as well, but won't be able to find the goal. Now Vaughn's turn. Bells will collect here with the whiplash, sends it away. And Fudgy will hold on to his energy burst for another day. Now Snake potentially looking for a KO here against one of the forwards on Hungry like Nephew. Can't quite get the job done. Gumi, beautiful defense here. Keeping perhaps an ounce of pressure alive. Death Touch, though, pulls back to Bells. And that one gets out of control real quick at overtime. Bells able to find a unique angle, but just letting it in himself, not even striking after the Death Touch.
And that's the Mako nerf right there, just like pixels away for Fudgy from being able to save that because he was holding the secondary just a little bit out of position, and you're just so slow even, as quick as he tried to turn it off, just not able to get in position that time. And you see the nerfs immediately cost them, the save right there. So Gumi now getting bounced all around the map, able to hold on to his flip right now, going to have to try to find an opportunity to use it as Fudgy is patient, sets up the play. Nobody able to get any adrenaline rush procs yet, even though in that last point we saw 3 people staggered at one time. And that's meant that it's really the core control comp that's able to take over. And right now, that's Hungry like Nephew. But right now it's Gumi with the ultimate setting up a lot of slimes, and Vaughn just not able to match all of the strikes that the Juno had at her disposal there.
Yeah, very difficult to send that one in particular away. Gumi with a great setup, gets the job done, and now, Amelie actually forces the core, keeps the core on the blue side of the pitch here. Maybe another opportunity here for the Demons. There is Great and Snare Drums. Traps you already lose there for a moment. The Banish comes through here as well, taking Snake down to low stagger, and he'll be forced to retreat. Bells with an opportunity here. Looks for the double, can't find it, only gets one. Looking for a second here. Actually just able to find it there, and Fudgy unable to release the secondary quick enough. Send it away. Now triple take comes through. Bells now able to look for it here. Strike wars galore. Fudgy going to hold on in this instance. Bells still has a decent number of things at his disposal here. Snake finally gets involved. There's a triple take. Debuff onto Snake. Looking again. Here is the Banish. Out of the view, already lose. Looking for the pass up. No, actually decides to take it himself after it was interrupted. Hungry like Nephew take the first set here in our third map.
Yeah, Snake's going with the Pummelers this game, much like the Vambrace of last game, means he just doesn't have the speed that everyone else on the field does in those, contested plays when they're all striking back and forth. And so they really desperately need to find damage, need to find ways to get KOs so that that Pummelers and that adrenaline rush of Snake can be online. And in that first set, they were not able to find a single one, not able to set up any of those. And it just meant the more stable comp, the more stable setup of Hungry like Nephew was able to get that. He's able to get the Spark of Strength in the last slot here with only one other Spark showing up, so that will be something valuable for them. I think the Mako, especially when you go Momentum Boots, being able to get that missile prop and have that range to be able to affect the field is also very valuable. But Fight or Flight on Rune, one of the best users of it, and really the only thing that character lacks sometimes is the movement speed. I think that's going to be able to set up a lot for You Already Lose to really be able to control the midfield even more than he already has in that first set.
Yeah, Fight or Flight, known to be an incredibly weak awakening. Often has a average pick slot of about 2 or 3 in most cases. At least that was the case last season. I expect it to be much the same this season. It's one of the most popular awakenings picked up by our players. Bells, great death touch here, pulling it back away from Snake, even in that adrenaline rush. And in the power play here, Blavo comes through. Gumi looks to steal it away from his own brawler. Will be trying to get the job done, and Snake just going to thread the needle to put the core away.
Yeah, and every time this entire series, when we talk about how the game state has been, just like that, Snake finds a KO. And every time he's able to do that, he completely turns it around. So we'll see if that was, just kind of a lapse there early on from Hungry Like Nephew, or if really that spark of strength on its own was the pressure that Snake needed to be able to start really making use of this pick. But Fudgy as well, pushing up and having that missile propulsion, is able to set up a lot with the cage right there, and it's You Already Lose who's staggered here, has the fight or flight to try to get away, but just being pushed back, and Snake looking for that KO to get those pummels and that adrenaline rush online. Not going to need it this time though, just finds the strike.
Finds the strike to put it away here. Snake getting the job done for Demon's Raw again. Snake feels like one of the players of Demon's Raw that historically has been outshined by us talking about Kainoob and Gumi, although in Gumi's case, maybe whatever Gumi did wrong. But Snake so successfully performs the job as the brawler to an insanely high degree that it's just like, it's almost a given, right? In terms of his level of performance and the way that he's able to have control in the opponent's goal box. Now, of course, when he's KO'd, he can't quite do that, and power play opportunity comes through here. Gumi looking the other way, but actually Bells finds a barrier on the other side. Horse speed is picked up, won't find the strike back. And now the Blobos are out here from Gumi. Snake looking for the KO versus Bells, can't quite find it there. You Already Lose to himself on the shadow swap, not quite. Gumi interrupts the strike from Bells. And now Fudgy able to find it that time with a little bit of extra speed. Now overtime again here on the bounce house. Got to be careful with where things are going to go, especially as it keeps building up speed against those anomalies or those Blobos. Snake will find the dash to send it into the goal barrier to lose. Energy burst here. Gumi able to find the core away, and that's what I'm talking about. Goes flying to the other side of the pitch. Vaughn doesn't have the time to react, and all of a sudden, Demon's Raw. Hey, Weston, 3 games in a row. We're tied at 1 set apiece.
And 3 games in a row, the second set has been a 3-0 by the team you just lost. So, like, how the hell do you analyze this series and not sound like an idiot? But, they turn it around there. A crazy point for that last one, and it means that Gumi's going to be rewarded with the hot shot in the first pick. No chance at all to deny it. Snake is going to deny that extra special going on to the rune, which I think makes sense, but especially with not much damage or any of the sparks showing up for him here. Orb Replicator in the second game in a row going to Fudgy Waffles. I think really, nobody getting anything too crazy. You Already Lose with that Deadeye, and Gumi with that hot shot are both, picks that can create core speed, especially as we hit overtime, so that's something to look at. But I think neither brawler was able to scale too much, although Bells here is starting to get a size and a power build here, up to 122 power himself.
I don't know, the more I think about that last draft from Hungry Like Nephew, the more I see a lot more core speed out of them and a lot more damage in general that can rack up those KOs on an adrenaline rush start for both Vaughn and You Already Lose. Things could get out of hand here pretty quickly for Demon's Raw if they're not careful. Really have to make sure that they're dodging everything or just putting the goals away early, as Gumi nearly does with an energy burst there. Bells pulls it back with a death touch, and now the expanse comes through to KO Snake. It's a power play opportunity. Fudgy looking for the perfect pick from downtown, but can't find it. The ensnare drums come out as Fudgy continues to walk forward to the midfield line, trying to hold the line here. Can't quite find it yet. Gumi leaps in on the Blobo bounce. The perfect pitch goes wide again. Anomaly out, and overtime comes through. Bells might be next on the chopping block here. Could get KO'd next. Fudgy continues to interrupt things as Gumi's left back in the goalie box for now. Back up to the anomaly. Blobo himself now leaping in, looking for the opposite side of the pitch. Snake off of the center expanse. Looking again, but can't find it. Now KO comes through. It's a power play for Demon's Raw. Snake looking to dribble off of it himself. Actually procced it, looking for the pass back. But no, actually it is denied. Death touch comes out here. Bells looks to the opposite corner, but Fudgy's there in time. And You Already Lose comes back alive. Now Snake with a shot. That's when sent away by Vaughn's energy burst, but now we won't have that. Here's another proc of that expanse coming through. Here's Snake flying forward. There's the fiery flurry, and the KO comes through with the energy burst. Perfect pitch is connected, and finally Snake will put it through.
Yeah, that missile prop doing so much for Fudgy here. You know, you saw a few times stepping up into that play, but also when he's all the way back, that time able to set Snake up. It was a great save from Vaughn on the goal line, but he had to step so far back and just set up the KO opportunity for Snake, who was able to get that adrenaline rush for the second time in the point. Early on here, you know, he had to use that flip, so doesn't have a lot of energy, finding himself low. But I think all season we've seen Snake do such a good job of staying alive, barely alive here, and able to get the goal open. I feels like they really have to find that KO to be able to turn this point around, but they're just, you know, pushing up ahead and not finding it. But back and forth we go, and a great expanse means both goals are open.
Double banish from You Already Lose is what opens the goal gates, but oh no! Gooby sends it right through both Vaughn and You Already Lose. They can't find the strike button fast enough, and it's set point again here. Poor Demons Raw. Again, you never know what is going to happen when these two teams meet each other. Things might look like they're going to go one way, and they fly back the opposite direction. Points back and forth, sets taken both sides, blowout sets taken both sides, and KOs galore now as Bells finds one against Goomy. That's going to be a huge KO here. Allows Vaughn to move up incredibly far forward. Anomaly comes out here and now looks for it again, but oh no, Fudgy can't find the clear in time, and it hits the barrier. Open goal gates on the side of the pitch here for Hungry Like Nephew. Vaughn looking to try to defend this one. All three energy bursts almost online here for Hungry Like Nephew. As I say that, Bells uses his to find the KO power play opportunity, but it doesn't matter. The Shadow Swap comes through when You Already Lose will use his energy burst to put the core away.
Yeah, and that variant especially, I think, lending itself really well to the Rune and to the Finny, who can just set off, you know, close off those sides. I think this variant also going to be one that, you know, those pillars and those Finny secondaries can really do a lot. But, you know, before that, it was 5 points in a row for Demon's Raw, and it's a lot of damage early on as Snake looms here with the Adrenaline Rush, with the Pummelers. But it is Bells who's able to get the center here while Snake looks for that KO when You Already Lose.
Oh, Gooby, though, playing goalie at the midfield line, slowly starting to lose ground to Bells here. Now the banish comes through against Goomy, but the goal barrier falls on the other side of the pitch. You Already Lose now, looking to collapse in the corner here with Bells. Fudgy's able to send it away with his drum and bass, at least at first, but Bells is back, looking for even more. Not able to find it here this time, and You Already Lose might be next. Looking to actually just save this one for Bells, and actually going to be contested. Snake is the one that picks it up, looking for Bells now in the KO, but such large in size right now, he'll be able to send it to the top corner, and it is Demons Raw now, one set away from making this league incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I think Vaughn didn't think that Snake was in range for the strike war there, but the size from the middle, he was just barely able to get that strike in time and didn't react with the core flip. So that's 2 sets in a row for Demons Raw. And like you said, if they could find this one, every single team in the league will be 2-1 or 1-2. No undefeated teams in week 3 is a possibility here. But as Hungry Like Nephew tries to save that off, they're able to get Glass Cannon on Finny, going to be allow her to get involved in the play more often, hopefully push up more. The heavy impact on Rasmus will be a lot of cooldowns and a little bit more damage. The aerial is not going to do much for the Rasmus, so Snake, you know, getting the prize fighter here means, you know, every single KO is going to be even more costly than it already has been, as he almost finds the second barrier, but not quite. Nobody getting anything too crazy in the draft other than that. But the prize fighter are going to be very scary here for Hungry Like Nephew to try to deal with.
You Already Lose comes out with a double banish, but it's not really going to be a lot here. It looks like the goal barrier is not going to fall. Meanwhile, other side of the pitch, Snake is there. Goomy now looking to try to just collect here. Will be able to find Snake, who sends it up to the top corner once again, preserving his energy burst there. Going to be critical in the future here, especially with Goomy being close to his own. 2 goals away now for Demons Raw.
Yeah, so much energy being used trying to not give the prize fighter stacks here. And it just means that they're still able to run away with this point as Goomy does use his. Only finds one, not quite the double, going for the safe angle that time. But Fudgy just, you know, really comfortable, it feels like, and just they're not able to keep the consistent pressure on him because they're so afraid of Snake in there looking for the KOs. This time just looking for the barrier and able to find it with the core flip now, looking into the corner, and it's the punch that's able to find it after the card, just 1 point away for Demons Raw.
Match point now for the Demons, a roster that has been doubted quite a bit especially with their performance in the first 2 weeks here. They've been able to turn things around against their rivals on the other side of the pitch. One more goal is going to be what it takes now to make things an already interesting season even more mathematically interesting. There it is. Snake opens up the goal barriers here. Loves to play with this expanse. Oh no. Fudgy can't quite find the tangential angle to put it away. Here's an anomaly now. Looking to keep this core in the corner is Hungry Like Nephew. Gumi leaps forward, trying to get some momentum towards this core. It looks like just Hungry Like Nephew trying to maintain possession here on the bottom side. There's the expanse, goes out again. Gumi now looking to maintain possession himself, but all of those creations come online. Bells finds the goal gate. Here's the big finish. Vaughn tries to get involved. Can't quite do just that yet. Energy Burst online here. There's the banish, but it's caught in the Energy Burst from Fudgy Waffles. It doesn't banish the core. Sends back to the other side of the pitch. Back and forth. Death Touch comes through here from Bells, but it's not enough. Finally looking for it again, but Gumi's there in time. And the Pendulum Swing doesn't connect to find the stun in time before the strike comes out. Another opportunity here, but oh my goodness, the Cornus goes flying past everybody again. And Demons Raw have knocked off their rivals again. We have no undefeated teams in the North American Strikers League and no winless teams after 3 weeks of play.
Yeah, what a game, what a series we had there. And, you talked about how maybe there were some doubters of this roster. I think, any doubt was just because they were playing the wrong roles. They looked so much better here than the first week than at the beginning, with Gumi here in the midfield, with Fudgy playing goalie. I think both did an incredible job that game. And Snake, really not finding that many KOs, but it was just that pressure and a fantastic, conversion rate, especially on the barriers, that was able to get them that game. And I think you saw, the versatility in the draft from Demons Raw was really important. Gumi on a few different picks, and this time a much more dominant play style. As we look at the scoreboard here in the redirects, just absolutely dominant in that last game.
Continues to be an absolute menace there. Gumi playing such a critical role, as if it was doubted all this time, right? With Kainu being there for a while. But no, Demons Raws have been able to put it together, and this Hungry Like Nephew team, there were talks about potentially looking like this team maybe goes the distance or something of the sort, Vaughn being maybe the best goalie. Well, we've got questions now because suddenly the league has gotten a lot more interesting. Everyone, as you mentioned, Weston, now is either 2-1 or 1-2. There are no teams that have all 3 wins. There are no teams that have all 3 losses. Every team has strengths, every team has weaknesses, and everyone can win or lose to one another. This is going to be one heck of an interesting season.
Yeah, and especially as we hit our break week here, as nobody feeling too good, like they're alone at the top, like we could have had if Hungry Like Nephew took this game home. Nobody, searching for their first win. So as the map pool changes, as teams have a week to scrim and plan what they're going to do next, just as close as it could possibly be. So a very interesting spot we found ourselves in, and especially with these 2 top historic teams, a really interesting series where you saw early on Hungry Like Nephew look dominant, like we said, but we saw there this new, correct role roster from Demons Raw was able to take them down in pretty convincing fashion in that third map.
As close of a league as we can possibly get at this point, being 3 weeks in, quite literally on paper. The era of dominance is completely over for all of those beta players, and now we'll be able to go forward from here. Folks, don't go anywhere, of course. As you're accustomed to, there'll be a pre-show or a post-show, on the other side of this break before we take our 2-week break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
いどちらかが勝利を収めるこの炎は消えない
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post show for the North American Strikers League. I'm here with 3 of the winners from today. Bumbo Bonanza's Liari, Return to Forum's Hungry Boy, and EKC's NXZD. How are you doing? I guess let's start with Liari. First match of the day, and you're continuing some winning here, taking down Wee's Little Beast 2-0. Do you have any thoughts on the series? Was it closer than it looked, or was it a smooth road for the Buns?
Hard series to remember. There's a reason that B rhymes with free. I think they kind of had a faulty draft in game 2, it felt like, and they didn't really play it how they should have for the draft they did. And then Autumn City, we're just really good on that map. I do think that there's an argument it could have gotten hard after one of the sets. If they won, I think it was set 2 and got team player, but I don't know. I didn't really feel that worried, and the draft went literally like 1-to-1 exactly how I predicted it. The maps and the character select in both games, except for Zack Smack picking Dubu. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, fun series, good prep, happy with how we played.
Yeah, and next up, NXCD. You took it over to Bozo Bunch in quite the cinematic 2-0. It was a little crazy, especially near the end.
Yeah, we've been trying to practice for this matchup for a while now. After like last week, we kind of decided it was time to like kind of dial down and kind of like figure out what we're doing for our matchups now. So we did a lot of scrimming and a lot of like I guess like planning going into this that we really didn't do in like the first 2 weeks, I would say. And it definitely helped us like a lot, especially in like the draft. Like the draft went very well for us. It kind of we felt more like in control of what we were doing, and so it was kind of just from there it was just up to us to just play well.
And to tell me a little bit more about, I guess, that final point, because it kind of looked like you identified a win condition immediately, right? When you saw that Dropletto had no energy.
Yeah, of course. Like after he flipped or after he scored a flip and stuff, it's really easy to just target him, especially with Imi. You have so much range. As my friend calls it, Bluetooth Juliet. So you just spam all of your util on him on kickoff, and he really was their win condition. And every time you got that adrenaline rush online, it was really hard to kind of shut him down. So being able to shut him down on kickoff was like definitely the best chance we had at kind of putting an end to that. So it was definitely like a big sigh of relief when he died on that final point.
Yeah, and Hungry Boy, looking at that wheel a little bit here, you're looking like
the wheel's chosen.
Yeah.
Knowers now.
You're looking like quite a nasl midfielder now, and 2-0 in very dominant fashion over the Sundubu Strikers. How'd you do it?
I low key had to lock in because my cousin showed up to pick some stuff up, so I had to try to just win quick. So kind of went into a little flow state. And also, shapeshifting was on the other team. Cannot be going 0-9 in the season, especially dropping a game to that guy. So.
Yeah, and related to going 0-9 and rather the lack thereof, if you take a look at the standings here, every single team has a win and no team has 0 losses here. And since it's so even, since the season is looking so close, I'm going to do a little bit of something before the first break of the season. And it's, I guess it's pick 2 playoff teams. So I'm going to start with you, Hungry Boy. Which 2 teams, other than your team, of course, do you think will make playoffs?
Let's go with Hug number 1. Where my Hug at? And then I'd like to see PPL. I'd like to see them as a underdog playoff team, especially in their first season returning nasl team technically. So those are my 2.
All right, NXZD, any predictions?
I'm definitely gonna say Bozo Bunch for one of my picks, and I mean I'm sure I'll see Showtime there too. Of course, they've been playing pretty well recently, especially on today.
All right, Liari, you've had some time to charge up the chatting. Which 2 teams do you think you're gonna see in the playoffs?
I felt like the winner of Bozo versus EKC would definitely make playoffs in the end. I still think Bozo probably will. But I think EKC winning shows that they'll probably be there. I really want to beat them, so I hope they do. I hope they are. And besides that, I mean, Showtime's like a boring, easy pick. I think PPL is gonna do it though. I believe in them. I think they crashed out week 1, mental boomed giga hard, hated the patch, hated everyone who made it, said some unique things to me, Vaughn, and Wallaby. But their heads are back on. They're playing the game. They think they figured out the patch, and I believe in them. Oh my god, my mic fell.
All right, and
But
with,
I'm good now.
yeah, and with that, I guess that's it for the post show. So any shout outs, starting with you, Liari.
Oh, shout outs. I do this every week. I really appreciate everyone on the Bun server and everyone else who wishes us support. And then also shout out my team because honestly, like I didn't play much this week. I played 40 hours last week and wanted to take a break. But my team played really well and we did really well today and it was a good week.
All right, Hungry Boy, what about you? Any
Shout
shout
out,
outs?
shout out, Average Alex. Give him back what he gave to me. Got the shout out last week. Got to return the favor. Love that guy.
All right, and NXCD, final shout outs.
Yeah, definitely shout outs to my teammate this week. My teammates, I think we communicated really well like during the games today, and I'm very proud of them. And then shout out to all my friends and all the people that watch, and they're really cool. And also shout out to Drop Leto for playing really well on Centauro today. I was very proud of him. I was very, very proud of Drop Leto.
All right, and
And
with that,
that's pretty much it.
oh, okay, yeah. With that, that's the post show. Thanks for everyone for watching, and make sure to tune in tomorrow for another 10-hour NASA Nasty stream. See you, everyone.
難しい言葉など